Alien Dimensions number 25, Alien First Contact Issue, edited by Neil A. Hogan, narrated by Neil's digital voice. Stories by Humphrey Price, Tyree Campbell, Jason Larimore, Alan Ashley, James Ward, James F. McGrath, Gail Brown, Oleazo Tapp, Louise Butler, Vincent de Diego Mezzo, Maud McGee, Philip Good, J. L. Royce, K. L. Hallam, and Neil A. Hogan. Forward. Welcome to the 25th issue of Alien Dimensions. This special edition focuses on ideas of first alien contact for humanity coming sooner than we think. While I was looking for actual procedures and protocols, I was open to any story that explored the first contact idea in an original way, with situations that might seem unexpected, especially considering pop culture suggests we only have alien invasions and abductions to look forward to. My goal was for some of these stories to be templates or clues as to an official first alien contact situation happening either at the end of 2026 or the beginning of 2027. For many, it's still expected to be far off, so having it happen now-ish would be a bit of a surprise. Are we ready? Do we have the protocols? Have we considered every possibility and eventuality? Science fiction writers are advising governments around the world on all sorts of possible futures, though I've heard that these are more about contemporary issues like how to deal with killer robots or AIs turned hackers, or brain implants going haywire. I'm not aware of detailed first contact manuals being drawn up in these kinds of meetings. With millions of people working in government institutions, there must have already been standard protocols for officials receiving alien visitors written years ago. What we need, for the public's security, safety, protection, and peace of mind, is a standard operating manual, easily downloaded, that quickly trains anyone on any relevant rules and regulations in each country of how to be a first contact specialist. This is crucial as, if indeed it is likely to happen soon, we need people around the world ready to assist. The only analogy I can think of is not having any training if an alien lands and meets you, is like not having mouth-to-mouth resuscitation and other first aid skills when you find you suddenly need it. More to the point, where's that number you can call when an alien asks you for help in finding some element 115 isotopes? What I've learned from this collection is that we might already be ready. We're adaptable, dependable, and quick to pivot to a new line of reasoning. Gone are the days of the set in their ways, my way, or the highway thinking. Carrying a manual around isn't going to help a first contact situation, though I guess the expectation is that you will have memorized it. Instead, quick, positive reactions, looking at the science of the situation, and developing a solution immediately if one is needed, is more likely to secure a positive first alien contact outcome. A demonstration of clear thinking, logical reasoning, and considering every possibility is in our first story. I'm honoured for this to come from none other than the chief engineer at NASA JPL's Mars exploration program, Humphrey Price. Humphrey worked on mapping the gravity field of Mars, the Cassini-Saturn orbiter mission, the Prometheus/JEMO Phaso project, as well as participated in research on advanced propulsion systems, amongst many other things. With a BS in engineering science and an MS in nuclear engineering, his story contains all the science and protocols you might expect in a local contemporary first alien contact situation. Check out The Creature from Another World, which follows this introduction. Of course, many amazing stories follow Humphrey's, and I hope that along the way you'll pick up some tips on how to respond in a first alien contact situation yourself. I've chosen stories across the spectrum from science and space opera heavy to introspective, melancholy, and discussion type stories, along with those that push the boundaries of what first alien contact might mean. Many thanks for reading. Neil A. Hogan, 17th October, 2023. Story 1. The Creature from Another World. By Humphrey Price. Taylor Elliott heard a double sonic boom as it reverberated through the dark countryside east of Blanco, Texas. She scanned the sky, but was disappointed not to see a meteor fireball in the clear night filled with bright stars far from city lights. Taylor had dropped her homework assignment and rushed outside after getting a notification on the instant alert system from an astronomer friend in Mason. Maybe she was too late, or the meteor's track was too far away to be visible. Back inside the rustic Civil War-era house, she phoned her friend. "Talbot, I didn't see anything. Bummer." Talbot said, "It looks like the meteor went dark after it passed Fredericksburg. That's really unusual because it was so large, and there was no airburst event. The flight path should have gone right over your ranch with a predicted impact zone near Gonzales, just east of San Antonio, but maybe it just broke up and fizzled before then. I'm leaving in a few minutes to join a search team to see if we can locate any pieces. It's a long shot. The initial assessment from the Space Force is that the object's entry velocity was so fast that it was likely to be of interstellar origin, so we would really like to find some fragments. Want to join us? I'd love to, Tal, but I've got to finish an assignment to turn in tomorrow. Good luck with your interstellar meteorite hunt. Taylor was alone in the country, working as the ranch hand for Carl, the rich owner in Houston who flew out once a month in his plane to check on the cows and photograph wildlife. It was a great job for a grad student at UT and provided her with free housing. Later, as she drifted off to sleep, she could hear the cattle lowing in the distance. That's unusual, she thought. Something is disturbing them. The alarm prodded her awake at 6. She pulled on her boots and set out in Carl's ranch truck to complete the morning chores before heading out to Austin for her 10 o'clock class. Taylor loved living in the country, away from the frenetic hustle of the city. She relished the smell of hay at the barn and the invigorating fresh scents of the countryside as she drove through a grove of cedar and mesquite trees on a winding dirt road to the airstrip to feed the cows with a bale of alfalfa and sack of feed she had tossed in the bed of the truck. Only the bull was at the airstrip. The massive Hereford seemed spooked by the truck and trotted off into the trees. "What's the matter with you, Mr. Bull?" she muttered. Usually, all 50 head of cattle were at the grassy airfield, patiently waiting for their morning hay. She stopped the truck, got out, and stood in the bed. Taylor put 2 fingers in her mouth and whistled to call the cows to feed, but to no effect. Normally, the whole herd would come running in a Pavlovian response to the call. This is really wrong, she thought. Something flapping in the breeze caught her eye at the edge of the runway. She jumped out of the truck and strode over towards the trees where huge folds of white fabric were billowing, snagged in the branches of a stand of oaks. As she approached what appeared to be a huge parachute with tangled lines, Taylor rested her right hand on the handle of the .22 Magnum revolver she carried holstered on her belt when out on the rounds. With heightened senses from an adrenaline rush, she cautiously proceeded into the trees, around the parachute, and down into a shallow ravine where a creek wound its way. Oh my God, what's that? At the edge of the creek, a conical space capsule about the size of an SUV was resting at a slight angle, having ploughed a couple of feet into the mud. She immediately made the connection to the media sighting the night before. I didn't see the fireball because this thing popped a parachute and landed in my backyard. This is just too weird. I'm going straight back to the house and call 911. There was no cell phone reception on the ranch, so she would have to drive back to access the satellite Wi-Fi. She could feel the tachycardia in her chest as she snapped a couple of photos with her phone, slid it back into her pocket, and turned around to head up the rise to the airfield. And something in a gold-coloured spacesuit was 6 feet away, staring at her. Taylor screamed and drew the pistol. She cocked the hammer with shaking hands, but kept the weapon pointed at the ground between her and the thing. It must have been 7 feet tall. It was standing on 2 long legs, had 2 long arms on each side, and the creature's head inside the transparent fishbowl helmet looked like a giant praying mantis. The alien made clicking noises as its mandibles twitched, and the insectoid being held its 4 arms out to the side. Taylor wasn't sure if that was a friendly gesture or if it was threatening. She could hear the cycling of valves and hissing of gas as the alien breathed inside the suit. A puff of gas burped out of a vent at the base of the helmet. Taylor noticed that a cloud of mosquitoes was swarming around the creature. She slowly backed away, safed the pistol, and then bolted as fast as she could to cut her way around the alien and run back to the airstrip. The creature was fast, even in its spacesuit, and bounded on all 6 limbs up through the trees and across the runway, beating her to the truck and standing between her and the vehicle. She cocked the pistol again and pointed it at the thing. "Can you understand what I'm saying? I don't want to shoot you. I need you to get out of my way." The alien made clicking noises and looked at a screen pad mounted to one of the spacesuit arms. Taylor couldn't see anything on the pad. It just looked blank. The creature touched parts of the pad with a long gloved finger, and synthesized human speech came out from a speaker on the being's chest. First, she heard what might be Chinese, then Spanish, and then English. The audio quality was distorted, but it sounded like, "I need your help. My world is dying." "Okay then, move out of the way. I'll drive back to the house and call for help." She holstered the .22. "There's no way I can bring myself to shoot this thing, and it hasn't tried to hurt me. Yet." Taylor pulled her phone out and started taking video of the alien. The mosquitoes were back and buzzing around. She sidestepped around the creature and opened the door to the cab. The thing made no attempt to impede her progress. She was still recording video as she called out, "I'm going to get help. I'll be back." The alien didn't seem to understand her speech, but replayed the same recording with the English part saying, "I need your help. My world is dying." As she drove off in the truck, the alien leaped into the back and sat on the bale of hay. "What the what?" She yelled, startled, as she looked at the creature through the rear window. Driving back to the house, she anxiously shifted her gaze back and forth between the dirt road ahead and the thing in her rearview mirror. Upon arriving, Taylor exited the cab, and the gold-suited insectoid sprang out of the bed to stand next to her. Against her better judgment, she motioned the creature up the steps to the front porch, opened the door, backed inside, and directed the alien to follow. The alien hesitated. Taylor held out her hand. The strange being reached out a gloved hand with 6 spindly fingers, and Taylor slowly but firmly grasped it. Then she pulled the creature toward the open door. It had to bend down for its head to clear the doorway, but it followed her inside. Then Taylor closed the door as mosquitoes were swarming toward the house. "Mosquitoes really love you, big guy. I wonder why." Taylor was in a calmer state of mind as she stood and stared at the alien. "You look like a praying mantis, so I'm going to call you Manti." She pointed at the extraterrestrial and said, "Manti." She pointed at herself and said, "Taylor." After repeating this several times, the alien poked at its arm pad and made clicking noises. The speaker said, with Taylor's voice, "Manti," and the alien pointed to itself. The creature poked at the arm pad once more, and the speaker said, "Taylor," again in her voice, and the extraterrestrial pointed to her. "Yeah, you got it, Manti." She directed the alien into the living room and got it to sit on the sofa. "Now I need to make some calls." She dialed 911, and the dispatcher did not believe the story about a spaceship landing at her ranch with an alien in a spacesuit. The operator refused to send police and threatened her with a steep fine. She hung up and texted a photo of the capsule to her boyfriend, the UT star basketball player, along with the video of the alien. "Video call me now," she ordered. Eli called 3 minutes later, and Taylor showed him the alien sitting on the sofa in her living room. He was flabbergasted and assured her that he would do what he could to get the police out to the ranch house. "Be sure to contact the Space Force too and send them the videos," she said, just before ending the call. Then she called her astronomy advisor for her PhD program, and the professor picked up on her cell phone. Taylor sent her the video of the creature and asked for help. Professor Gil Blaine had been out to the ranch house for a party, so she knew the location. The alien was poking at its arm pad, but Taylor still couldn't make out anything on the screen. "Manti, I think you're seeing something that I am not. Maybe it's a different frequency of light." Taylor got an idea. "Wait here, I'll be back." She went into the owner's bedroom and grabbed Carl's expensive night vision binoculars. Taylor returned to her alien guest and got it to position the arm pad where she could get a good view. She had to stand at the other end of the room to get the high magnification binoculars to focus on the screen. In infrared, she could discern strange writing, figures, and what might be touchscreen buttons on the pad. "Well, Manti, it looks like you see in infrared." Taylor went to the kitchen and placed a baking sheet in the freezer. Then she took her touchpad to the alien and used a stylus to draw a picture of the space capsule. She thought her drawing looked pretty good, but she got no reaction from the creature. Taylor went back to kitchen and retrieved the baking sheet, now covered with a thin layer of frost. She used her finger to draw a picture of Manti's capsule in the frost. The creature became animated and made lots of clicking noises. The heat from her finger had warmed the aluminum sheet, making an image that the alien could see. "Yep, Manti, so you only see heat." Taylor turned the sheet over to the other side and used her finger to draw a diagram of the solar system, the sun and 8 circles around it representing the orbits of the planets. She drew a dot on the orbit of the 3rd planet and said, "Taylor, Manti." The creature became even more animated and poked at the touch screen. Taylor gently grabbed its hand to stop. Then she held up a finger and said, "Wait." She picked up the infrared binoculars and walked across the room, and the alien seemed to understand that she needed the device to view the screen. Taylor fussed with her phone camera to line up with one of the eyepieces to get the image to show up on the phone. "Okay, Manti, looks like I'm in business here. Show me what you got." She made a circular motion with her finger, and the alien poked at the pad and kept it oriented so Taylor could see it with the binoculars and phone camera. A video began playing on the screen, and Taylor was recording it. The IR images were strange and difficult to interpret, but she got the gist of the content. A world was displayed with 2 large moons. There were cities populated with insectoid beings just like Manti. Land vehicles and aircraft were used for transportation, and a brief clip showed a 4-armed spacesuited astronaut exploring one of the moons. The view zoomed out to show the planet nearing a star. The star had planets that looked just like the ones orbiting our Sun. A trajectory diagram displayed the rogue planet's track as it entered the outer reaches of the solar system, and then the space capsule's track departing from the interstellar planet on a course toward the 3rd planet from the Sun, the Earth. Taylor realized Manti travelled here from a rogue planet that is passing through the Kuiper Belt. She knew from her astronomy studies that there were billions of rogue planets wandering through the galaxy that were not gravitationally bound to any star system. Just as the trajectory view on the alien screen was depicting the rogue planet continuing on and departing our solar system, Taylor was rattled by a commotion outside the front door. She dropped the binoculars as the door burst open and 3 police officers rushed in with guns drawn. They shouted, "Police! Nobody move!" Manti leaped up from the sofa, and one of the officers yelled, "It's a freaking monster!" Another officer pointed a pistol at the alien's head and shouted, "Don't move! Raise your hands above your head. All of them. Now!" Taylor screamed, "Don't shoot. It doesn't understand anything you're saying. It won't hurt you." Manti took a step toward the officers with all 4 arms outstretched, and the policeman pointing the pistol yelled in a terrified voice, "Stop! Don't move!" Manti moved an arm and started punching on the data screen. The spooked officer fired a single shot from the pistol, and the alien fell backward onto the floor with the fishbowl helmet shattered into transparent shards. Taylor moaned, "No, no, no," and rushed over to kneel by the alien's head. Gas blew out from the ruptured helmet as the spacesuit tried to compensate for the loss of pressure. Manti looked distressed, and its mandibles were slowly moving open and closed. Taylor started feeling dizzy and crawled away. Looking up at the stunned police officers, she said, "Open the windows and doors. Hurry! The alien doesn't breathe our air, and what's leaking out from the suit is probably toxic." Gasping for air, Taylor stood up and staggered to the wall switch for the overhead fan. The police were bewildered and dazed, and one of them fell to the floor, so she stumbled around, feeling woozy, opening all the windows. With her head clearing, she went back to Manti, who appeared lifeless. "What the heck do you breathe?" she thought. Mosquitoes were buzzing around the alien's head. Mosquitoes are attracted to carbon dioxide. The police were slowly recovering from their torpor and tending to the unconscious officer on the floor. Taylor yelled, "Don't touch anything. I'll be right back." She ran to the kitchen and grabbed a transparent plastic storage bag. From the liquor cabinet, she took a seltzer bottle and a box of CO2 cartridges, and she snatched a roll of duct tape from the hardware drawer. Taylor ran back to Manti and saw that one of the officers had handcuffed all 4 arms on the alien. Whatever, she thought. She pulled the plastic bag over Manti's insectoid head and duct taped it to the helmet ring, leaving an opening for the seltzer bottle spout, which she also sealed in with duct tape. Taylor slammed a cartridge into the bottle, pressurized it, and pressed the lever to release all of the carbon dioxide gas into the bag. She charged cartridge after cartridge into the bottle until the bag and the suit were fully inflated. Then she waited. 2 of the police were on their radios, and the other one was watching her efforts. Taylor said, "Come on, Manti. Wake up. You've got to pull through." Although the helmet had been shattered, it didn't look as though the bullet had impacted Manti's head or caused bodily damage. Then the mandibles started moving again, and Manti made a soft clicking noise. "Yes!" Taylor yelled. "Come on, Manti!" She loaded another cartridge into the bottle and released more gas into the bag. Taylor heard helicopters outside, and from the deafening noise it sounded like several of them were landing right next to the house. Moments later, a squad of women and men in military uniforms rushed through the door. After a brief exchange with the police, a tall young Asian officer marched over to where Taylor was kneeling by the alien. "What a cluster mess," he said. "Hello, Miss Elliot. I'm Major Alan Coder from the Space Force. It looks like the creature is still alive, thank God. Tell me what you know." "Not much," Taylor said. "I'm guessing that the alien breathes carbon dioxide. Manti, the alien only sees in infrared and has great difficulty communicating with us. There's a space capsule near the airstrip." "We're on that, Miss Elliot. We have a team recovering the spacecraft as we speak." Coder spoke into a microphone holstered on his shoulder. "I need a hyperbaric chamber airlifted here ASAP. Also, lots of pure CO2 cylinders. Round up a team of entomologists and exobiologists." He turned back to Taylor. "We have the photos and videos you sent to Mr. Hill. I have a video I took just before the police broke in and shot Manti. It's from the alien's arm display screen. It shows where the spaceship came from, a rogue planet skimming through the Kuiper Belt." "Excellent. I'll need to see that." Manti played a recording that said their world is dying. "I heard that in the video." "You've got to save Manti." "Miss Elliot, I'm going to do everything in my power to save the alien." Just then, her boyfriend, Eli Hill, and her professor, Gil Blaine, arrived. Taylor rushed to Eli and broke down sobbing as they embraced. Eli was tearful as he said how sorry he was that the police had shot the alien. "I had to tell them it was a home invasion. It's the only way I could get them to come out." Professor Blaine and Major Coder huddled in conversation until the hyperbaric chamber arrived. After being pressurized in the CO2-filled cylindrical tank, Manti was moving and making clicking noises. Just before the chamber was carried away in a helicopter, Taylor looked in at her alien friend through a thick window and held her hand against the pane. Manti held up a 6-fingered hand and pressed it against hers through the glass. Taylor and Eli had been instructed to remain silent, and they wondered why no mention of the alien had appeared in the news. The recently legislated Media Security Administration was authorized to restrict dangerous misinformation and national security items from the news and social media, and they speculated that the MSA had clamped down on any reports about Manti. A month later, the two were requested to attend a confidential briefing at Camp Marbury Army Base in Austin. They were escorted to a windowless building hidden behind a bosquet of cedar trees. Inside a secure conference room, they were greeted by Alan Coder and Taylor's professor, Gil Blaine. Major Coder began the conversation. As you must have surmised, the MSA has not allowed any information in the media about the alien. This is for a number of reasons, one of the chief ones being that there is significant new technology in Manti's spacecraft that is useful to the military. We don't want our adversaries to know we have access to that. There is also concern that public information about an alien landing on Earth could cause widespread panic along with dangerous conspiracy theories and upset the financial markets. Dr. Blaine, why don't you tell Miss Elliot and Mr. Hill what you've learned about the alien and where it came from? Certainly, our team of researchers has been able to learn Manti's language from interacting with it using the IR display on the spacesuit and the one in the spaceship. We've been able to engage in productive communication and have learned a great deal about where it came from. Taylor said, "You're calling Manti an it. Do you know if the alien is male or female?" Manti is hermaphroditic, as are most of the life forms on their homeworld. They live in a carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide atmosphere at about twice Earth's sea level pressure. We have constructed a pressurized facility for Manti that maintains that environment. Their insectoid animal life breathes CO2 and exhales CO, and the CO is used by their equivalent of plant life, which in turn generates CO2. Eli said, "So I guess we don't have to worry about them invading and taking over our planet." No, Eli, Earth would be pretty inhospitable to them, and it was all they could muster to just send Manti here by itself on a one-way trip to find out if we could help save their dying world. We have been able to locate their planet with our most powerful telescopes. In another 50 years, it will have left our solar system. The planet is bigger than Earth, with about 1.5 times our gravity, and 2 large moons generate tidal forces that produce geothermal heating. Internal radioactive decay has also generated significant thermal energy, and the thick CO2 atmosphere retains heat. So even without a sun, their world is habitable. Since there is no sunlight to illuminate the dark planet, they have evolved to see in infrared. But their world is indeed dying. Over time, the closest moon has become almost completely tidally locked with the planet, and the farthest moon has been receding and doesn't create much tidal heating anymore. Radioactive decay underground has diminished over the eons. Their planet is getting colder. The lakes and oceans are freezing over. In another few hundred years, life will be unsustainable. "Is there any way we can help them?" Eli asked. Major Coder said, "We're going to try. The aliens have listened to our radio emissions for over half a century. Although they broadcast signals to us, we weren't listening in their direction or on the correct frequencies. They learned from our TV shows that we have nuclear fission energy, a technology they know nothing about. They have plenty of uranium and thorium, so if they can build nuclear reactors, they might be able to generate the heat and power they need to maintain life and civilization, potentially for millions of years." With Manti's help and the gear in the space capsule, we established communications with the rogue planet. We are building a robotic, nuclear-powered ion drive spacecraft that will be able to catch up with the alien world. It will deliver its reactor along with instructions on how to process uranium, thorium, and plutonium, and how to design, build, and maintain reactors. "What about Manti?" Taylor asked. "Will you be able to send our visitor back home?" "No, Miss Elliot. We don't have the means to build a vehicle with the mass delivery capability to enable that. Manti will be staying here on Earth." "Are you able to take care of Manti? What about food? Can I see Manti?" "We might be able to arrange for a visit. Our guest seems healthy in the facility we have built. We've learned that certain Earth vegetables and insects can provide nutritious sustenance for the alien. Our favorite is cockroaches." "Yuck. Manti eats roaches?" "Loves them, especially big fat water bugs. Eats them like candy." The end. Humphrey Price is a space systems engineer at NASA JPL who has contributed to robotic exploration missions to the Moon, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. His goal is to introduce interesting, plausible ideas for space travel, aliens, and the future of the human race through highly realistic, hard science fiction stories. Story 2. Volunteers. By Tyree Campbell. Titan proved to be an equal opportunity receptionist. Its winds buffeted the sloop Nelson and jostled the 4 volunteers aboard with indiscriminate abandon. The turbulence confirmed to them the wisdom of ingesting nothing but water for the past 12 hours. Even so, bile rose to sting the backs of their throats. As the sloop approached the docking port of the Gomez Orbital Laboratory Experimental Module, automation stabilized the craft's trajectory and brought it inside. The passengers disembarked on legs wobbly at first, but by the time they reached the briefing room, artificial gravity had settled their equilibrium somewhat, and their stomachs had begun their descent back to home base. Pagan Percival, the only volunteer who had not been on the verge of incarceration at the time of the original assignment, flopped onto a chair at the front of the room, just aly of the podium. Why an orbital space station should require a podium was not a question that occurred to her in her fatigued state. The chair, bolted to the deck like the others, would do for sprawling, but she looked forward to at least 8 hours on something more horizontal. The other 3, 2 men and 1 woman, took up seats in the back, or 2 rows behind Pagan. Bored, she counted the chairs. Ho-hum, an even dozen. That figured. There were now 13 people aboard the... What exactly did they call the station? Surely not by its initials. The veneer of the briefing room walls, Pagan wondered whether they should be referred to as bulkheads. Did the module qualify as a ship? And the ceiling, or overhead, glistened a cool and calming light blue. Like the spring skies of France, she thought. The floor or deck was black, the better to camouflage scuff marks from the grip tights that were mandatory footgear on all modules and space stations. But there were no windows, she noted. Because there was nothing to see? Or because there was something they were not supposed to see? Like the skysail. She shuddered. It was said that skysail could suck the life right out of you on contact, and she had volunteered to go shake hands with it. If the damn things had hands! What have I gotten myself into? Pagan Percival was 25 years old, the blowback of a 1-hour contract in London's East End between an English seaman and a Cook Island whore. She had lifted herself out of the abyss, by means not always legal, until she could progress no further. Back on Earth, with its population at 14 billion, and still burgeoning, and for the most part starving and uneducated, Pagan wound up with a master's degree in Mesopotamian archaeology and no prospects whatsoever. Overqualified for the food service and garment industries, underqualified for anything else except digging up clay tablets that bore shipping invoices of millet and cedar in cuneiform, she had pondered possibilities outside the cage, examined the opportunities few folks sought out, and finally settled on a trip to Titan to help study skysail. The pay was terrific, and had already been deposited into her accounts, waiting for her return. All she had to do to spend it was survive the mission. A door slid open. A man entered, resplendent in a glistening, silver-grey uniform festooned with medals like a third-world military despot, and strode directly to the podium. Pagan wondered whether she should stand at attention. Behind her she heard a rustle of fabric as someone rose. She remained seated. "Welcome to the EM," he said. "Golem," muttered Pagan. She did not think her voice had reached his ears, but he frowned down at her. "I am Colonel Valens," he went on, with another scathing glance at her. "I'll be directing and supervising your work, although Lieutenant Jansdottir will be your team lead. She will assign your berths, advise you of the meal and shower schedules, issue your equipment, and answer most of your questions." Valens looked toward the door, where a tall and well-scrubbed woman with short blonde hair stood lounging in the doorway. He had a frown for her as well, but did not follow up his feelings with a remark. Instead, he turned back to the new arrivals. "The EM is a military-run operation," he went on. "While we recognize that you have no military training or discipline, we must insist on proper comportment and instant and unquestioning obedience to orders. Disciplinary action, if required, will be imposed by me." Finished, he tapped the top of the podium with the flat of his hand and nodded at the blonde woman, who snapped to attention as he slipped past her and from the room. After watching the door slide shut, she stepped to a spot in front of the podium and a pace from Pagan, thrust her hands into pockets alongside her hips, and let her gaze sweep over them before looking back at the door. She spoke with a trace of accent, as if she had learned English while young, but it was still her second language. "Well, I'm glad we got old Sourpuss out of the way," she said. Pagan gave a little laugh and heard chuckles behind her. With just a few wry words, the young officer had gotten the newcomers on her side, and Pagan herself felt an instant respect. "My name is Vigdis Jansdottir," she continued. "As you heard, my rank is lieutenant. If you prefer to shorten that to LT, that's fine. When no one else is around, or we are on a commo channel where we cannot be overheard, I don't mind Vigdis. But bear in mind that Sourpuss maintains a rigid command structure that includes military courtesy. Pagan divided her attention between Jansdotter's presentation and the scar running down the left side of the officer's face, from her temple past the eye to the corner of her jawbone. Spoon-shaped, with the bowl on the jaw, the scar looked as if it had been formed by flaying the skin. There were procedures on Earth for restoring torn skin and repairing scar tissue, but not on the small stations in space, not yet. The scar did not look recent. Evidently the lieutenant had not been Earthside in some time. Pagan found herself wondering how long she herself would remain in orbit around Titan. Approximately 10 hours until the next sortie to acquire Skysail, Jansdotter was saying. In the meantime, let's get you settled. The EM is basically an ellipsoid with 3 decks, or levels. The lower level houses power, maintenance, and the bridge. It is most unlikely that you will see any of those. Right now, you are on the middle level. Here you'll find quarters, the galley, VR and recreation rooms, the shuttle bay and docking station. You'll spend most of your time in these areas. The upper level contains the laboratories and experimental stations and the compartments for holding and containment. While these are not strictly off limits to you, you must be escorted by one of the staff at all times while you're on the upper level. She scanned faces, and her cool blue eyes fell on Pagan. Have you any questions? It seemed to Pagan that Jansdotter knew in advance that she would be the only one to ask anything. The realization made her hesitate. Had she encountered Jansdotter previously? She tried to think back, but was unable to distill the lieutenant from her memories. Pagan, prodded Jansdotter. What can you tell us about Skysail? She asked. Jansdotter opened her mouth to respond, and her eyes widened when the klaxon sounded. The alarm consisted of a series of harsh, rising notes that resounded throughout the EM. In the passageway outside the briefing room, Pagan could hear the footsteps of people running about. At the front of the room, Jansdotter seemed torn. In an emergency, she undoubtedly had a specific role, but she had also been placed in charge of newcomers who did not yet know what to do during emergencies. Just go, snapped Pagan, with far more confidence than she felt. We'll be all right here. Jansdotter hesitated. You don't know what... Pagan made little shooing motions. With an exasperated look, the officer departed, then sliding the door closed behind her. The klaxon continued its ear-splitting wail as if some laggard on the EM was still sleeping and had to be awakened. Pagan used a meditative technique to tune out most of it, but Minute Gardner, at the far end of the last row, added his complaint to the noise. Why don't they just turn it off? It was a fair question, and Pagan was not surprised that Gardner broached it. During the 5-week journey out to Saturn, he had probably established a Guinness record for announcing his discomforts and inconveniences. In her mind, she had bestowed upon Gardner a 7-dwarf name, Grumbly, which she kept to herself. It did not seem to have occurred to him that his alternative to the journey had been an arduous 7-year stint in the Martian penal colony, quarrying permafrost at the North Pole to be harvested for water for the few colonies. The worn skin on his face said he should be accustomed to harsh conditions, as did the missing row of 4 teeth on the upper left side that kept him from more than a facsimile of a smile. There was just enough intelligence behind his deep brown eyes to get him through the acceptance hurdles, though his odds in any event had been good, as only 9 people had applied for the 4 slots. Protocol, said Pagan. SOP prevails. Do you think this has something to do with Skysail? Asked Dickie Doyle. Pagan thought of him as limpet. He was a slim young man, not quite as tall as her metre-78, with bleary blue eyes and unkempt dishwater hair, and might have been all of 22 years old. He showed an unusual skill in using common points of interest to glue himself to stronger personalities, in this case, Pagan. Although she had not sought that or any relationship with him, she had just asked Jansdotter about Skysail, and now he was pursuing the topic ingratiatingly, as if to cement her protection to him. After 5 weeks she was used to it, and he never stepped over the lines that marked her personal and mental spaces. Why he thought she could protect him, and from what, she had yet to figure out. It's possible, Pagan temporized. Or a meteorite might have punched through a bulkhead, or the cook could have burned the biscuits. We'll know soon enough. Muthie Farrell's contribution was simple and direct. I'm scared, she said. Farrell reminded Pagan of a woman composed of leftover parts, with the result that the 2 women were almost physiological opposites, where Pagan was tall and slender, with long black hair, tawny skin, and deep dark eyes. Muthie Farrell had been inflicted with a short, somewhat chunky infrastructure, on which were affixed the customary female accoutrements. She wore her straw-yellow hair parted on the left and cropped even shorter than Lieutenant Jansdotter's. Her pale eyes had a mottled cast to them, like a clear puddle continually disturbed by drops of rain. She had a snub nose with a tip that suggested an occasional lie. Seen from the front, it looked appropriate to her face, but from the side, her silhouette became almost a caricature. Her full lips needed only a touch of cosmetics to make them attractive, but Pagan doubted the woman was aware of that necessity, even though Mothy had hit on her several times during the outbound voyage. Pagan had dodged the offers. Despite some youthful experimentation, she preferred men, although, in her view, neither of the male volunteers seemed to qualify in that regard. But fear was something Pagan understood. She had known more than enough of it while growing up on the streets of old London. If there was something to fear, she told Mothy, deliberately overlooking the fact that volunteers were expendable, they would arrange for our protection. It's best we remain... A scream cut her off. It came from the passageway outside the briefing room. A man's scream, harsh and guttural. She looked at the hatch, expectantly, but with apprehension. It slid open. Into the room spilled a man with something on his face. He was clawing at it and screaming. Whatever it was refused to dislodge. Pagan, already on her feet, backed away until she collided with Dickie Doyle, who clung to her like a barnacle. She managed to pry him loose and shoved him toward the rear bulkhead, never taking her eyes off the fallen man. "What in God's name? Yeah, Arthur." The man's screams lessened, abated. He ceased tearing at the object on his face. He seemed to be struggling for breath. Another man appeared in the open hatchway, holding a nozzle attached by a hose to his backpack. He pushed a button, and a gout of flame enveloped the fallen man. Pagan smelled a roast burning, the pungent, dry smell of hair, the odor of heated bone that reminded her of a dentist's office when teeth were drilled. She wanted to throw up, but had nothing to offer except water. The sounds of dry heaving came from Mothy Farrell. Doyle was whimpering. Gardner, prone along the base of the rear bulkhead, had passed out. The man shut off the nozzle. "I think we just found out about Skysail," Pagan said quietly. Pagan and Farrell were assigned to bunk with Lieutenant Jansdotter. The sleeping compartment accommodated 4, with 2 upper and 2 lower berths, but protocol forbade officers from bunking with the ranks, only with civilians, and only when necessary. At the moment, with Jansdotter still on duty elsewhere, the 2 women established their sleeping arrangements. "I'm taller," Pagan pointed out, while they sat well apart on a plastic bench that dropped open from a bulkhead. "It's more convenient for me to take the upper berth." Farrell gazed down at her hands, folded in her lap. "You mean you have less weight to pull up there?" she said softly. Before Pagan could protest, she went on, "No, don't deny it. I know what I look like, but this is not what I want to look like." "I don't think climbing up there once a day is going to burn a lot of calories." "Fat," supplied Farrell. "You can say it. I guess I need to lose 10 or 15 pounds. She laughed lightly and added, "Or grow another 4 or 5 inches. "Americans," chided Pagan. "Still metrophobes." "If I lost 10 pounds, Farrell offered hesitantly, "would you—" "No." Pagan glowered at her. "I thought we had settled this." A gloomy silence fell between them, broken by distant sounds of activity elsewhere in the module. Finally Farrell whispered, "I've never been so frightened in my life. I certainly didn't expect this. They burned that man, Pagan. They didn't ask questions. They didn't give him a chance. They just incinerated him. Ashes to ashes." "That's not funny." Pagan made a face. "It's gallows humor, Mothy. What is that short for anyway?" "Mothy." "Just now you think to ask me. If you'll recall, most of our interactions have consisted of hinted invitations from you and evasions by me." Farrell's expression darkened. "I guess I was hoping no meant maybe, but not right now." She sighed. "Plymouth." "What?" "Plymouth. It's a car. I was conceived in the back of one." "It could have been worse," Pagan allowed, after a moment of reflection. "Could have been a Volvo." She thought about that and nodded. "Yeah, I can just hear the kids on the playground now. Hey, Volva." Farrell sighed again. "That was a skysail, wasn't it?" That thing on his face. That was a skysail. "I think so." "Oh God, I'm scared." Pagan resisted the impulse to slide closer to her. "Fear is healthy," she said. "It's your mind's way of telling your body to be careful." "Great," muttered Farrell. Tautology terminates terror. The unexpected vocabulary startled Pagan. Heretofore their conversation had been limited by Farrell's simple sentences and simple desires. Pagan felt her brows wrinkle. Mothy Farrell might have been on her way to the jail for third offence petty theft, but at some point her life had held promise. Pagan wondered what had broken it. "That's a curious expression on your face," said Farrell. "I guess I shouldn't have used a word or two there." "I get Gardner," said Pagan. "He was going away for a few years." Dickie Doyle strikes me as the sort who would not do well in prison. He'd be a plaything. But you were facing what, 6 months? Less? Why am I here, you mean? Pagan nodded. Something like that. I didn't want to be there is why. Plus, there was the money. Yeah, same here. $30 million. Farrell emitted a sound between a gasp and a scream. Oh my God, she said, hushed. There's no way they'll pay us 4 times 30. That was just to lure us in. Horror filled her pale eyes as she turned on the bench to face Pagan. They could pay us that much because they knew we'd never use it. Pagan, we're not expected to survive this. I'm going to be happy to disappoint them. Farrell squinted at her. How can you be so calm? How can you not? Pagan shrugged. Look, we're here. Can't escape that. We have a job to do, so we do it. We'll figure out how to get home when the job's done. Meanwhile, we sneak into the Colonel's rations now and then and steal his filet mignon. Get some sleep, Mothy. She looked confused. We don't know it's time to sleep. We've been given nothing to do, Pagan pointed out as she climbed onto the upper berth. We don't know the schedule. Best thing to do is get some sleep because we don't know when we'll have the next chance to do so. Leave your clothes on, just in case. Farrell stretched out on the sleeping pad. Sure, you would say that. Pagan peered over the edge of the berth. As it happens, Mothy, I like you, just not that way, okay? I guess that will have to do, she sighed. The briefing officer, a Captain Ambrose, spoke as if reading from a teleprompter. The information itself kept Pagan awake. Otherwise, the droning monotone in which it was delivered would have already lulled her to sleep. Mothy, seated beside her, jerked now and then, and each time sat up straight. Pagan, seeing him frown in their direction, raised her hand, the question a diversion. A gesture from Ambrose bade her speak. So, Skysail is attracted to human flesh, she said. Do we know why? That's what we're trying to find out, Ambrose replied. Liberated from his prepared text, he took on an easier tone, his syntax somewhat awry now. There are resources to be exploited on Titan, both in the atmosphere and on the surface, but until the Skysail we are able to neutralize, we can do nothing. Yes, civilian Percival? It almost sounds as if we're sacrificial animals, Pagan pointed out. Very well-paid sacrificial animals, returned Ambrose and smiled. Every precaution we take to keep you safe. If you follow instructions, you'll be okay. Now, a palmetto you've each been given with all the available data on it. Some of it we've already gone over. The rest, you're expected to study. Will a quiz there be? Thought Pagan. Mothy's hand shot up, then dropped almost immediately, as if she took acknowledgement for granted. According to this, she said, studying the palmetto in her left hand, we're to expose our skin to space itself. Isn't that... Yes, Ambrose broke in. Some skin you will probably lose to frostbite. Only a few seconds will the exposure last, and already we know the body can tolerate this. If the instructions you will simply read... The suit seals off a 10-centimetre segment of the left forearm, Mothy went on, unperturbed. Or the right forearm, if you're left-handed, as I am. The suit is punctured at that spot. Air escapes, and presumably the Skysail will ooze through the hole and affix itself to the skin. Now this hole is 1 millimetre across. Skysail can fit through that. It pours through, yes, the briefing officer answered, rather like a liquid. I understand that, but... Please, Civilian Farrell, Ambrose broke in, his tone peevish now as he lifted his hand for pause. This is a general briefing. The specifics you'll find in your uploads. Study them and then ask your questions. Your tasks, you'll see, are quite clear and simple. All you have to do is follow instructions. Now, with meals, the galley is properly stocked. Your EVAs are scheduled to begin at 10:00, or 1 hour from now. Enjoy your meal, then your outsuits try on and make certain they fit. Have Lieutenant Jensdotter inspect you and familiarize you. Any more questions you have, she can address. Dismissed. This doesn't sound good, said Gardner, after the briefing officer had departed. It doesn't sound safe. Space is cold. I mean, not just cold, it's cold. Pagan deliberately did not look at him, lest she encourage him. Yeah, we get it. Space is cold. Softly, she added. Mothy. I don't like this, she said, studying the upload in her palmetto. There's something he's not telling us. Gardner stepped closer. What? What is it? Mothy just shook her head. Is it dangerous? Gardner persisted. Hey, is it? Pagan stepped between them and realized for the first time that Gardner possessed almost twice her bulk. Heretofore, he had simply been larger. At the moment, fear made him dangerous, the way a man floundering in deep water is a liability to his rescuer. Mentally, she prepared herself to flatten Gardner's groin with her knee at the first sign of violence. Leave her alone, she growled. You got the same upload she did. Read it yourself. She glanced over her shoulder. Muthi, let's head back to our quarters and try on our suits. You'll tell us if you find something, right? Worried Doyle. Pagan backed away, forcing Mothi to move with her. If we find something, she agreed. Behind her, Mothi slid the hatch open, and they entered the passageway. Pagan walked backwards at first, in case Gardner decided to come after them. Seconds later, with neither he nor Doyle having emerged from the briefing room, she turned around and joined up with Mothi. Thanks, whispered Mothi, her attention still devoted to the palmetto screen. Pagan halted. Where are you going? This is us, she said, opening the hatch to their quarters. So it is, Mothi mumbled, and followed her inside. This is interesting, she added, as the hatch hissed shut. Pagan waited until Mothi parked herself on the lower berth. What's that? She asked. Let me finish reading, said Mothi. Try your suit on. Pagan drew the aqua outsuit down from its peg on the bulkhead and began to climb into it. Her arms and legs fit snugly into 4 layers of protection against temperatures that would freeze argon. Already her limbs felt warm. She left the front unsealed and examined the area on the outside of her left sleeve, where the skysail was supposed to filter through. As advertised, the hole was so small as to be almost invisible. It was effectively a grommet, the reinforcing metal platinum. Inside the sleeve, in front of and behind the hole, strictures clung to her forearm to isolate the skysail once it had entered. But why would it enter at all? She mused aloud. Exactly, said Mothi, looking up from her palmetto. What is there about human flesh that would attract a skysail? I don't know, said Pagan. Hair, body heat? According to these reports, it takes the flesh and leaves the hair, Mothi told her. As to heat, the skysail itself, based on the very few readings they've managed to take, seems to have a temperature of around 310 degrees Kelvin. What's that in metrophobe? About 90 Fahrenheit? Mothi gave a little nod. Closer to 95. About like us, then. She dragged a hand through her hair and made a little sound of exasperation. The more she learned about skysail, the less it made sense. So you're saying this thing has a body temperature like ours, yet it exists in an atmosphere over 200 degrees lower? Mothi waggled the palmetto. They're saying that, she amended, but I see no reason to doubt their readings. Besides, Titan is known to have warmer pockets in its atmosphere. Hey, that outsuit looks good on you. It could stand some piping, though. Black, perhaps, and name tags. We can probably tell who's who by the configuration, Pagan pointed out. Mothi looked glum. I suppose so. Guilt slugged Pagan. Hey, I didn't mean... Mothi waved this off. I know you didn't. After a moment, she added, they didn't leave us any helmets, just outsuits. We'll issue those just before you go EVA, said Lieutenant Jensdotter, entering the quarters. We wouldn't want anyone out there unsupervised. She tossed her palmetto onto a bunk and sat down, stretching her legs. Are you two settling in all right? Pagan nodded. What happened to that man? Was that skysail? Jensdottir idly slid a fingertip along the scar on the side of her face. One of the larger ones, she answered. What happened? Pressed Mothi. Jensdottir slowly stood up and trudged to the door, coding it shut. Even in privacy she seemed to hesitate. Arms crossed over her chest, she leaned against the bulkhead. We have a laboratory, she told them. We maintain a few small samples there, in hermetically sealed glass containers. Unfortunately, these creatures can take advantage of the slightest opening to escape. I'm talking microns here. One of the containers was not fully sealed. I get the feeling, Pagan said carefully, that you don't fully approve of using civilians as bait. I think you should have been apprised of the risk before you were brought out here. We're here, Pagan returned with a cheeriness she did not feel. Is that what happened to your face, Lieutenant? Jensdottir stroked her scar again. That was a small one, she told them. It attached itself to the skin, and I managed to pull it free. Fortunately, the epidermis came with it. Fortunately, gasped Pagan. Yes, fortunately, Jensdottir continued with some asperity, because otherwise we could not have seen it to kill it. Skysail is microns thin. You can see right through it. It comes in sheets. The largest we know of was almost a meter across, but it broke up when we tried to capture it. We lost a woman and 2 men that day. Most are much smaller, the size of your hand, or 2 hands. She glanced at Mothi. Haven't you read your skysail briefing? Pagan slipped free of her outsuit and hung it back on its peg. This thing's hot, she complained, mostly to herself. Sweat, said Mothi, animated now, as if she had just made a eureka connection. That's what it's attracted to. She looked hard at Jensdottir. Isn't that right? It seems to be, Jensdottir conceded. Mothi tossed her palmetto to the foot of her berth. Her tone was a mix of irritation and anger. Seems to be. Yes, I've read your briefing, what there is of it. Your whole description of Skysail is couched in uncertainties. It might be this, it might do that. When did you start studying it? Yesterday? Janstotter said nothing. Pagan took a step toward the officer. I think that deserves an answer, she said, her voice ominously quiet. You're getting into an area that is classified, said Janstotter. We are the dead, Pagan pointed out with Orwellian doom. Who are we going to tell? That's right, isn't it? We're not expected to live through this. So why not give us a fighting chance? Tell us what you know. Janstotter slumped against the bulkhead and dropped her hands to her sides. I know that it's time for the first EVA, she said, her voice just audible. Civilian Doyle is going out in... She glanced at her palmetto. About 15 minutes. We'll watch through the Videx. Limpet, thought Pagan. Oh dear God. The mid-level Videx presented live action rather than time-delayed recording? Pagan watched reluctantly, even though curiosity and fear demanded that she do so. Beside her, Mothy Farrell trembled, her knuckles white around the palmetto. Take a few deep breaths, whispered Pagan. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Let the air take away your worries. That sounds so zen. It is. Give it a chance. The view they saw included a 90-degree swatch, horizontal and vertical, of the mottled, vaguely orange atmosphere of Titan, and off to port, a mechanical arm that bore a detachable array of 3 capsules where the fingers would be. Light from a bank topside illuminated the arm and cast a shadow down into the atmosphere. Pagan could not make out anything of Doyle through the 2 portholes on his finger. He'd been afraid all his life, shunting himself from one rock to another in search of security and stability. Perhaps to him this was just another fear to be filed away. Why him? Mothy muttered. Instead of me, said Gardner, standing on the other side of Janstotter. His tone dared them to object. That's what you really mean, isn't it? We drew lots, is why. Pagan felt her eyebrows bunch. How? Gardner shrugged. Rock, paper, scissors. Oh, you bastard, seethed Mothy. The big man backed away. Hey, better him than me, right? Can we hear him? Pagan asked Janstotter. Can we talk to him? The lieutenant shook her head. We could, if we patched in. Right now, only the command center. Light gleamed from the capsule portholes. Pagan thought she saw a shadow moving, but she could not be certain. She squinted, seeking out the shape of Doyle within, worrying perhaps at the tiny entry hole on his sleeve. There, said Janstotter. They've opened the outer hatch. Come and get it, Gardner called. Pagan barely resisted the urge to throttle him. Discoloration? Mothy said softly. Gardner pricked up his ears. What's that? What did you say? Pagan made a little gesture at Titan. It's not a solid or continuous colour, she said. It's mottled, almost like camouflage. I don't know. It might have something to do with temperature variations. Mothy? Mothy tugged at her lower lip. Maybe, she said, her tone doubtful. But see how the darker splotch is moving toward the hatch? Maybe a metre on the long axis, half that on the short. Now her voice shook. Pagan, I think that's Skysail. Limpet hasn't reacted yet, said Pagan. If that's Skysail, how could it... Abruptly she whirled on Janstotter. It knows, she cried. It's capable of troping toward a stimulus. Janstotter's face was grim, her thin lips taut. Gardner backed a couple of steps from the Videx. What the hell are you talking about? Are you telling me that thing is intelligent? Not necessarily, said Mothy. It's learned that a certain behaviour is related to some form of nutrient. Yeah, well, more of those splotches are drifting toward that capsule, said Gardner. He took 2 more steps back and looked as if he were about to flee. You knew, Pagan said quietly to Janstotter. Janstotter shook her head. I don't think we knew what we knew, she said. We haven't run any experiments like this since we hired you. She waved at the flock of splotches. We haven't seen this before. Oh God, that's his arm, Mothy groaned. Oh no. How much Skysail can get into that little space? Asked Pagan. Janstotter grimaced. Enough. Even at a distance of 20 meters, Pagan could see that Doyle's arm was shaking against the splotch, as if to liberate itself from a bug clinging to it. In her mind, she heard his screams of agony and terror. A flash of light liberated the finger, and small rockets sent it away from the orbital module, eventually to crash on the surface of Titan. Splotches followed it. Gardner, pale now, sank to his knees on the deck. His mouth worked, but no sounds emerged. Pagan sympathized with him. Mothy began to weep. Janstotter's choked voice barely reached Pagan's ears. Please believe me when I tell you I did not expect this, she said. Others might have, but not I. What, grated Pagan through clenched jaws, happened? I cannot say with certainty. Hazard a guess, Pagan demanded. Her countenance darkened as guilt set in. Doyle had tried to cling to her, as if he somehow sensed that she was the strong one of the group, and she had brushed him aside. The knowledge that she could not have spared him this death gave her no comfort. Jansdotter coughed. Skysail comes in strings of molecules, she told them. This experiment is, or was, safe. A tiny amount enters, we trap it and study it. We've not seen anything that size before. That's a lie, Mothy said with quiet ferocity. This module has an array of sensors that will detect what we just saw. All you have to do is calibrate them. You're looking for a polymer, right? Something that forms microfibrils, something that has, say, hydroxyl groups on one chain bonding with oxygen on a neighboring chain, like cellulose. It would have a high tensile strength. Once formed, it would be difficult to break. Makes sense, damn it, Gardner yelled. Pagan gave him a withering look. She's making more sense than anyone else around her, she growled. Thanks, said Mothy. Now she challenged Jansdotter. There was nothing about polymers or chains in that briefing. Why not? Jansdotter fought for words. You were not deemed. How shall I put this without... We were regarded as too stupid to understand, Pagan charged. Isn't that about right? I wouldn't have said it like that. Pagan relented. No, you wouldn't have. But as of now, it looks to me like Mothy here has a better grasp of Skysail than you lot do. Maybe not in specific technical terms, but certainly in general theory. Maybe you need fresh eyes. Let Mothy take a look at your findings so far. They're classified, Jansdotter protested. Declassify them. Oh my God, that's the problem, cried Mothy. That's what's going on here. What? Gardner broke in. He looked to be on the verge of panic. Pagan moved between him and Mothy. You were saying? The module's mission is to gather biological data, yes, but its primary purpose is to figure out a way to control the Skysail so that it can be weaponized. Oh dear God, Pagan said hoarsely. So basically, we're here as a flock of zebras to be dropped into a pride of lions, while these folks try to figure out what motivates the lions to attack the zebras. Herd, whispered Mothy to Pagan. Not flock. Sorry. Mothy looked at Jansdotter. So, which of us sacrificial victims is next? She asked. The lieutenant shrugged off the jibe. It will take about an hour to replace that last capsule, she replied. After that, I don't know. They were hoping to gather data to analyze. Instead, this makes the third capsule they've had to cast off. They, noted Pagan, not we. Aloud she said, Why platinum? Jansdotter looked a little flustered. What? The grommet in the sleeve is made of platinum, Pagan pointed out. It's only a small amount, but still expensive. Why not iron, or titanium, or praseodymium? Gardner just stared at her uncomprehendingly. Jansdotter remained silent. Mothy glanced at Pagan. Let's go to our quarters, she said. Alone, she added, as Jansdotter started to follow. All right, said Pagan. You've got me alone. Now what? Mothy grinned. Not what you fear, but I know... Mothy, it's not that I'm afraid of you. She moved to the plastic bench and sat down, inviting Mothy to do the same. I'm not, but I do wish you'd stop. I'm very sorry, said Mothy, joining her there. I mean that. You're my only friend anywhere. Oh, surely not. Mothy gazed down at her feet. We can discuss my social life some other time, she said softly. Pagan, this may be important. About the platinum? Mothy nodded. Oxygen doesn't react with it. The information failed to strike Pagan as significant. She shrugged. They don't want anything to get between the Skysail and the oxygen in our skin, Mothy declared, with a note of triumph. Her face saddened. Which means they've known all along what the attraction was, she went on. What they're trying to do here is control that attraction. Again she brightened with the realization. Which means they have suspicions that the Skysail might be intelligent. Pagan chuckled. Intelligent as in E equals MC squared? Probably not, Mothy said soberly. More on the order of fetch. Well, there's only one thing to do about that. What? Said Mothy. What? Pagan shook her head. First, let's see if there's any food. In the meantime, Gardner died. Forced into the capsule by armed men, he crapped inside his EVA outsuit, which did nothing good for his air supply, the outsuit not designed for waste accumulation. His death was much the same as Doyle's. The Skysail swarmed into the capsule, uncontrollable. The capsule was detached, and it fell wherever the wind on Titan would carry it. Pagan and Mothy learned of it second-hand. Stealth had gotten them into the upper level of the experimental module, the 3 staff members there being conveniently at a meal in the galley, where the remote circuit gave them a better view of the experiment. Pagan was none too cautious in her search. She was looking for something, and if it was located in the upper levels, she meant to have it, and to hell with the mess. Muthi followed her around, fretting. At last Pagan gave a little cry of success and held up the object for inspection. It resembled a state-of-the-art pistol, its pellets discharged by forced air from a small canister, except it did not fire pellets. It was used to blow small accumulations of space dust from various instruments, dust that entered on those same instruments after their service outside the EM. One item down, she thought, one to go, the hard one. Can these be refilled? She asked Muthi, holding up a thumb-sized air canister. Muthi looked doubtful. She ran her fingers over a small plastic tote that contained 20 such canisters. It's easier just to insert a fresh one and recycle the empties when the resupply ship arrives. But I don't want CO2, protested Pagan. Look again, said Muthi. Upon their return to quarters, they encountered Jan's in passing. She slipped Pagan a palmetto, then hustled off to other duties. Pagan added the device to the other items she had filched from the laboratory, and she and Muthi swept into the room. The door hissed shut behind them, with finality. Can they hear us in here? Muthi worried. Pagan made a face. Doubtful, she said. Else they would have picked up on our earlier conversations. They might have sensors in place for respiration and temperature. I don't think they would dare have anything visual. She handed the palmetto to Muthi. Here, you're the tech whiz. While Muthi read, Pagan studied her. The young woman might have social adjustment difficulties, but she was far more than she presented herself to be. Whatever she found on the palmetto was making sense to her. From time to time she nodded, with not a glance at Pagan. Finally she sat down on the berth, shaking her head. Interesting stuff, cued Pagan. It's disjointed, said Muthi with just a hint of complaint. She tossed the palmetto onto the sleeping pad. Skysail is much more complex than you'd think, but this report is facts without conclusions. They have no idea what they're dealing with. For example, in the structure of Skysail, they've detected pyrimidine rings with methane. And that means? The molecule is a hemoglobinoid, a type of primitive hemoglobin. By itself that means nothing, but they've also found that Skysail takes in hydrogen, metabolizes it with acetylene, and exhales methane, which could mean that Skysail is responsible for the methane in Titan's atmosphere. I sense a but, said Pagan. Muthi nodded, but that would mean there's a lot of Skysail out there, probably in small clumps because of the high winds. It could only form larger bodies in the calmer eddies. Now go back to that hemoglobinoid. There is a form of hemoglobin that snatches oxygen away from anaerobic forms. This hemoglobinoid may be able to accomplish a related task. Pagan chuckled. Studied biology, did we? Muthi's face coloured. It's the curse of you as social outcasts, she said. We tend to read a lot. So where are we then? They've also detected cellulose. What happens with cellulose is, hydroxyl groups from one chain can unite with oxygen on another chain, binding the two chains together. It's like weaving a carpet on a loom with the microfibrils of cellulose as the threads. The long pole in the tent is oxygen. The dot... What? What's holding things up? Muthi explained. What prevents Skysail from growing much larger is a lack of oxygen. Her fingertips caressed the palmetto, and she drew a deep breath, exhaling audibly. And we've just delivered to Skysail a nice supply of it, and rung the dinner bell. Pagan decided she understood about half of what Muthi had told her. She gave a fatalistic shrug. Either we're getting out of this alive, or we're not, she said. I have an idea. What is it all organisms want? Muthi's expressions blanked. I'm not sure what you're getting at. Do you mean basics? I'd say food, security. And here she lowered her voice to a whisper. And sex. Pagan grinned. The ability to replicate themselves, she amended. Sex is much more fun. Muthi eased up. But I don't see how that applies here, unless you're saying that all life forms, regardless of where they originate, have the same fundamental motivations. I couldn't have said it better myself, said Pagan. In fact, I'm damn sure I couldn't. Then I don't understand. They don't need protection from us, and they seem to have no natural predators. And I'm pretty sure you're not going to, Suddenly she brightened. You're going to give them food. I'm going to feed them. But you'll be killed, Muthi wailed. Maybe, Pagan agreed. Maybe not. After all, it's also bad form to bite the hand that feeds you. She clapped Muthi on the back. Let's go see the lieutenant. I think she's on our side, for what that's worth. The rest just follow orders from those murderous bastards at Research and Development. Her decision made, Pagan paced the deck before the airlock, back and forth, like a cat eager to get at all those bloody mice and have it out with them once and for all. It did not concern her that her feline characteristics consisted of a few fangs good for snipping off fragments of fruit and vegetables, and a set of nails that she kept short to prevent them from breaking. She was stoic about the coming confrontation. No matter which way it went, it would be over in a few seconds. She was more concerned about Mothy Farrell, who had, she feared, become dependent on her. Like Mothy, but for different reasons, Pagan had no close friends. This was somewhat by design. She was not a permanent person, and tended to skitter through life like a dragonfly, always staying one step ahead of the naturalist with the net. Yet there was something about Mothy that aroused in her the need to be needed, a sensation with which she was unfamiliar. It was pleasant to have a friend, even if that friend was inclined to hit on her, but friendship came with responsibilities. Pagan blinked herself back to the present moment. A voice had sounded. She replayed the words in her mind. "Are you sure you know what you're doing?" Jensdotter had asked, speaking into Pagan's suit como. "This is what you underpay us for," Pagan replied. "Where's Mothy?" "Here," cried Mothy. "I'm right here." "Keep your pistol handy," Pagan reminded her, and added before she could back out at the last moment. "Okay, let me into the capsule." That was the first step. After the door closed behind her, the hatch opened to the second capsule. For a few seconds, Pagan's thumb hovered over the chicken switch on her EVA suit. Despite her controlled breathing, her heart had a mind of its own, and pounded away. She stepped into the second capsule and watched the hatch slide shut behind her. At her command, the air was evacuated. Finally, the outer hatch opened. Pagan remained inside the capsule, waiting, the hole in her suit arm sealed off to avoid distracting the skysail. Darker splotches began to draw near, barely visible against the backdrop of Titan's atmosphere. They varied in size and had no discernible regular shape, and hardly any substance at all. Like ghosts, she could see right through them. Attracted by the oxygen in the air released from the capsule, they approached slowly, assimilating as they went. Even as Pagan watched, they seemed to be growing. "Wait till you find out what's for dessert," she said. The closer the splotches came, the more they resembled ragged sheets of clear cellophane wrap. Extremely sensitive to oxygen, they followed the trail into the airlock and began to assemble before the air pistol in Pagan's gloved hand. "Pagan?" whimpered Mothy, in a tight, high-pitched voice. Pagan raised the pistol and fired a short burst of oxygen at the nearest skysail. Immediately several small sheets of cellophane glommed onto the airstream, while others gathered in behind them. So far, thought Pagan, so good. Another burst, in a different direction, gave her much the same result. This time it was the skysail in the rear that drifted toward the stream. "They're sharing," she thought. Are they sharing the oxygen?" Mothy asked. "So it would seem. Lieutenant, are you getting all this?" "Telemetry is 5 by 5, answered Jensdotter. Two small sheets that had fed off the first burst now began to stick together, bonded by a chemical reaction Pagan barely understood. She tried a different tack, this time firing a shorter burst directly at a skysail the size of a spread hand. It paused, hovering not a meter away from Pagan. Through it she could see the other skysail. Evidently the burst of oxygen was able to pass through a sheet. That would make sense, she decided. In the turbulent, oxygen-poor atmosphere of Titan, sequences of skysail would act like a net, each trapping what little it could, and allowing little or none to escape. Survival of the fittest meant nothing where everyone was equally fit. She fired again, directly at another skysail. She noticed that other small sheets were beginning to attach to one another. Remarkably, none of them fastened themselves to her, but were content to absorb the oxygen she gave them. Content, she thought, to be fed. "And when the oxygen runs out," she muttered, "what will you lot do then?" "Pagan, maybe you should get out of there," said Jensdotter. She shook her head, although it was unlikely the lieutenant could see it. "They're leaving me alone," she replied. "I want to know why." She fired one more burst in a general direction and lowered the pistol. Skysail moved to intercept it and gathered around it, feeding after their fashion. Pagan stood still. Presently the skysail hovered, satisfied for the moment. They reminded her of baby birds waiting for more regurgitated worms. Waiting. She gave the skysail 5 minutes, watching for any sign of aggression. They remained patient. Finally she let them have the last of the canister. Again they moved to intercept the stream. Pagan nodded to herself and replaced the empty canister with a fresh one. "In some way they are aware that I am feeding them," she said, mostly for Mothy. Maybe aware is not the right word. Maybe it's the abundance of food that pacifies them. And again, I'm not using the right words. "I get what you mean," said Jensdotter. "Murthy?" said Pagan. "I'm ready." This is for Limpet, thought Pagan, and even for Grumbly Gardner, and for the others who have been sacrificed before us. "Okay, Mothy, go ahead with what we discussed," she said. "I'll meet you aboard the shuttle." "Wait," called Jansdottir. But already the outer hatch was closing, trapping some skysail inside the capsule. Soon the outer airlock would fill with air, and Mothy would open the inner airlock. After that, military research and weaponization in the golem would come to a screeching halt. Except for Jansdottir, whose interest was science, not weaponry, and she had enough oxygen canisters to last until resupply from Ceres Station. Pagan headed for the shuttle bay, doffing the EVA suit as she went, and followed by a flock of adoring aliens. "You scared the shit out of me," yelled Mothy, and shook Pagan by the shoulders. "You just wait till I get you home." "We're clear of the bay," Pagan said calmly, and sat down before the shuttle's instrumentation console. "Can you really pilot this thing?" She shrugged. "I've got 3 months to learn. Besides, it's a direct route back. Just aim for the sun, and don't neglect to pull up before we reach Earth." "It's a little more complicated than that." Her jaw dropped, and her eyes widened as she stared at Pagan's throat and bare shoulders. "Oh no, you didn't. Oh my god, those are not pets." "This one is. She likes me to breathe on her. Exhalation is 15% oxygen, you know. That's more than enough for her." She tugged the collar of her green jersey down and gently caressed the cellophane on her chest with her fingertips. "And when you get bigger," she went on, in a baby talk tone, "and I get you trained, we'll go pay a supwise visit to those mean old people in research and development, won't we?" "I just hope it doesn't do what rabbits did in Australia," said Mothy, backing away. Pagan tilted her head, thinking, "I really should give her a name. Sam, maybe. For Samantha." Mothy looked uncertain. "How do you know it's a girl?" she asked. "Oh, she's probably asexual, but I like girls, so—" "Wait, what?" "The few pets I've had have been female," Pagan explained. "Dogs, mostly. Loyal, non-aggressive, intelligent, always glad to see me." "Oh." "Just like you, Mothy. Not that I see you as a pet, of course." Mothy licked her lips. How do you see me?" For a few moments Pagan gazed out the Videx at the stars beyond. 3 months, she thought. A lot can happen in 3 months. Fingers poised, she studied the console. "Let me just set the automatic pilot first," she said. The end. Tyree Campbell is a retired US Army translator whose first science fiction story was published auspiciously on January 1st, 2000. Since then, he has had published in the small indie presses some 30 novels, 30 novellas, and about 100 short stories. His latest novel is The Gifted, which features a physically challenged superheroine with PSI powers. He lives in the Southwest with 2 mixed-breed huskies who keep him in shape. Story 3, Man Among Others, by Jason Larimore. The view through the Ark ship's port showed a perfect black spherical world. Blue light from the solar system's distant blue dwarf rimmed the blackness, giving the planet a pleasant softness that was at once comforting and beautiful. Stephen Rail hoped the feeling present out here on final approach would mirror the one he would feel when he took his first step on the alien surface. "I hope they crush you by way of greeting," Clave Twilley, neuroparasitologist, said, as the group, all 50 aboard the Ark ship, viewed their supposed new homeworld. Stephen had been lucky. He had won the random pick lottery that had chosen which of them was to go down and be the first among the others. "I'll try not to die," he said. His sentiment was the truth. Dying would be embarrassing. Humanity was counting on him to represent them properly. The Ark ship's hum changed pitch as it reached a stable orbit. From their vantage point, the world below continued to appear nice and soft. There were swaths of purple that looked like clouds, and blurred lines of red that might be rivers. "They will probably eat you by accident," Tressa Dort, quantum biologist, said. "They might eat like plants. You'd be like sunlight to them. You'll be the first human to undergo Homo sapiens synthesis. I wonder what the byproduct of something like that would be." "I'm sure it would be something as sweet as you, Tressa," he replied. It was true that they had no clue as to what they were getting into. They'd had to enter this whole meet and greet on blind faith. "Of course," Paul Grinali, exometeorologist, said, "if they miscalculated our relatively narrow range of survivability needs, then you'll probably just die outright the moment your soon-to-be famous foot touches the surface." Stephen laughed along with the rest. "I'll hold my breath so that I can at least get a look around before keeling over." Blue blips of motion were visible out past the viewport's glass, blips that were travelling in similar orbits. It looked like there might be other ships circling the planet. A ding sounded, and the viewport went black. The image of the colourful, blue-tinged world was replaced by the head and shoulders of the emissary. The emissary. It had not called itself that. It had not called itself anything. It had simply shown up on board their freshly forged experimental spacecraft, XOL-1. It had ruined their inaugural attempt to leave the solar system by destroying their new engine with a weapon unlike anything anybody had ever seen. Then it had told them that they were not yet ready to leave. They had to meet their neighbors first, forge a few bonds, it had said. The emissary looked like a pale white man wearing a black suit and sunglasses. But it wasn't a man. Everyone knew the truth of that. "Welcome," it said, "to Ricomum, the melting pot of galactic culture." They clapped at the emissary's declaration. "If I didn't know better," said Fiona Barrett, their nutrigenomicist, "and I don't know better, I'd think you put a neurotransmitter in our cryotubes while we slept so we'd wake all happy and docile." She smiled up at the viewport. The emissary paused for the briefest of moments, then smiled. "You have every reason to be happy. Down below, on the planet's surface, are samples of our collective technical works, as well as representatives of all the known sentient beings in the immediate vicinity. They are eager to meet you and share their work so that we might all be as equals and prosper together in proper linear fashion." "Well, here we are," said Sheila Hauer, cognitive economist, "the top minds in 50 of our most groundbreaking sciences, as you requested." The emissary nodded. "The Galactic Council will be pleased that protocols have been met. Minds such as yours will be of great value to the galaxy. There will be commerce unlike any in our history." Stephen glanced at the others. They weren't here to forge new relationships for the collective good of the galaxy. They were here because they'd been forced to come by an obviously more technologically advanced race of beings. He should be angrier than he was with their situation. They all should. But everyone was smiling. "Which of you gets the honor of first man?" the emissary asked. The others clapped as Stephen stepped forward to claim the prize. It had been his cryotube number 22 that had announced itself as the winner. "Congratulations," the emissary said with a smile. A hiss caused them all to turn to what had been a wall of solid, shiny metal. The wall split down the middle and spread to reveal an encased suit. The suit was purple, and it looked to be made of spandex. "Please, put on the suit. You will need it to survive on the planet below," the emissary said. "It's a good thing you stayed in shape, Stephen," Lily Mervis, synthetic biologist, said. "You're not going to be hiding any imperfections wearing that." The group laughed. "The mantle of modesty is hung on the coat rack outside the Hall of Science, my dear boy," said Billy Sims, an organic electro-engineer. Dr. Sims had always conducted himself in a manner closely resembling a humorless old goat. For him to crack a joke was well out of character. Like Dr. Barrett had hinted at earlier, something wasn't right. Stephen took hold of the suit and felt its strange material. The suit was but another example of the other's apparent superiority. That tremendous technological advantage had been boldly stated from the start, ever since a gigantic alien ship had popped into existence beside the XOL-1. How easily the emissary had come and destroyed their dreams of exploration and study. Stephen thought of that as he donned the suit in the little changing room beside where the suit had lain. It did feel like spandex that covered his entire body, including his face, hands, and feet. There was a pair of goggles with black lenses lying beside the suit. He donned those as well. "I feel like a superhero from the comics," he told the others. "Super Steve, the first man," shouted Leroy Undermel, a computational social scientist. "You are all super," the emissary followed. "I look forward to working with each and every one of you in the near future." Another vibration ran through the Ark ship. The viewport split in half as a sheet of shiny metal slid down from the ceiling. More walls followed the first, and an ear-popping hiss issued as pressure was created. "First man," the emissary called from the now smaller viewport. "Your transport to the surface is ready. I will meet you there." A door formed in one of the walls of the little metal box. Stephen glanced at the others. Some nodded, some smiled. A few raised their eyebrows and shrugged. "Good luck, Super Steve," somebody called from the back. Steve waved and entered the little transport. He tried to think of something useful to say as a parting word, but couldn't come up with anything. The inside of the transport looked like he thought it might. 4 shiny walls, a stress chair made of hanging black netting, and a viewport which served as the light source. There wasn't a button or lever in the whole place, nothing for his eyes or hands to do that might give even the slightest impression of control. "The transport will take you down once you are settled in the netting," the emissary said. "Right," Stephen responded. He got into the hanging bucket of netting. A timer started up on the viewport. "Here goes," he muttered when the timer hit 0. Weightlessness followed, then little nudges from one direction or another. The trip down was a bouncy vibration that lasted a couple of minutes. A ding sounded, and his ears popped. The transport's door opened. He climbed from the netting and made his way to the exit. Gravity was just about the same as back home. At the door, he paused. Here was his fabled first step, the moment that would live on forever in human history. And there, just outside, feet firmly on the green-looking gravel of the surface, stood the emissary. His first step on the surface lacked the luster he had expected. "Welcome to Ricomum," the emissary said with a big smile. "The atmosphere of this planet is very unique. It is unlike any atmosphere in the galaxy." Stephen recognized the emissary's baited hook for what it was. He took a breath through the material of his suit. The air tasted like air. "How's it unique?" The emissary waved his arm in a grand gesture that took in everything. Aside from the green gravel and orange-tinted air, there were a few pink-looking structures close at hand that reminded him of giant pencil erasers sticking from the ground. Farther on there was some sort of built-up open-air platform bathed in white light. "Everything about the atmosphere is exactly as it is on countless carbon-based worlds," the emissary said. "But there is one very important difference." It acted like it wanted Stephen to prompt it again. He nodded so it would continue. "There is a poison in the air that kills any and all life. If not for that suit, you would die instantly." The emissary wore no suit. "Come," it said, after giving Stephen a moment to let that sink. "I fear you are overwhelmed already, and there is so much more to show you." The emissary led as they headed toward the white light and the open platform. "I understand the ban against leaving our solar system," Stephen said after a few steps. "I get that we need to forge working relationships with our neighbors. But why didn't you let us bring any of our technology? We could observe things so much better with our tools." The emissary answered right away. "Man is very good with technology, and becoming more so exponentially. We simply wanted you to observe what direction others have taken before introducing and mingling your own physical devices with theirs." That was as good an answer, a non-answer really, as he would likely get. "What of these pink domes all around?" He followed. He noticed more of the things sticking out of the ground as they continued their walk. The emissary waved his arms around again, as if it was proud beyond words at the relative bleakness surrounding them. "Resident halls," it said. "They are living arcs for each individual race in the galaxy." There were dozens of the structures, and that was only what he could see in the hazy orange light through the limited vision of his darkened goggles. "We are forging a science utopia here, a world where all the problems of the universe might be solved collectively by all." All Stephen could think was that he would die, if not for the thin purple spandex he wore. That wasn't a very conducive medium by which to solve problems. After a few more steps, Stephen began to be able to make out the separate items within the white light of the platform. It was most definitely a lab. Some parts of it looked to hold chemical experimentation, others mechanical. He stopped walking as soon as he was sure of what he was looking at. "That's the work area, isn't it?" he asked, indicating the lab. The emissary opened his hands and held them fully extended toward the enormous platform. "It is where our galaxy learns." The blue blips they'd seen in orbit above the atmosphere made more sense. They were probably satellites looking down to gain whatever knowledge might be discovered. That's what any right-minded human would do. There was no reason to think others would do anything different. Stephen crossed his arms and opened his mouth to ask another question, but the emissary beat him. "The open field laboratory forces everyone to wear a protective suit, thereby setting every species on equal footing." Equally close to death, Stephen thought. "Why did you pick me for first man?" he asked. It was a risk to accuse them of rigging the random pick lottery aboard the Arkship. He didn't know how the emissary might respond, but he was getting tired of feeling so out of control of the situation. Any extra information he could get his hands on would make him feel better. The emissary paused before answering. "Very good deducing, Mr. Rails. It is true. We chose you to be the first human to bless our scientific melting pot." Stephen's heart picked up its pace at the admission. "You are their natural leader," it continued, "and your field, cliometrics, makes you uniquely advantageous to deal with. I speak not only for your people, but those of other species as well." Cliometrics, the subject in which Stephen excelled, combined historical macrosociology and economic history. Boiled down, it told of the probabilities inherent in the potentials all around. Used properly, it could predict the future. With your help, we will surely keep moving every species in the direction that will benefit us all. The mention of the other species brought to mind another issue. He had yet to see an alien. "When do I get to see some of the other species?" he asked. The emissary nodded. "Of course," it said. "I understand your curiosity, but please understand. Man is a vision-driven creature. Meeting the others must be gently administered to prevent problems." Stephen nodded. He figured the answer would be something like that. It was sound logic, difficult to argue, and even more difficult to tolerate. The emissary pointed to the platform. Do you wish to see the vast selection of technology and experimentation being performed by your neighbors? There is so much to show you. Stephen shook his head. The emissary was leading him down a scripted path, trying to present information to him stepwise in order to get expected responses. Where is man's ark habitat? He asked. The emissary smiled and clapped his hands. Ah, yes, man's ark, follow me. They set off in another direction, away from the white light of the lab, between a pair of big pink buildings. Stephen tried to collect himself as they walked. This whole setup seemed too contrived to be real. He couldn't imagine any sentient species thinking a situation like this would be feasible. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. Here we are, the emissary said with a flourish that looked ridiculous in the dreariness of the muddy orange light. Stephen turned and saw a black hole in the side of a pink building. Go in, the emissary said with a smile. See your new home. It was too much. That blackness felt like the entrance to a cage at a zoo. He shook his head. I don't think so. The emissary leaned his head to the side like he was confused, then jolted. Stephen jumped as well at its reaction and backed a step. The emissary's face turned skyward. Stephen looked in the same direction and saw a great yellowing ball of light slowly dimming before his eyes. No, the emissary said. Then it jumped at him, as fast as a striking snake. Stephen got his arms up in time to block the massive blow aimed at his head. The force of the emissary's swing was such that it felt like his forearm had been broken. His arm went instantly numb. And the emissary wasn't finished. It advanced and swung and kicked and grappled with a speed and a ferocity that should have left Stephen a crying puddle of mangled bits. But such wasn't the case. He was more surprised by his actions than he was of the emissaries. It was as if a professional martial arts fighter had suddenly taken over his body. Please, the emissary said as he juked and jabbed. I'm just trying to knock you unconscious. As opposed to what? Stephen thought, but didn't say. He couldn't say. He had lost control over his mouth. We have not been idle, he heard himself say. Then he went on the offensive. In the blink of an eye, he had the emissary wrapped up and immobilized. They are all dead, the emissary said after it had figured out it couldn't get away. That light in the sky was the ark ship exploding. He wanted to ask why, but couldn't. He was as much a prisoner as the emissary. A little square of light flashed to life in his left eye. A video began to play. He blinked, thinking he was hallucinating, but the image stayed. It was a video of him sitting behind a desk. I hope you're not watching this, he said in the video. If you are, then our worst fears have been realized and the emissary was not true to his word. Stephen shook his head. He could shake his head. His body was slowly coming back to him. A counter started ticking down in the lower left corner of his vision. The him behind the desk sat there and looked at him as 5 seconds passed. Don't do this, the emissary said. If at least one survives, then relations can be salvaged. You are my clone. A forgery, the him at the desk said. I've never met you, nor will I ever meet you. You were forged from scientific advancements developed out of necessity. The emissary left us little choice. The necessity he spoke of was easy to define. Every level-headed scientist had felt it the moment the emissary had shown up. It had arrived as if by magic and had destroyed man's most advanced technology. Man had been shown, in no uncertain terms, that he was outmatched. We didn't allow any technology for this very reason, the emissary said. We didn't want you tempted out of fear of the unknown. We didn't want any accidents. Stephen could feel his body more and more. He flexed the finger of one hand to see if he could. They moved ever so slightly. The him in the video stood and walked around the desk. That number you see counting down is how much longer you have to live. You're an organic bomb designed to destroy yourself down to the last molecule. The him on the video shook his head and looked away. We don't know what the emissary is or what it is capable of. We took no chances on how or why it might use you. Stephen looked to the scrolling numbers. Less than 20 seconds remained. There is no one in the arks, the emissary said. This planet is used as a trial against unforeseen acts of aggression such as has been shown today. Stephen squeezed his hand in frustration. It moved more than before. Can you help me? He managed to whisper. If he had not been holding the emissary so close, then there was no way it could have heard him. The emissary tensed at his words, but didn't try to get away. Yes, it said. The him on the little screen looked up at just that moment. It was almost like he had heard the words, which was impossible. Stephen, the video said to him, we specialize in predicting the future, and we do so by studying our past. As the only sentient species we know, we were forced to use ourselves in extrapolating other sentient behavior. We have no reason to think that another race would be any different from us. We know that in our society, the more advanced culture always destroys or absorbs the lesser. We can't let that happen. Mankind itself is at stake. Everything the video said was true. Stephen couldn't argue the points. Man had no reason to trust the emissary, but it was also true that he was about to die. And he really didn't want to die. Using every ounce of his will, he released the emissary from his hold. "Save me! You only have a few seconds." "All I need is one," the emissary said, and swung. Black starbursts exploded like electricity inside his head. He hoped it wasn't the beginning of whatever mechanism inside him that was causing him to detonate. He hoped the emissary was telling the truth, that it could save him. He hoped that maybe he could be the one that forged the bond between man and the others in the galaxy. He guessed he'd find out the answer one way or another, if he ever woke. The end. Jason Lehrer Moore is a writer of science fiction, fantasy, and horror who lives in Oklahoma with his beautiful wife and their 3 monstrously marvelous children. He is a published finalist and a third-place winner in the SQ Mag contest. He has won honorable mention 13 times and semi-finalist once in the Writers of the Future contest. His work is both featured and forthcoming in over 98 publications to include Neo-Opsis, New Myths, Stupefying Stories, and Third Flatiron Publications, to name a few. Story 4, The Phobos Box. By Alan Ashley. It is usual procedure that classified documents are not released to public view until 25, sometimes 50 years later. We are the Free Knowledge Alliance, a group of journalists, bloggers, academics, and political activists whose sole aim is for humankind to have available right now as complete a picture as possible of historical and contemporary events, thus enabling everyone to make informed and fully cognizant decisions, opinions, and action plans. We are not tied to, or funded by, or sponsored by any national, international, or corporate organizations or special interest groups. We believe that you can vote or think whatever you want, but that it is helpful to have the full facts to hand. Everybody will hold their own memory of and spin on the first contact event. We have collated from multiple trusted sources and have eliminated the deep fakery and AI-generated or bot spammer material, so that the following accounts can form as true a history as possible. Or you can just ignore us and either keep your head firmly planted in the sand or shout your ignorant corner on social media. The habits and life cycles of many animals are driven by celestial events: migration, mating, the hatching of eggs. As far as we're aware, only humans look beyond the sway of the moon and the comfort of the sun to consider prospects and projects on other worlds and even distant stars. The astronomers at the El Casa Observatory were tasked with keeping a beady eye on Mars and were the first to report an orbital anomaly regarding its satellite Phobos. Matters were further complicated by an inexplicable darkening of the stellar background adjacent to the misshapen moon, as if some sort of huge object were blocking the visuals. Allied military facilities sent radio waves and other pulses to try to determine the nature of this opacity, but bounce-back results remained inconclusive. We had landed several rovers on the Red Planet, but they were only good for collecting soil samples and trundling over the sandy or rocky terrain for a few minutes before developing faults in their telemetry. Humankind had nothing on the surface that could adequately probe beyond the Martian stratosphere, and nothing in orbit that could assist either. Somehow news of the anomaly leaked, leading to clickbait scare stories about a black hole abruptly developing next to the fourth planet, or a dark matter sunshield materializing suddenly, one that could, depending on which search engine you preferred, become a portable parasol or a precursor to a blanketing or blanking out of all habitable environments, heralding a new ice age. The underlying science was, let's say, speculative at best, but it was the 2020s, and there were many other issues demanding people's attention. Global superpowers making land grabs, either physically or through investments, resource scarcity and climate concerns, culture wars played out on phone screens by trigger-happy thumbs. Buried deep in the also-ran news stories were reports of a matriarch elephant vanishing from a famous zoo and a male lion suddenly going off camera during filming of Wild Africa Live. The puzzling question of who stole our big cat was soon superseded by another large-scale hack by the bad actors cyber-terrorist group, leading to more pertinent queries such as, who stole my Bitcoin? Bank details. Where on earth is this place? I'm not sure we're on Earth, Felix. My feet are slipping away, and I feel nauseous. Hold on tight. God, it's like one of those awful rides at Alton Towers or Disneyland. I'm gonna heave. Just grab something solid, Fee. Close your eyes, then open them gradually. Half a minute to calm himself down, then another 30 seconds to take in his new surroundings, which seemed to be coming into greater focus or greater existence even as he looked, like a video effect or turning the wheel on a pair of binoculars. Jose chanced freeing his hands and supporting himself on his feet only. Getting more solid by the minute, he commented, a bit like coming off an aerial ride, finding your balance again. Mate, all I wanted was a beer at the Latimer Arms on a sunny day. Jose smiled. Maybe that stuff is stronger than you think, and the alcohol's addling your brain. Joker. We were only walking past the hardware shop when, well, whatever happened went and happened. What did you feel, Felix? Light, but no heat, a pull like a giant magnet. Time and distance passing that I couldn't keep track of. I never felt in danger. Isn't that odd? I think we're in danger now, Joe. We must have been dragged here for a reason. I'm sure we'll find out soon enough. I hate your calmness sometimes. Do you know that? Recorded conversation snippet at El Casa Observatory. The orbit of Phobos around Mars has become very erratic. Is it in danger of impacting or cutting loose? Too early to tell. Figures show some sort of energy phenomenon in its vicinity, currently resistant to conventional spectrographic analysis. Okay, it's important not to jump to conclusions. This is not a Will Smith film, so we're not going to talk alien craft or wormholes or fractures in time and space. Ma'am, that sounds more like Star Trek, to be honest. I suggest we pull some favors with governments and friendly telecom companies, see if they can rotate their satellites for a while and give us an off-Earth view. Sounds like a plan. Their exploration of their new surroundings was slow and considered. Felix found that his stomach had calmed down enough to start nagging a little with hunger and thirst. At least it wasn't performing cartwheels like a dislodged asteroid. Hey, Fee, what colour would you say these walls were? Patty's the one who could answer that. She knows the differences between beige and cream and magnolia and dove. But look, this button is definitely red, yeah? Shit, mate, no, don't press the red button. I've seen that movie 100 times. Too late. Jose placed his hand just so, and their view changed to black space dotted with minuscule points of light. And bottom right, the curve of a russet planet. Shit, said Felix. Sand, mostly? And no actual canals. I could murder a pint of beer right now, or even a mineral water. Do you think our captors or hosts might offer us some refreshment soon? I'm hoping depressing that button might do the trick and we'll be fed and watered soon. Unless we are the menu. The hour-long events of June 30th on Earth's nocturnal hemisphere became known colloquially as the Great Tug. This was when people using various small electronic devices, cell phones, tablets, PCs, iPads and the like, felt an influence like a strong magnetic pull tugging the tools upwards and away from their panicking hands. There were many subsequent cracked screens and dented surrounds. A few folks suffered injuries as they resisted the force. Various national government agencies and tech companies were in accord that the source was in the vicinity of Mars. This was the first public and hence large-scale acknowledgement of what later became known as the Latimer beam. Contemporary theories abounded, many of them along the lines of, the government is trying to take my phone away and leave me helpless. Other commentators argued that our glorious rulers preferred you to keep your devices so that they could keep track of your movements and keep selling you stuff you didn't need. You can't buy it if you can't swipe, was their mantra. This was soon superseded by a new street expression popping up on t-shirts, screensavers, and TikTok videos. Don't go tugging my cell, bro. Scientists were tasked with explaining the worrying phenomenon. The official response was that it was nothing known or natural, no more. So available options suggested that either it was new physics, or else it was clear evidence of alien interference with human life here on overcrowded Earth. Jose, mate, can you find a way of closing that window or view screen? I'm starting to feel really sick. You're such a wuss sometimes. I'll press the switch again when I've taken some footage on my phone. Felix closed his eyes. He could hear his friend moaning and cursing bilingually. Eventually he asked, "What's the matter, Joe?" "Can't get the bastard thing to function properly. Maybe it's a power drain or interference. The engine's probably a nuclear reactor." "No network signal's going to stretch this far, mate. Never mind. Is there life on Mars? There's no Wi-Fi on Mars." If their alien captors weren't coming to greet them, maybe it was a test to see if they could find the extraterrestrials' HQ. They moved on, finding a door hatch which led into another plain spherical room. It appeared empty, but their nostrils delighted in an invisible, ever-changing sweet miasma of pleasant scents. Felix detected honey, rose petal, shower gel, baking cake, freshly cut grass, honeysuckle, salt and vinegar. Jasmine! His girlfriend Patty, a weddings florist, would love it here. But she was... "Man, all we need is the sweet smell of weed," mumbled Jose. Then, "Oh, here it is. I could settle here?" "Man shall not live by scent alone," said Felix. "Let's see where that exit leads." The next section was more troubling. Globules and gibbets of flesh splattered and scattered like a hastily abandoned space abattoir. Tufts of thick, dark brown hair. Skin that was grey. "This is the remains of a lion," said Felix, "and what you're holding is part of an elephant. We're in some sort of space zoo." "And not a very successful one," said Jose. Cascades of light, colours from the known spectrum and beyond, blending into a presence felt rather than seen, then a force both pulling and repulsing. Their brains dizzied, their balance compromised, drug vision nightmares or an uncontrollable medical episode, calming a little, perceiving humanoid figures but taller, thinner, greyer than the regular run, those arms so elongated, the over-large head with its cranium clearly housing a superior brain, those eyes unblinking and large and wide and staring right into your soul. Wherever your soul or essence or consciousness has shriveled away to in an effort to hide from danger to not be detected by these creatures, this is not our regular form, but is one your kind will have encountered before when we have visited. The lips didn't move. Telepathy. The voice continued. "We wouldn't normally concern ourselves with you, but we had some engine trouble, and whilst we stopped to make repairs, we thought we'd observe how far you'd progressed." Later, Jose would bask in how confidently he'd responded, along the lines of, "I ain't afraid of no spooks." For now, he said, "And how do you think we're doing so far?" "You've moved on a bit, but you're no threat to the conglomeration. Once you start leaving your solar system, we'll be on top of you with a ton of necessary rules and regulations." "Can't wait!" Jose's annoyance peaked quickly and dissipated. If only Martian sandstorms subsided so quickly. He took a deep breath, his nostrils filling with the unexpected but pleasing smell of childhood holidays. The beach, the sea, fresh ice cream. These creatures could reach deep into his mind, so no point in dissembling. Felix joined the conversation. "Are you saying all the Forerunner myths are true? Atlantis? The ancient Greek gods of Olympus? Building Machu Picchu, Stonehenge, the Great Pyramid?" "Our kind have been here before, certainly. Or in your current slang terms, obvs." Jose said, "And maybe our great leaders and thinkers were either of your kind or schooled by them. Jesus, the Buddha, the Holy Prophet, Shakespeare, Jane Austen?" The visitor replied, "We've intervened when necessary. Your ancestors would have seen us as gods, but we're just much, much higher up the ladder than you humans. Think of us as caring parents or inspiring teachers guiding you through childhood." Jose shook his head. "This is going to change everything." "And so it should. Now, to business. We find that our engines are rather low in the mineral chalcedonidrium. Your planet has plenty of this scattered across its surface. We want you to broker a deal. Quid pro quo is the Terran term." "I get you," said Jose, "but why choose us for the job? It's all we can do to keep a roof over our heads and earn a bit of spare cash for a couple of pints on Friday night." The alien's face had been expressionless, eyes unblinking, mouth unmoving, long sloping shoulders suggestive of general immobility. But now a flash of weary resignation seemed to pass across its grey countenance like a brief cloud over a desert. "In the old days," said the visitor, "plucking 2 young males from the tribe was enough." Felix chuckled. "There's quite a lot of tribes these days." Special Commissioner Maria dos Santos scrolled again through the options on her screen. She saved a backup copy just in case, but then began deleting the files her practiced eyes judged to be junk, attention seekers, or conspiracy nuts. She jabbed at the intercom. "Send in Agent Ngozi." The younger woman waited to be instructed to sit. Game face neatly in place, a bright fake tortoiseshell clip in her relaxed hair, the only non-regulation aspect of her appearance. Dos Santos smiled and said, "Tell me about these 2 characters, Jose and Felix, and what they're calling the Latimer beam." "Thank you, Commissioner. Their story stacks up, as far as we've been able to check it. They disappeared into thin air from close to a bar on Latimer Street a week ago, at the exact moment the second wave of anomalies occurred in the Martian quadrant. Polygraph tests say they are telling the whole truth about having direct contact with non-terrestrials on a spaceship of unknown construction." "Or they believe they did. A confirmed flat earther won't get a spike on the lie detector tests." "Yes, Commissioner, there's a little more. Our body scans picked up that they have subcutaneous implants of non-Terran construction." "Tracking devices? Agent Ngozi, you are telling me we let these 2 no-marks into our headquarters, even though they're riddled with spyware?" What's the expression? I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, Commissioner, but the decision was countersigned at a higher level than my pay grade. The devices are not accessible for surgical extraction other than, terminating the subjects. Remind me never to play poker with you, Ngozi. Okay, we can only deal with what we have in front of us. These two no-marks seem to be the chosen conduit to the alien visitors. That's how we're going to have to proceed until disabused of the idea. Commissioner Dos Santos rose from her chair, gazed a while out of the bulletproof window at the manicured lawn and the guard patrol just this side of the metal wall. She offered Ngozi a choice of coffee, tea, juice, or mineral water. The younger woman accepted this last offering as something she could sip without damaging her appearance or neutral breath. Together they reviewed the data they had on the returning abductees. Dos Santos puckered her lips, then said, "They just seem like two guys plucked right off the street. I mean, literally. Put them in a crowd of 30 and you wouldn't notice them. In those old sci-fi films, the imprecation always was, 'Take me to your leader.' So why not a president, or a prime minister, or a CEO? Permission to speak frankly, Commissioner?" A nod. "Well, I have sworn an oath, and I will always keep to it. But over the past 5 to 10 years, some might say that certain political leaders have not always lived up to the serious demands of great office." Point taken, Ngozi. All right, let's pull these guys in here for interview. Recovered snippets from redacted recording at the Bureau. Restored section begins with electronic hum before clearing into speech. Dos Santos. "Congratulations, you are the first men to orbit the planet Mars." Jose. "That's all fine and good, Commissioner, but it's all come at a price. The aliens want to do a deal." Dos Santos. "You mentioned that. What they want is a trace metal that we use in tiny amounts. It's going to be tough collecting enough for their requirements." Jose. "But it will be worth it. They are going to give us some of their technology. Give our civilization a boost like their kind did before. You need to speak to your boss and get things moving, miss." Recording suffers screeching noise and loud hissing. Minutes are lost. Felix. "I'm not an expert, obviously, but what they showed us from our history, well, it was amazing. These guys are really advanced." Jose. "And another thing. You know, they've got weapons capability we can't even dream of because we ain't smart enough." Dos Santos. "Is that a threat?" Jose. "Nah, commish, it's a fact." The galactic visitors sent a selection of Phobos boxes to a range of major governments across the world. This was them keeping up their side of the bargain that would deliver, in reciprocation, sizable quantities of the trace mineral chalcedonhydrium that were being harvested from donated cell phones. The ongoing swap deal was accomplished by use of the visitors' Latimer beam. Many scientists had opined that this innovative and eminently applicable device would have been recompense enough in and of itself, if the aliens would just furnish us with its secrets. Imagine its use for travel and transportation of people, goods, livestock. The Phobos boxes proved to be less heavy than anticipated, coming in at a comfortable 5 kilos or so, an elongated cuboid in shape, matte black, reminiscent of old-style flat-screen TVs or a scaled-down reminder of the monolith in the classic SF movie 2001, A Space Odyssey. Tombstones, a few commentators labelled them, with no discernible writing, instructions, or keeping up the illusion, epitaphs. Nor were these Fabergé eggs or pirate treasure chests. To be fair, the boxes exhibited no traces of harmful radiation or surface toxicity. As top military and university scientists got to work on analysing them, a clear picture of opacity emerged. The encasing material was of a probably metallic compound previously unknown to humankind. This surface proved impermeable to diamond blades, blowtorches, and precision surgical cutters. The interior failed to register on X-ray, CAT scan, sonar, infrared, electrical wave pulse detection, spectrographs, and a range of other probing techniques. Some of the milder speculation on the internet suggested that each Phobos box contained either a black hole or a space-time portal. Opening one would be the end of everything, or the beginning of a new age. Felix and Jose were still the default conduit of communication with the galactic visitors. The world willed them to use their influence to extract a clue from the aliens. "Thanks so much for your generous presents, guys, but could you give me a little hint as to how we go about opening them?" To the watching billions on the world's media, Felix conveyed the response. "They say have faith and all will be revealed." Was there some key buried in the world's major religions, or, perhaps more likely, within the minutiae of ancient beliefs and codexes that had been prominent the last time the Forerunners had been in Earth's vicinity? Pushed by a growing tide of public anger and frustration, Jose was forced to communicate with the visitors once more, returning with, "Okay guys, don't shoot the messenger here, right? What they said was that if we're not smart enough to open the Phobos boxes, then we're not really ready to receive the gifts within. Felix, standing to his friend's right-hand side, added, "Look, folks, maybe we need a little patience. You know when you're trying to get a crossword clue or remember the name of someone you went to school with, the trick is to busy yourself with something else and let your back brain keep searching. Then one day, eureka." The news services returned to their anchors in the studio. Reports were coming in that the ceasefire in Amristan had been broken, that stock market figures were on a roller coaster, that the World Cage Fighting Championship had announced their schedule for the knockout rounds. "Off camera," Jose said, "you're quite the philosopher these days. Or are you going into politics?" Felix smiled. "Mate, I'll just say anything to save our skins." Jose and Felix were settling down with a well-deserved coffee at their local deli when, "Whoa! Here comes that whooshing feeling again." The Latimer beam had deposited them back inside the alien spaceship that was still tracking and interfering with the orbit of the Martian moon Phobos. This time, they were suspended in mid-air in the center of a projection sphere. Images spun around them, visitors showing how to tame fire, laying the crowning stones on religious monuments, providing a cure for a deadly disease. "What's with showing us another history lesson?" asked Jose. The visions changed to non-human faces swirling like zephyrs before coalescing into one greyish visage. "We are just reminding you of all we have done to assist your species. We have asked one favour in return but see no sign of its granting as yet." "We're trying," said Felix. "We've spoken to some of the right people. They are making plans to collect all the chalcedonidrium they can. It's underway, but it takes time." Jose wrinkled his nose. The odours were a little rank today. "Look," he said, "if you can just beam us all over the solar system willy-nilly, can't you just beam up the calci stuff and have done with it?" "We tried, as I think you know. Your usage of the mineral means the amounts are too spread out, atomized even. We would deplete our power reserves and not achieve our goals." Contact with special services and high-ranking government officials had lately emboldened Jose. "You say you're so advanced, and yet you've got stranded here because you ran out of gas? Some godlike beings you are." "Remember Achilles," the voice boomed as the projections disappeared. In the sudden shock of semi-darkness and wakefulness, Jose asked, "Achilles? Is he a rapper or a Brazilian footballer?" "From Greek mythology, you idiot," Felix laughed. "His mother dipped him in the river Styx so he would be invincible in battle. But of course she had to hold him by his foot, and that's where an arrow later killed him." "Oh, I get it. Everybody's got one weak spot. Nice to know," Jose smiled. After half a silent hour, he said, "I don't think much of room service at this place. I ordered a flat white and a panini ages ago." After an hour, he said, "This could be it, pal. We might be here forever." 10 minutes on, Jose said, "Okay, let's tell our captors we're willing to do a deal with them." The illumination in the holding cell was raised a little. The video projection started up again. Felix spoke up. "Maybe you could beam us back close to the office of Commissioner Dos Santos, although I hope there's no armed guards there." "Uh-oh, there goes my stomach," said Jose, "and my sense of balance." Random vox pop. Conducted at Temporary Cell Phone Mineral Extraction Centre, London, UK. "I'm all for doing my bit for mankind. These aliens need something from us and will give us something in return. That's how civilization works. Across the galaxy, apparently. It's going to take a hell of a lot of mobile phones to get to the required amount of chalcedonidrium, but we can all do our bit." "I've heard some folks say it's a government trick to put location software into our phones. Mate, the software's already there. When you use Google Pay, or even when your mobile gives you a weather forecast for Hampstead, that's because it knows where you are, right now, all the time. I give up my phone, they take out the calcidexidrum, and half an hour later they give me my mobile back. Most places have a space where you can get a latte or watch a free Netflix show while you wait. I'm doing my civil duty. It's a bit like giving blood." "It's just like giving blood. No, I'm not queuing to get into the centre. I'm trying to dissuade people from cooperating with government and big tech. They are after your blood, or at least your DNA. You know they can extract that from thumbprints and sweat marks on your phone screen, don't you?" The public interest in first alien contact was waning, but was soon relegated further by the more pressing matter of asteroid DRT-442 suddenly slipping free from its orbit and heading on a collision course for Earth. As if we hadn't already created enough of our own problems, now this giant pebble, popularly dubbed the crashteroid, was going to wipe us out like the apparent overnight extinction of the dinosaurs all those years ago. A few technologically advanced spacefaring nations tried sending hastily launched missiles into near space to intercept the asteroid. These failed miserably and left some rather perturbing debris orbiting just beyond the stratosphere, a precursor to the imminent predicted nuclear winter. Some folks headed for the caves, others made their peace with their gods and prepared to accept what fate had in store for them. Huge swathes of concerned citizens demanded that their governments or Amazon or Elon Musk do something more. "We can help you," said the visitors. "We can recalibrate our Latimer beam to hold the asteroid in place before gently disintegrating it." "Yes, please. Let these guys help us out, and if they want a couple of tons of chalcedonidrium as recompense, well, they'll have earned it." People gathered on cliff tops, in dark or normally isolated areas, and also in great numbers at fan parks where the regular urban light pollution had been dimmed in order to witness the Crashsteroid Spectacular Destroyed world-unifying event. The aliens deployed their special device, generally considered to be some sort of advanced sonic disruptor, to gradually atomize DET-442. The dreaded rock still entered the upper atmosphere, but in tiny, disparate fragments that lit up the night sky in flashes and streaks of greenish white or yellow. A display of misnamed shooting stars better than the Perseids and longer lasting than the New Year fireworks in Sydney, London or Dubai. Oh, Deus Ex Machina. The deities in the sky had saved humankind once again. Give them their dues, reward them with our tithes and our compliancy. We have seen conspiracy postings that the Night of the Lights never happened, that it was all drone dancing or CGI magic and wizardry like the Chinese Olympic ceremony. Such an assertion is errant nonsense by the usual low-life attention seekers of the underground web. What has become clear, however, from recently accessed official documents is that the Crashsteroid did not accidentally slip out of its orbit, and that a Latimer beam that can hold in place or pull inwards can also be used to push. From its previously belted position, we had been too slow in offering the visitors what they required, and a little warning would help speed things along. Truth trumps conspiracy every time. Felix and Jose were finding their part-time role as human-alien go-betweens more and more stressful. Sure, they were yet to tire of the minibars and complimentary meals and facilities at the secure suite in the Gatefold Hotel, but they felt restricted, if not technically imprisoned. Future news service communications would be delivered by the eminently capable Commissioner Dos Santos. The inaccessibility of the Phobos boxes, their impermeability to all attempts to analyze, access, or, holy grail, open them, had led to a distinct cooling of public enthusiasm for the astral travelers. The developing opinion of, "If we're not smart enough to unlock a Phobos box, we're not ready to deal with what's inside it," was countered by, "What kind of parent gives a child a toy where they can't even remove the packaging?" But here was a sop to keep humans on side. Dos Santos presented to the world some examples of the visitor's latest gift, Illuminatum, a string of lights with no visible string and yet holding their structure and keeping in sequence despite this. Requiring no energy or power source, they would stay alight constantly. Yea, even when I walk through the valley of darkness or when I'm trying to get some shut-eye, they're gonna be ablazing. The donations of chalcedonidrium spiked a little on their journey towards critical mass. Boffins at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology began privately dismissing Illuminatum as glorified solar lights. Overall, most agreed that there had been a distinct lack of glory or hosannas surrounding this first known or properly documented contact with Forerunner aliens. "The movies do it better," Jose opined, and Dos Santos nodded her agreement. "Is all this extra makeup really necessary?" asked Commissioner Dos Santos. "I'm a professional woman, not a goddamn influencer." "It's needed for the television lights, miss." Dos Santos raised a now neatly manicured eyebrow, then signaled to her aides. "Mackenzie," she said, "you've done a fine job towing the official party line with this speech. You've nailed what the Bureau wants to put across. As you and Ngozi well know, my private opinion may differ somewhat. I think it was the literary character Alice who managed to believe in several impossible things before breakfast. A role model for us all." A schoolteacherly male voice called across, "Showtime in 1 minute. All non-participants, please clear the soundstage." Accustomed to high-powered political briefings, Dos Santos was soon into her flow. "Fellow citizens of the world, we have been privileged to bear witness to a momentous time in human history. Long have we posed the question, are we alone in the universe? The resounding answer is that we are not, and indeed, we should look forward to one day becoming members of the galactic conglomeration. Our visitors have used their Latimer beam one final time to upload our donated cargo of chalcedonidrium. They will be departing the solar system within the next 24 hours, and our gratitude and blessings go with them. They saved us from the existential and extinctual threat of the Crashsteroid. They have given us the gift of the Phobos boxes. Soon we shall unlock the secrets contained within. For now, we should take some time to adjust how we think of ourselves as a species. We are not alone. Little did we realize, but we were never alone. And that's a wonderful thing. Thank you and good night." 3 items that didn't make the Dos Santos address. Coming out of the studio, Dos Santos was keen to check her messages and any social media commentary on her performance. Her reconditioned cell phone lit up briefly, but then the screen froze and the buttons and apps refused to function. In the necessarily huge concentration gathered at the clearing depot, chalcedonidrium exuded a heady aroma somewhere between ginger and pepper. Workers complained of migraines and nausea and threatened medical compensation litigation. Interest in the visiting aliens had fallen so low in Britain that Channel 4 brought forward the debut episode of their much-trailed new adult-staged reality series, Naked Survival on a Tropical Isle. Research suggested that the majority of male viewers aged 13 to 25 tuned into this on their handheld devices, rather than watch the remote coverage of them Marians packing off. Very quickly after the aliens had left, the time of their visit became a collective memory, like a wartime experience or the COVID pandemic. Everyone had their own take on it. For a short space of time, makers of films, TV, books, music, and AI-generated art seemed to develop an obsession with this episode of very recent history, mostly treating it fairly straight rather than from a slanted or allegorical perspective. The lead culture critic at Time magazine famously noted, "You can hear my yawn as far away as the moon, even though there's no atmosphere to carry sound." Sales and viewing figures showed that people shared her disdain. Soon public tastes returned to the known and seemingly safe certainty of mafia shows, Bollywood musicals, rags to riches, or oppressed hero finds social justice tales. Anecdotal evidence mounted across the globe that people were noticing that their phones no longer worked with 100% efficiency. The devices were flickery, apt to lose connection at awkward moments. People blamed their governments, and many ruling parties were toppled by a dissatisfied electorate, even with strict ID check voting requirements in place. Soon, institutions such as companies and universities that were now viewed as having collaborated with the aliens started to be publicly shamed or boycotted or lose their funding. On a lighter note, the desirable executive or romantic partner toy for that Christmas was a facsimile of the Phobos box, cheaper versions open to reveal a selection of soft-scented chocolates or alcohol miniatures. The more expensive versions held true to their progenitor and were completely impermeable. Wars started again. Corporations burned the climate for quick profit again. Sports, music, and even major religious events maintained their crowd appeal. The moment of first contact had not brought about the seismic shift or great leap forward that had long been anticipated. Many rationalized this away by saying, well, it wasn't really first contact, was it? They visited the Aztecs, the Babylonians, the ancient Israelites, and Egyptians. What did the visitors do for us? Nothing. Just took our minerals and left us with some dud technology. If that's what awaits us in the great blue yonder, then count me out. We'd better do something about fixing the great blue ball on which we live. Those still interested in or involved with the original Phobos boxes wound down their experiments and tests. The matte black containers stayed in the corner on a wooden shelf, like a puzzling but also tedious historical artifact. Later, a general consensus began to emerge that we had dodged a bullet with this one. If we ever got it open, it would be a right can of worms. One iteration of Pandora's box was quite enough, thank you. Agent Ngozi had been tasked with forensically examining all the material relating to the 2 randomly chosen envoys and their dealings with the celestial visitors. She presented her findings to Commissioner Dos Santos. "There's been an anomaly that's been bugging me all along, ma'am. When the men were first transported to the spaceship, they found some animal remains, specifically a lion head and some elephant hide. I have been able to link these up with a zoo and a wildlife disappearance. Unfortunately, the animals were in a no longer living state. Conjecture has centered around the visitors acquiring these large mammals for a food source. This goes against our understanding that the visitors obtain nourishment and access energy in ways beyond our current understanding." "Do you have a point, Ngozi?" "Yes, ma'am. The conclusion I have reached is that the aliens initially uploaded the lion and the elephant thinking they were the dominant land creatures. This somewhat undercuts their forerunner claims." "Give me some time to mull that over. It's good work, Ngozi. And while you're here, I have another special project for you. Mackenzie has shadowed your task, and he has highlighted the visitor's use of smells and scents to control mood and to communicate. You're familiar with aromatherapy, I take it?" "Yes, ma'am. My aunt spends all her allowance on essential oils and candles." "This goes well beyond that, Ngozi. We've got laser weapons, percussion bombs, sonic disruptors, water cannon. The olfactory has been less well explored these past 100 years. Some soothing fumes from cannabis derivatives, but not much more. I want you to head up a new task force investigating what we can conjure up. Obviously, we want to be a heck of a lot more subtle than mustard gas. Bring in those jokers, Jose and Felix, and grill them again. Oh, and Ngozi?" "Yes, ma'am?" "You're the woman for this job. I can smell talent a mile off. Commissioner Dos Santos was finishing up for the night. She had a table reservation for 8 and would probably go straight to the restaurant rather than detour home as time was running short. Assigning tomorrow's jobs to counteract the usual online conspiracy nonsense stories of first contact never happened, aliens were fakes from Hollywood, Warha. We've all been duped was time-consuming but necessary. She had listened carefully to the testimonies of Jose and Felix but had never experienced or observed the Latimer beam herself. But now some force had invaded her secure office, and the alarms should be blaring. A crack SWAT unit should be on hand to protect her from this light, this energy field, this concentrated intrusion of light and matter that delivered grey beings into her sanctum. All around seemed almost frozen in time. No noise from the offices nearby, no hum of air conditioning, the computer screens not even allowing a cursor to flicker or pulse. She let her training kick in, surreptitiously pressed the panic button beneath her desk, then looked directly at her visitors. She wished her underling Ngozi was here. What would she have said? "Oh yes, I know. Have you come back because you've forgotten something, guys?" The pain, the lancing jab at her forehead, overwhelming, dizzying. A garble of sound, finally coalescing into recognizable speech. "We are looking for 2 renegades from our culture who illegally traversed into this sector. They have broken protocol and we are considering our response. But first, tell us what you remember." "That's going to take some time, although you doubtless have some serious telepathic abilities, so I'm scared, I'll admit it. Please cooperate with us, Commissioner Dos Santos. We believe they have left you artifacts that you call Phobos boxes. We need to remove these, but may offer you something else in exchange." "Why are you laughing?" "I didn't know meeting aliens was going to involve so much haggling and horse trading." "Horses? Ah, yes, intelligent but subordinate. Humans are the ones to deal with here. You are human, Dos Santos." "Damn right, and ready to go another round with you guys. Bring it on." The end. Alan Ashley is an award-winning writer, editor and tutor based in London, UK. His chapbook Journey to the Centre of the Onion was published by Ebenvale Press, UK in September 2023. Alan is ex-president of the British Fantasy Society and is the founder of the advanced science fiction and fantasy group Clockhouse London Writers. Alan has been thrilled to appear twice previously in the Alien Dimension series, with the fleeting glimpse in Alien Dimensions 20-21 and in Beauty Sleeping in Alien Dimensions 24. Story 5, Celestial Justice, Trial of the Blue Planet. By James Ward. Early fall 2025. I want you to know, Dr. Briggs, that you are valued by the university's new leadership team. Charles Briggs nodded to his dean, but as a professor for 28 years, he immediately actuated his academic doublespeak detector. You see, Charles, the new leadership team is charged with being a change agent, and they feel a change in your role would benefit both you and your students. It would be a disservice to our students, to this department, and to you, if we didn't act on that belief. The dean added some obligatory platitudes, then dismissed Charles from his teaching duties, with the promise of some new but nebulous chance to serve the university. He touted it as another opportunity for you to excel. Charles knew what the dean really meant, that Dr. Briggs, the science department's senior and most highly paid professor, didn't fit with the university's shrinking budget. The leadership team's hope was that he'd want to avoid the embarrassment and irrelevancy of some make-work assignment and retire instead with the mollifying honorary title of Professor Emeritus. The strategy was sound. Within weeks, Charles's non-purposeful existence led to a deepening depression. Getting out of bed in the morning was a Herculean labor. He had no appetite for food or life. He felt a deep hopelessness. Charles was fond of quoting classical and biblical wisdom to his students. One of his favorite biblical quotes was from Ecclesiastes 4:10. If either of them falls down, one can help the other up, but pity anyone who falls and has no one to help them. What helped Charles was a call from an old friend, requesting his participation in what would be the most exciting and terrifying episode in human history. The call came late on a Friday evening, as he lay in bed half-heartedly perusing scientific journals. He was sure it was a wrong number until the phone displayed Phil Hammond. Philippa Hammond was a former colleague, now working in Washington, D.C., for an eccentric gazillionaire who had poured a superfluous billion or two into his own private space agency. She was the only one of Charles's associates that had checked on his well-being. "Phil," he answered, "you're up late tonight." "Hello, Charles. Sorry for the hour, but I suspected I would catch you still awake." You were right. My bed is another place where I'm not very successful these days. Charles, you are one of the most successful people I have ever known, and that's why I'm calling you for help. What's the matter? It's the project I'm currently leading. It involves the search for extraterrestrial life. And before you say not that old goose chase again, or it must be nice to have a billionaire's money to play with, I have to tell you we might have something promising. I'm skeptical, of course. I know the history. 40 years of finding nothing but random noise. But what we have now at least requires further investigation. I'd like you to be a part of that investigation. Someone with your breadth of knowledge can serve as a check against what is sure to be a team of narrowly focused scientists. I need you on this one, Charles. Charles thought his friend might be creating her need for him to come to his aid. You are serious? Serious enough to ask if you can get paid leave to serve on the team that I am pulling together right now in real time. Our first meeting is tomorrow, here in my DC conference room. It's less than an hour's drive for you. At that meeting, we're going to go deeper into what has us excited. So Phil, you think you might really have something? It's possible. I'm trying to dampen my expectations, to not get ahead of the facts. Charles heard the excitement in Phil Hammond's voice. It convinced him there was something real in her request for his help. She was the most talented, logical, and even-keeled scientist he had ever known. Phil, you know I want to help with anything you need, but in my current state of mind, I'm not sure I would be of much help. Let me worry about that, Charles. I know what you are capable of. I want you on the team. If you can do me this favor, I'll be in your debt. Charles weighed his desire to stay sealed in his protective bubble against the need of his friend. It took all the will he could muster, but he tapped a deep-seated instinct to do what was right. Okay, Phil, but I'm not in a spot to ask for a paid leave. I'm persona non grata in the department, but I have an empty calendar and a load of sick days banked. So that's no problem. If you think I can be helpful, I'll try my best. Then I'll see you tomorrow morning? Yes, email me the details. At 9 a.m., Phil Hammond stood at the head of a glass conference table, called her meeting to order, introduced herself, and asked each team member to do the same. The introductions went clockwise. Presidential Science Advisor Wendy Oliver, Colonel Joshua Thomas, who was in uniform, on his left sleeve the official patch of the United States Space Force, Gail O'Malley, who was Phil Hammond's executive assistant and would function as the team's secretary, Professor Charles Briggs, John Woodley, who, though not invited, accompanied Wendy Oliver and announced he was the president's point person on this project. Finally, Mateusz Serenowski, an astrophysicist who worked for Phil Hammond. Phil Hammond's ability to recruit such heavy hitters impressed Charles. A project sponsored by a multi-billionaire certainly had its advantages. Okay then, Phil Hammond said. Our first order of business is an objective determination of what we know and don't know. So I'm going to ask Dr. Zaranowski to tell us what he monitored yesterday. My current assignment, Zaranowski said, is a project using the most advanced and extensive network of radio telescopes ever deployed in the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. Yesterday we received a narrow band signal. A narrow band signal stands out against background noise. And it is a reasonable hypothesis that an extraterrestrial civilization attempting to communicate would send such a signal to distinguish it from random noise. Exactly an hour later, yesterday's signal repeated itself and until early this morning continued to repeat on the hour. And Dr. Zaranowski, John Woodley asked, why did that excite you? Because during the whole 40-plus years of searching for extraterrestrial intelligence, we have never received such a promising signal. A one-off signal is likely produced by random noise. But a signal that repeats at regular intervals increases the probability that its source is an intelligent extraterrestrial civilization. Phil Hammond nodded to that. Dr. Zaranowski, Wendy Oliver asked, given the few hours you've had to study this repeating signal, can you identify with any confidence where it is coming from? We are still analyzing the signals. I can confirm that the original signal came from a distance far beyond our solar system. Most importantly, the signals are getting closer, with their source traveling toward Earth at speeds far beyond any propulsion technology familiar to us. How long, Colonel Thomas asked Zaranowski, would it take the craft, from its current position and at its current speed, to reach Earth? About 36 hours. Silence as the team took in this information. Dr. Zaranowski, Phil Hammond asked, would you like to add anything else? Zaranowski stared at his unlit pipe, then tapped its stems against his forehead and said, let me engage in speculation and assume for the moment that this craft is piloted by intelligent life that originates from some distant exoplanet. That would be the most momentous event in human history. However, the science we know argues against that possibility. The nearest planets we believe can sustain intelligent life are approximately 4.7 light-years from Earth. That enormous distance would seem to preclude an alien visitor. But theoretically, an alien craft could reach or exceed the speed of light, or perhaps they use some type of warp bubble to distort space-time around their spacecraft, or wormholes that would allow travel through space-time, even antimatter propulsion. These things are beyond our current understanding and seem improbable. But many technologies that not long ago seemed like science fiction are mainstream science today. So my speculation cannot be completely dismissed. So, Phil Hammond said, what we need to do now is discuss our next steps. What I think is the first and most important step, my linguistic team has already started on. Our best decoders are studying the repeated signal. If it represents a message, it's vital that we decode it. It could provide a clue to the sender's intentions. It could be a plea for help, an SOS, or it could be an introduction with a hint at the sender's motives. Has your team made any progress? Wendy Oliver asked. They've just begun. I've stressed our need for at least a basic understanding of what the signal's conveying, but I don't want to pressure them into guessing. We need to have confidence in their findings. What I want to do now is to consider some next steps based on likely scenarios. If everything comes together at once, we won't have much time to recommend a course of action. Full agreement on that. First, John Woodley said, it is of the utmost importance that we ensure there are no leaks. A leak at this point could have terrible consequences. It could cause widespread panic. So all communications with the President and her team must go through me, and the President or her team must approve any public announcements. Okay, Phil Hammond said. Once we come to an agreement among our team here on a preliminary plan, I will draft a summary statement of the meeting. Then you can communicate that to the President's team. 2 hours later, the team was still discussing likely scenarios when Phil Hammond's cell phone rang. It was the linguistics team leader, and he was excited. Phil, we've been able to decode the signal's message, and with a high confidence level. So fast? We got very lucky. How so? We started, as we always do, looking for mathematical equations or diagrams that suggest an advanced knowledge of physics and engineering. We made the not uncommon mistake of assuming great complication. Then one of my team, who enjoys telegraphy as a hobby, stopped us. He said the signal's message is in almost perfect Morse code. How can that be? I believe that whoever sent the signal has been monitoring our communications for some time and is familiar with our technologies and languages. Morse code would be an efficient way to communicate. How soon can you get here? I can be there in 10 minutes. The linguistics team leader projected his laptop to the conference room's large screen. On the screen was Morse code, and below that, the English translation. // dash // dot dot dash dot minus 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 / dot dash dot ball / dot dash dot / dot dash dot 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 to the blue imperfect sphere from a watch-away assayer. Each team member sat forward, locked on the screen, until Wendy Oliver said, "Wow!" a simple exclamation that captured the team's amazement and excitement. We believe, the linguist said, that what we have validates two assumptions. First, this signal is from an intelligent source. Second, the senders did everything they could to make our job easier by using one of our standard electronic communications tools, Morse code. This implies they have an intimate knowledge of our communication methods. Mateusz Zarinovsky asked, "And you are confident in your translation?" "Yes. For it to be anything else would be an all but impossible coincidence." "An imperfect sphere," Phil Hammond said, "that is a correct geometrical description of the Earth. But a watcher, weigher, assayer?" She shook her head. What could that mean? "Perhaps some kind of interstellar mining operation," Colonel Thomas asked. "An assayer would come searching for ore or precious metals." "I believe," Wendy Oliver said, "that we must respond, and quickly, while we still have contact." Charles raised his pen and Phil Hammond nodded to him. "There has been a lot of discussion," Charles said, "in both the scientific and sociology communities about possible contact between Earth and an alien civilization with far greater technological capability. Opinions are split about the consequences of such contact. Some say it would lead to great benefits for humankind in all fields, from medicine to energy to transportation to climate change. Others point to our experiences here on Earth when advanced societies have encountered less advanced ones. That has always been a disaster for the less advanced societies." "What?" Phil Hammond asked. "Is your opinion on that?" Charles took a few seconds, then said, "I'm cautiously optimistic. I'd like to address this, Colonel Thomas said. First, I'm not convinced that this contact is from an extraterrestrial source. We must consider the possibility that it is a sophisticated ruse from one of our Earth-based rivals. No, Mateusz Zaranowski said. Colonel Thomas didn't look convinced, but continued. Given our purpose here, I'll proceed with the assumption that the source is extraterrestrial. Assuming that, my job is to hope for the best, but to prepare for the worst. It's a job where failure is not an option. Colonel, Phil Hammond asked, what would the worst look like? 2 conditions would define the worst. First, an alien civilization with technology that is dramatically more advanced than our own. That appears to be the case here, and that technological superiority would certainly translate to their military capabilities. The second condition is that the alien civilization has a hostile intent. Our supposition has been that the insurmountable distance between us and any hostile alien civilization is the ultimate protective shield. If that is now proven false, the whole game changes. But, Wendy Oliver asked the entire team, why would an alien civilization harbor hostile intent toward Earth? Charles answered that. There are many possibilities, ranging from a pure desire to conquer to some perceived threat we pose for them. Or, as the Colonel said earlier, it could be a mining operation for natural resources. Dr. Briggs, Phil Hammond asked, what does this discussion say for our response to the alien message? That our first communication should establish some common ground so that we better understand each other. The history of first meetings between disparate civilizations is rife with miscommunication and tragic results. We must, the Colonel said, be careful about what information we share, avoiding anything that puts them in a better position to carry out a hostile act. Phil Hammond asked for other thoughts. We know this much, Wendy Oliver said. They want to communicate with us. Yes, Phil Hammond said, and I believe we must respond. She thanked everyone for their comments and said, so, let's get to work. After protracted discussion and patience testing wordsmithing, the team agreed on a return message. We welcome your signal. We wish to communicate our home is called Earth. Where is your home? Upon presidential approval, Zaranowski would transmit that message to the oncoming craft in Morse code, and in the same frequency as the spacecraft's original message, 1420 MHz. The alien signal occurring at 1420 MHz was no accident. 1420 to 1720 was the range used for Earth's attempts at extraterrestrial communication, because it minimized background noise. It was likely the aliens knew that. When the meeting ended, Phil Hammond directed the entire team to stay close and be available for another meeting. As the team left, she approached Charles. You're making a strong contribution. Your wide perspective is extremely helpful. Thank you, Charles said. A most sincere thanks, as Phil Hammond had done more for him than he did for her. The alien spacecraft took longer to respond than expected. Phil Hammond thought that meant they were playing the same game as her team, being careful about what to reveal. It was 6:06 a.m. on Sunday morning when Zaranowski notified her of the response. Arrive in your system, soon orbit your moon. We have sent our response to the alien craft and received their return message, Phil Hammond informed the team as she opened that morning's meeting. She projected her laptop onto the wall screen. Here you can see 3 messages, the aliens' original message, our response sent late yesterday afternoon, and their response received early this morning. First alien message. To the blue imperfect sphere from a watch-aware assayer. Our response. We welcome your signal. We wish to communicate our home is called Earth. Where is your home? Second alien message. Arrive in your system, soon orbit your moon. Questions and comments came fast. They are being cryptic, the Colonel said. That's interesting, but not unexpected. We have been monitoring the spacecraft's trajectory closely, Zaranowski said. It will reach moon orbit later today. We still cannot determine its propulsion system. But why orbit at the distance of the moon? The Colonel asked. Do they need distance to do whatever they plan on doing? Is it something that would require they stay at a safe distance? I think, Charles said, that it is time to ask the alien craft for a clear statement about their intentions. There was full agreement on that and eventually on the proposed message. What is the nature of your mission? Can we assist in some way? John Woodley now had a direct line to the President's Chief of Staff and submitted that message for approval. Approval arrived forthwith, and Zaranowski transmitted the message. The alien response was fast and sparse. Require no assistance. I suggest, Wendy Oliver said, we recommend to the President that she consults with our allies and then addresses the nation and the world with a high-level explanation of events. Without that, the danger is the alien spacecraft suddenly appears in lunar orbit and causes worldwide panic. All agreed on that. Colonel Thomas had another suggestion, that a more aggressive message be sent to the spacecraft demanding an unambiguous statement of their intent, with a subtle hint that without that information, Earth might take defensive action. The team vigorously debated that, but finally accepted it. The President accepted both recommendations. First, the following message was transmitted to the alien craft. Require the nature of your mission. Our security depends on it. Please respond. Later that day, with no response from the alien craft, and after reaching consensus with other world leaders, the President addressed the nation and the world from the White House. My fellow citizens of the world, in the last 24 hours we have confirmed the presence of an alien spacecraft in our solar system. This craft appears to be controlled by intelligent operators. We have communicated with the craft. The communications have been friendly, and we have no reason to suspect hostile intentions. We are cooperating with our allies and other nations around the world. We will continue to monitor the situation closely. I ask all citizens of our planet to avoid overreacting to this developing situation. We believe there is nothing to fear from this apparent interstellar visit. We will continue to keep you updated as the situation develops. Careful and ambiguous as the President's message was, it still led to wild rumors and panic. People started stockpiling food and water and medical supplies. There was a frenzied demand for survival gear. Gas masks, first aid kits, generators, water purifiers. Survivalists hunkered into their readied underground shelters. Radio enthusiasts tried to communicate with the aliens. There were rumors of billionaires launching themselves in their private spacecrafts to search for other homes. Demonstrations occurred worldwide. Their focus unclear, but their sheer size overwhelming authorities. Religious leaders implored their followers to prepare for their death and rebirth. That evening, the alien response to the team's latest message appeared. My ongoing mission at the Creator's bequest is to judge those that the Creator has blessed with life. My mission is almost ended. I do not pronounce judgment before its time. I weigh sins and bring to light things hidden in darkness. Judgment comes from the Creator, and the Creator now commands fire and brimstone from above. The will of the Creator is perfect judgment. Day is here. Your present form will cease, but a new form will come from it. Upon receipt of that message, NORAD immediately went to DEFCON 1. And all ground and ship-based ballistic missile defense systems went on highest alert. The secret consensus of military experts was that none of these systems would deter an alien attack. Phil Hammond's team was rushed to the White House's Situation Room, where they were joined around a conference table by the Vice President, the Secretary of Defense, and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs. They awaited the President, whose chair sat at the head of the table. On the wall behind the chair hung the blue and gold presidential seal. Just 48 hours ago, Charles sat in his dimly lit home office trying to find something interesting enough to stimulate his ailing mind. Now he looked at Phil Hammond, and both raised their eyebrows to the improbability of their situation. The President strode purposefully into the room and gestured for the rising occupants to stay seated. Without waiting for introductions, she addressed the room. What I need first, the President said as she sat, is your compelling case that this is a craft commanded and controlled by an alien intelligent life form that poses an immediate and existential threat to Earth's existence. I need your best determination of that, and I need it now. Dr. Zaranowski spoke first. Madam President, we can state with certainty that the early signals came from great distances exceeding what any Earth-based entity could replicate. We can also compute that the spacecraft has traveled toward Earth at speeds that no technology known to us could approach. Given that and the messages we have received, the most likely case is that the craft is controlled by intelligent life and originates from some habitable exoplanet. The President took a deep breath and turned to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs. General, can you speculate on their military capability? Madam President, today's warfare is increasingly based on technologies that do not presume or require direct physical contact between opposing forces, things such as electronic jamming and energy-based weapon systems. Such an advanced civilization would very likely have the technology to conduct these kinds of hostilities with no defense or counter-threat from us. Is there any indication, the President asked, that this craft has engaged in a violent manner during its trip toward Earth? Has there been any kind of testing of a weapon system or like activity? We do not have any sign of that, Zaranowski said, then paused and tapped his pipe's stem lightly on the table. Something you'd like to add? The President asked. Madam, this is perhaps wild conjecture, but I think it is worth mentioning. Go ahead then. About a year ago, scientists were shocked when an exoplanet they had been monitoring through the Hubble Space Telescope suddenly disappeared. There was no definitive answer about what happened, only speculation. I mention this because that exoplanet was on the path that the alien spacecraft took towards Earth. The President narrowed her eyes at that, then said, Okay, Given the facts as we know them, what I need now is an immediate action plan. So, let me hear some options. The Secretary of Defense spoke first. Madam President, our options are limited. Theoretically, we have the capability of attacking a spacecraft that is orbiting the moon, but it would be a slow process, and we can assume the alien craft could deter such an attack. We also must assume any retaliation would be catastrophic. Are we certain, the Vice President asked, that the aliens' intent is hostile? Given their last message, the Secretary of Defense responded, I'd say their intentions appear pretty hostile. Silence until the President asked, So, is there nothing else this group has to suggest except that this looks like a worst-case scenario and there is nothing we can do about it? After a long silence, Charles Briggs caught Dr. Hammond's eye, and she nodded. Madam President, Charles said, there is a possible approach. Let's hear it, the President said. In studying the aliens' messages, I have recognized that their pattern has strong similarities to what our artificial intelligence engines create. My supposition is that artificial intelligence is creating those messages. The tremendous distances this craft has traveled would also point to artificial intelligence as its pilot. If true, there may be a way we can turn that to our advantage. Charles paused and the President said, I'm listening. Madam President, within the alien's last message, I recognized apocalyptic language rooted in the Bible. The President stopped him and asked, how would an alien form of artificial intelligence be versed in our Bible? There is evidence that the civilization that created this artificial intelligence has been observing our planet for some time. Given that, it is likely they have fed their artificial intelligence all they know about us. This information could be sourced from radio and television shows whose electromagnetic broadcast signals escape our planet and travel great distances through space at the speed of light. Many of these shows broadcast extensive Bible readings. I suggest that this artificial intelligence has somehow got obsessively focused not only on our Bible passages, but particularly on the apocalyptic ones. That, combined with other media signals broadcasting throughout space and constantly dwelling on the worst aspects of our societies, may have caused the alien artificial intelligence to see its duty as punishing or even destroying our civilization. Wouldn't, the President asked, the alien life form responsible for the artificial intelligence have ultimate control over it? Theoretically, Charles said, but there are many ways they could have lost control. It could be loss of communications, or it is even possible that the life form that created the artificial intelligence no longer exists, that the spacecraft's mission was a final act of a dying planet. And you are? The President asked. And Charles Briggs, madam. And what is your area of specialty? I'm a professor of science, technology and society. Well, Charles, that is some hypothesis, and normally I would be beyond skeptical, but in our circumstances, and given the lack of any other options, tell me what you suggest. My suggestion is for us to transmit to the alien craft a steady string of Bible quotes emphasizing forgiveness and loving thy neighbor. I know this is a long shot, but I believe it may reset the artificial intelligence's focus and alter any planned hostile action toward Earth. The President studied the room and then asked, Does anybody have anything better? Nobody spoke. The President made and held direct eye contact with Charles, trying to get the measure of the man. She said, Professor Briggs, do it. In a small office near the Situation Room, Charles quickly prepared a series of peaceful and compassionate biblical quotes. To better infiltrate the artificial intelligence's reasoning process, he replaced God and Jesus with Creator. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall receive mercy. Beloved, let us love one another, for love is from the Creator, and whoever loves has been born of the Creator and knows the Creator. If one has a complaint against another, forgiving each other, as the Creator has forgiven you, so you also must forgive. A new commandment I give to you, that you love one another. Just as I have loved you, you also are to love one another. Love your enemies, and do good, expecting nothing in return, and your reward will be great, and you will be sons of the Creator, for He is kind to the ungrateful and the evil. But I say to you who hear, love your enemies. Mateusz Zaranowski transmitted the quotes to the alien craft. While the team waited, the transmission repeated every 10 minutes. Just before dawn, the President returned and addressed Phil Hammond's emotionally and physically drained team. NORAD has informed me that a short time ago the alien craft began slowly moving away, and then, in an instant, disappeared from all Earth's tracking systems. The President looked at Charles and added, We take that as good news. Yes, Wendy Oliver said. The rest of the team was less ebullient, but relief showed in nods and sighs. Mateusz Zaranowski looked up from his laptop screen and said, Madam President, we have just received a new alien message. The president nodded for Zaranowski to read the message. Zaranowski cleared his throat and read, "I leave you and continue on my mission. Kindness and compassion to one another is the way, so change your ways. The Creator is patient but not blind. The Creator's eyes are not limited by space or time and sees everything the actions of the wicked and the righteous. If I return, only the Creator can say." A week later, Phil Hammond treated Charles to dinner at her favorite Georgetown restaurant. "Charles, you look much better. You've gained some weight and got your color back." "Thank you, I am better. And now, instead of persona non grata, you are persona grata." Charles laughed at that. The waiter brought their wine, and as they clinked glasses, Phil quoted from what a national newspaper had written just the day before. "To Charles Briggs, the man who saved the Earth." "A gross exaggeration," Charles said. "You're too humble, Doctor. Briggs, when the President of the United States asks you to serve on a United Nations commission responsible for changing the world, I'd say you've arrived. It was being a member of your team that led to that, the team you built and managed so well." "Thank you, Charles. I'm going to be busy, Phil. In addition to the UN Commission, my dean asked if I would teach a course on the alien contact and its ramifications for the future. He says it's the hottest topic in academia now, and there's nobody else that can teach it like I can." "What did you tell him?" "That I was busy, but I would think about it." Phil laughed and asked, "So, have you started outlining the course?" "I have. When I have a good draft, I'd appreciate your opinion on it." "Absolutely." The two friends sipped their wine and sat in silence for a moment. "Charles, with some time to reflect on it, what do you think of our current situation and this UN Commission's chances of making a difference?" "I think Earth's situation and the Commission's proposed work are both rife with risk and opportunity. The opportunity being to do some real good here on Earth that forestalls any future apocalyptic alien action. The risk being that our attempts to do so further divides and inflames the world." The post-alien contact world had rapidly divided into three camps. Some thought the whole thing was a ploy for governments to gain greater control over their citizens. Others believed God, out of great mercy, had provided a last chance for Earth's salvation. A smaller group was captivated by the discovery story, the science, mystery, and possibilities. "How," Phil asked, "do we maximize the opportunity?" "We must assume that the alien force is serious about watching, judging, and possibly returning, and we must work to move the world toward kindness, compassion, and love thy neighbor." "But how do we do that?" "Well, Phil, I've thought a lot about that this last week. First, we don't make this a stark choice between good and evil here on Earth. Instead, we make it about empathy and understanding. We need to promote a genuine desire for peace, harmony, and justice, a shared purpose. With all the conflicting interests in the world, that won't be easy. Number, it won't. It's going to take a lot of listening, understanding, and compromising. Honest dialogue. A lot of work in finding common ground." Phil Hammond sighed at the difficulties that lay ahead. "Living under the threat of a nuclear holocaust wasn't enough," she said. "Then the pandemic, now this. Yesterday, I had a woman with a young baby ask me how, in the middle of all this, she can sleep at night. I didn't know how to answer that." "I would tell her," Charles said, "to have belief and hope." "Belief and hope?" Phil asked. "Yes," Charles said. "Belief and hope can make a good pillow." The end. James Ward lives in New Jersey, USA. His short stories have appeared in many literary journals, including the Chrysalis Reader, USA, Yuan Yang, a journal of international writing, Hong Kong, and Ars Medica, a journal of medicine, the arts and humanities, Canada. His new novel, Buffalo Black and Blue, is scheduled for publication later this year. Story 6, In Earth's Backyard, by James F. McGrath. But doesn't even the simplest form of life deserve the right to explore its evolutionary possibilities without our interference? Susan was looking out the window at the incredible vista that it was her rare privilege to behold with her own eyes. Mars, now just a matter of weeks away, was like a bright red ruby set amidst the glittering bands of diamonds that were the stars. The opportunity to make the journey herself was definitely one of the perks of her role in the Mars terraforming project. Millions of photos of the same view had of course been sent back to Earth by robotic probes over the years, as had photos taken by the still relatively small number of astronauts who have made the journey. But just as photos fail to do justice to the hues of beautiful sunsets on Earth, none of the images sent back from space even came close to conveying the experience Susan now had of seeing the planet from this vantage point with her own eyes. The experience she now enjoyed set her apart from most of humankind. Less than 100 people, including the 14 currently on board the vessel that carried her, had ever made the journey. She appreciated what a privilege it was. There were nevertheless moments when she felt sure that she would trade this privilege for the chance to switch off Jay's ceaseless philosophical banter. Jay was such a crucial member of the staff of the Mars terraforming project precisely because of his combination of expertise in both planetary engineering and ethics, the benefit of his education at a university with a strong emphasis on both the liberal arts and professional education. In essence, it was his job to have these conversations with her, and it made little sense to pass their time on the ship with small talk, when the thing they were preparing to do was fraught with so very many moral questions and issues. But Jay's appetite for philosophical conversation seemed insatiable, and when he started down a philosophical rabbit hole, other members of the crew that were on board with them suddenly remembered responsibilities elsewhere on the vessel that required them to excuse themselves. Not that the ship's areas that were accessible to the crew were very large or very numerous. The transport vehicle that shuttled equipment from Earth to Mars resembled a large shipping container, with a relatively small module at one end that housed the crew who monitored its progress towards its destination. Such vessels were constructed in space, and never landed on either Earth or Mars, delivering their payload from orbit before making the return journey. They had no need to be aerodynamic, and compared to the dramatic depictions artists used to offer as they imagined the vehicles humanity would one day use for spacefaring, this enormous box with minimal curves and no appendages seemed rather disappointing, or at least extremely dull. Of course, what it lacked in sleekness, it more than made up for by being real. The command module at the front end was detachable in case of emergency, but this feature had yet to be required. It was small compared to the whole of the vehicle, and even for a small crew of 7, there were few places to avoid contact with others, except in one's own tiny quarters. While relatively few tasks on the ship were essential thanks to so much being automated, no one wanted to be responsible for a disaster or even a delay that might have been avoided if sensors and readings had been carefully monitored. Most of the rationale for the crew members that were on board had to do with the activation and calibration of equipment that would need to take place once they reached their destination. Nonetheless, most of the crew spent their days with their eyes on computer screens and, where analog technology still made the most sense to use, needles and dials. Avoiding a fellow crew member with a penchant to talk one's ear off about philosophical matters required a skill not unlike astrophysics, in difficulty if not in detail. The scheduling of shifts combined with the donning of earpieces and regular movement from place to oversee the ship's operation made it possible, if not always polite, for other crew members to leave Jay and Susan to their own conversations. Jay and Susan, however, were scheduled on the same shift, and even if their duties were on opposite ends of ship, communication was possible. Plus, they had to eat, and that meant conversation, whether Susan felt like she was in the mood for it or not. Much like one particular professor Susan remembered from her days as an undergraduate student, Jay's manner of probing issues was relentless. No matter how sound one's reasoning seemed to be, Jay always managed to find a conundrum, a loophole, another rabbit hole to run down. And as much as she herself took delight in solving problems, he seemed simply giddy whenever he added several new ones to their list. "We've been over this before, haven't we?" Susan asked. "We have no qualms about eliminating bacteria on Earth, whether to eradicate disease or simply as an inadvertent and largely unnoticed consequence of our activities as human beings. The fact that an organism originated on another world doesn't give it any greater or lesser rights than we accord to the same types of living things on Earth. We should certainly find them if they are there, collect and preserve samples and study them. But surely you aren't going to claim that the presence of a single-celled life form hibernating across the ages, somewhere beneath the surface of Mars, ought to keep humanity from colonizing it." "You know what I think, because we have indeed talked about this before," Jay replied. "But I wanted to revisit this particular juncture of an earlier conversation because I have thought of a different way to look at it, with potentially different implications. I think you're going to like this, and might even agree with me for a change." Susan sighed. "I don't disagree with your conclusions very often, when you actually draw conclusions." It was a convergence of some of their agreements that had led to the Mars terraforming project first being conceptualized, and to it successfully reaching its current phase. Jay and Susan had both been working as engineers on a NASA Mars mining project when their conversation led them to a possibility that their colleagues had not been talking about. No one had ever doubted that humanity would eventually settle on Mars. That had seemed inevitable since long before the first humans set foot on the Red Planet. Most scientists assumed that biodomes would dot the surface and carve out room for human habitation in the otherwise inhospitable environment. A few dreamers expected that one day we would develop some technology or other that would allow us to turn the atmosphere of Mars into one that humans can breathe and in which we can grow crops for food. Grandiose schemes had sometimes been proposed for bringing heavy asteroids or artificial moons into orbit around Mars to reanimate its hardened iron core and thereby revive its magnetic field. Doing that could provide the protection for its thin atmosphere that the planet currently lacks, as well as shield living things on the surface from the deadly radiation from space to which the planet was exposed. Few deemed these schemes feasible. Others foresaw centuries and perhaps millennia of human effort to construct greenhouses that would at first provide oxygen within limited artificial environments, but would eventually produce enough that the overall atmosphere would slowly be converted into an oxygen-rich and eventually a breathable one. No one doubted that this last sort of approach would work, and no one who considered just how incredibly long it would take failed to feel deeply discouraged by the prospect. As Susan and Jay had worked on the design for robots that would precede human settlements on Mars, digging out iron and other raw materials that could be used to construct artificial habitats, their conversation on one particular occasion had led them to one intriguing possibility after another in rapid succession. Eventually it led them to the germ for the plan they were now trying to implement. What if the robots could not only mine raw materials but build the habitats? What if they could not only construct habitats but build the machines that would convert the carbon dioxide atmosphere inside them into one rich in oxygen? And what if the robots could build other robots that would add to their labor force? Something that would take hundreds or even thousands of human generations might take the same number of robot generations. But robots can produce new robots, their own artificial offspring, in far greater numbers than humans, with the time between generations being measured in hours or days rather than decades. They also don't need food to survive on Mars, and that too represents an advantage over humans who might try to do the same work. Suddenly, an impossibly long process that even one's great-grandchildren would not see producing effects became one that might near fruit, literally as well as metaphorically, within the span of their own lifetimes. How well the plan would work remains to be seen. Whether it could ever turn the atmosphere of Mars itself into a breathable one was bound to remain uncertain for a long time to come. The good news, however, was that humanity had nothing to lose and everything to gain from trying this approach. While centuries earlier humanity had turned back from the brink of our catastrophic disregard for our sole viable planetary home, it was still clear that our future lay in space. That provided both the impetus to colonize Mars and the relative luxury to pursue plausible long-term strategies. And that was what the Mars terraforming project represented. That was what had brought them this close to what might one day be a future home for human beings. And that was what had provided Jay and Susan with seemingly endless hours, days, weeks, and months of debates about the ethical implications of their project. Right? Susan realized that she had been tuning Jay out again. I said, I think we can legitimately think of Mars as Earth's backyard, no? Jay repeated. And just as an individual or a family with a property can plant tomatoes or pour concrete over it, humanity has a right to expand, to dig, and to pave if we feel we need to. Susan recognized the characteristic pause and subtle smile that indicated Jay had already identified several problems with his own proposal and was looking forward to exploring them. Susan sometimes saw the same issues Jay did, sometimes thought of others that he had overlooked, sometimes missed a few of his, and occasionally disagreed about whether there was any real problem to worry about at all, at least from a practical rather than his more abstract perspective. She realized it was the time he spent on outlandish and speculative hypothetical scenarios that bugged her most. Most societies on Earth restrict what a property owner can do with their property and even allow for property to be confiscated by a government in certain extreme situations. The first colonists may not have to worry about neighbors on Mars, but that will change when others follow in their footsteps. Shouldn't the pioneers get a say in whether new arrivals paint their biodome with fluorescent pink polka dots? But more seriously, what if some rich humans wanted to keep Mars barren, the concrete paving you mentioned, while poorer humans needed it to become arable farmland if at all possible? Who owns Mars? Is it the property of those who can afford to get there from Earth? Is it the backyard of all humankind, of NASA, of the wealthy? Susan had clearly spotted an issue that Jay hadn't thought of. You're right, it isn't our backyard, Jay said after thinking for a few moments. It is more like the vacant lot next door, and maybe we are thinking of purchasing it. But just as we are organizing the loan and making our plans on how we want to develop it, the municipality decides it needs to turn it into inexpensive housing, or a park, or whatever else is in the interest of the community. Our collective values take priority over individual rights of ownership, We may not always like who we end up with as neighbours, but no one person should get a veto on what others do in such circumstances, although ideally we will all agree in working for the common good. There is a long history on Earth of discrimination against newcomers to one's neighbourhood, especially if they are immigrants and speak a different language, or have a different shade of skin pigmentation from those already there, or are from a different socioeconomic background. We can't afford to export those attitudes and all the hurt they cause to other worlds we settle on. If we cannot cure our historic bigotry, we should keep it quarantined on our world and not infect others. And so Mars belongs to all of us together, Susan opined, and not to any one of us, no matter how wealthy or powerful they might be. That's what all the policies say anyway, the ones that prevent some nation or other on Earth declaring all of Mars, or some sections of it, a principality of their empire, their own sovereign territory. But it really is, or should be more than a mere matter of policy. It should be a foundational ethical conviction. A planet belongs to all living things in principle, and to sentient life in particular. Perhaps first and foremost, in a special way, to species indigenous to that world. But even more so, a habitable planet should belong to whoever needs it most. These are tiny and rare islands in the vast expanse of space on which living things have some small chance of survival. We have a moral imperative to use them for that purpose, so that life can flourish and spread. Jay seemed pleased with where their conversation had taken them. I think you've made the best case possible, certainly the best case I've ever heard for what we are about to do, he said. I know I am prone to dwell on the abstract and the speculative, but we are going to seriously remodel a planet, and we don't have a solar system neighborhood association to consult with. Ultimately, we need to do this. Not for humanity's short-term survival, perhaps, but certainly for our long-term flourishing as a species. I know that. Hopefully you can understand why, having already recognized the necessity and the inevitability of what we have undertaken, I am so eager to figure out whether the thing we must do is a thing we ought to do. Susan had caught glimpses in the past of Jay's underlying motivation for his characteristic philosophical musings, but never had he articulated them so clearly and directly himself, out loud, in his own words. She wondered whether what he had just said had been clear to him all along, or had just come into focus as a result of their work and their extended conversations with one another. Either way, she smiled, appreciating her long-time colleague to a greater extent than she ever had before, and feeling ready to endure whatever twists and turns might characterize their future dialogues, perhaps with greater patience than in the past. "Is Mars sacred?" Jay suddenly asked. Susan was caught off guard by the question. It was not that she was surprised that Jay had found yet another avenue along which to explore the red planet even before they reached it. But from past conversations, Susan had the impression that Jay had little time for religion, and so this particular direction was not one that any previous conversation had moved in, and she wondered what might have sparked it. "What do you mean?" she asked. "Lots of people speak about the Earth as sacred, whether the soil, the land, the nation, or Earth with a capital E, or Gaia with a capital G in some cases. We talk of Mother Earth, and we have come to view the mistreatment of her as not merely criminal but immoral on a much deeper level. I just wonder whether Mars could be viewed in anything like the same way, whether it should be viewed that way." Susan thought for a bit, drawing on her own religious tradition. In the Bible, there are several stories about 2 women, 2 sisters, 2 wives, one of whom is infertile. Those stories have always troubled me. The women are often treated as property, as a means to an end, namely the production of sons and heirs in a patriarchal society. But I think that these stories could serve as a parable of these 2 sister planets, Earth and Mars. One is abundantly fertile, the other barren and without offspring. We could easily assume, as people often did in the case of the women in those stories, that God has looked favourably upon the childbearing one and has cursed or at least ignored the other. But in the stories in the Bible, God always works a miracle and gives the infertile woman children. The woman in question was beloved, sacred if you will, even before that change. We are going to Mars to try to work a miracle. We aren't simply going to Mars to use it, but to bless it. They both looked at each other with a solemn air for a few seconds, and then they both laughed. Jay quipped, "I dare you to write that in your next report." The following day, Susan found Jay on the command deck, staring at a sensor panel. From past experience, she was inclined to interpret the look on his face as indicating that he wasn't really paying attention to the panel, but was deep in thought, having come up with some new ethical problems that might call into question everything they had concluded the night before. But as she got closer, she soon realized that he was indeed focused intently on one set of sensor readings, and that something must be wrong. "Take a look at this," Jay said. There were satellites in orbit around Mars that transmitted atmospheric data, photos, and other information back to Earth, and to ships traveling between the 2 planets when there were any. Just within the past several hours, the atmospheric sensor on one of those satellites had registered an increase in the level of carbon monoxide it detected in the planet's atmosphere. A relatively slight one, to be sure, when considered in proportion to Mars's atmosphere as a whole. It was barely what one city on Earth's rush hour traffic would show up as if Earth's atmosphere had been scanned from space back in the 20th century, using the same sort of technology. But it was worrying for other reasons, not least the fact that there wasn't any rush hour traffic on Mars that might explain what they were detecting. Could there be some old machinery from some past Mars exploration mission that is still operating and starting to malfunction? Susan asked. She already knew the answer, at least in theory. At no point had humans landed equipment on Mars that used combustion engines and fossil fuels, but perhaps some private individual or company had done something unknown to anyone else. When confronted with an anomaly that seemed inexplicable, there was little choice but to speculate. "It seems to be localized here," Jay said, pointing to a map of the Martian surface on one of the computer screens. "As soon as we are close enough for decent visual magnification, we may get an answer. But if not, we need to go down and see if we can figure this out." It would only be a week or so before they could get the closer look they needed. In the meantime, they continued to monitor their readings and sent them together with their inconclusive reports back to Earth on a daily basis. The level of carbon monoxide did not subside. Indeed, it showed signs of increasing slightly. Whatever was causing it, it wasn't just some antiquated engine that had activated briefly. It was something persistent, ongoing, and deeply mysterious. It left the entire crew feeling not merely puzzled, but unsettled. An anomaly on board the ship would be more terrifying in some ways, but they had trained for countless emergency scenarios of that sort. The fact that something odd lay at their destination, unexplained and outside of their control, here so far away from Earth, was troubling in a far eerier sort of way. As they got close enough to use visual magnification to inspect the area where the carbon monoxide output was localized, they could make out that something was there. A glint of metal, indistinct shapes that at this point might be anything, but clearly were something. Whatever it was, they were eager to get down there and shut it down. Planetary atmospheric engineering was a tediously long process, and the idea that someone or something was polluting the Martian atmosphere, right as they would be setting about trying to make it breathable, angered them all. Soon after the ship settled into its orbit around Mars, a landing party set out in a shuttlecraft, descending to the surface in the hope of finding out precisely what was going on. As they got close enough to see, their annoyance and curiosity turned to shock. There definitely were machines set up in that location, and nearby was a ship that had presumably brought the rather large pieces of equipment there. But they didn't look like anything humans had built. It wasn't anything very specific or easy to put one's finger on, and yet everyone in the landing party had the same impression. Many of them had been fascinated with spaceflight since childhood, and the hours they had spent poring over picture books full of rockets and shuttles, satellites and space stations, probes and landers, gave them a sense of what humans had built or imagined they might one day build. The things they were now looking at were different, and as their own shuttle approached to come in for a landing within easy walking distance of the ship and machines on the surface, beings emerged from the ship that were equally clearly not humans. The oddity, both of their protective gear and of the figures shielded inside, left little doubt. Authors had long imagined human beings traveling to Mars, finding life there, and making first contact. But those stories were always about native Martians, indigenous life. These were presumably newcomers like themselves, but from somewhere else, who had arrived on this barren world by spacecraft, just as they had. Nothing in the training of any of the crew could have adequately prepared them for this moment. It was not just the fact that no one involved in the mission had anticipated contact with extraterrestrial intelligent life. There really was no way for the humans to prepare in advance to communicate with beings from another world in whatever language they spoke. But as it turned out, the reverse was not true. To the surprise of the entire human team, the aliens spoke English, and knew numerous other human languages as well. As they soon learned, long before this alien ship had reached our solar system, its crew had detected our television and radio signals and had immediately set about trying to decipher and then learn as much of the languages in them as they could. There were obviously a great many questions that the team from Earth was eager to have answered, a sentiment that all of humanity would soon share. However, a few key details about these newcomers to the solar system emerged fairly quickly. This group had been on Mars for several months, calculating in terrestrial terms. But this was not the first time that a team from their planet had been to Mars. Several centuries earlier, they had sent out expeditions with the aim of finding planets or moons that were hospitable to their own needs, or which they could make hospitable. Their home world was dying, through no fault of their own. Mars had immediately presented itself as a suitable candidate for transformation because of its atmosphere. the carbon dioxide in which could be converted through a simple process into carbon monoxide, which was a key component in the atmosphere of their home world, one vital to the living things on it. Their earlier expedition had of course noticed the interesting life forms on the next planet in towards the Sun, and had observed us briefly from orbit. In doing so, they had ascertained that we had no spacefaring capabilities at that time, and also lacked any single representative individual or body that could be approached to speak on all of humanity's behalf about their plans for Mars. That we had achieved the ability to travel to Mars in the interim was an unexpected development from their perspective, given what they had seen on Earth when they viewed it from afar during that previous expedition. While their ability in human languages was truly impressive, no one seemed able to get these beings to understand the notion that some humans would feel Mars belonged to us, that it was somehow ours, even though we had not gotten there first, and were every bit as much aliens on that world as these other beings were. But in the end, that didn't matter. In the weeks that followed, as communications sped back and forth between Earth and Mars about these developments, it would turn out that the new Martians were happy to share their technology, including their interstellar drive, which would allow humanity to explore worlds beyond our solar system centuries sooner than we could have realistically hoped to otherwise. It wasn't the faster-than-light travel that some hoped for, but it was several times faster than anything terrestrial companies had come up with, and orders of magnitude more efficient than anything those companies promised they could come up with in the next 100 years, even when talking to their would-be investors. The new Martians had serious bargaining chips to negotiate with, not that their approach to their interaction with humans at any point resembled what might be considered negotiation in one of Earth's many cultures. They also shared information about worlds with oxygen-rich atmospheres that they had come across in their explorations, useless to them, but exciting news for humanity. In the minds of most people, these gifts made up for the loss of Mars as a site for potential human settlement. Worlds that already had an atmosphere breathable by humans, coupled with the means to reach them within the span of a human lifetime, made them more valuable property than Mars, despite their much greater distance from Earth. Susan and Jay were celebrities even before they had made it back to Earth. They gave interviews and eventually wrote a book about their experience. The new Martians visited Earth as well, often puzzled by the questions that humans chose to ask them and by our strange customs. The newcomers never managed to fully grasp human ideas of ownership, reciprocity, or indebtedness, while humanity felt like we had generously given them Mars, even though it wasn't really ours to give. But the new Martians were probably never more puzzled than when Jay and Susan came to them just before they were due to depart Earth and return to Mars, and presented them with a small token of welcome to our solar system, the symbolism of which was probably completely lost on them, but they felt they should do it anyway because it was the result of yet another of those very rare moments of nearly instantaneous agreement between Susan and Jay, of the sort that had proved so significant in the past. This time it seemed all the more remarkable because it reflected a shared conviction about what the right thing to do was. And so it was that Susan and Jay went to see the visitors to Earth just prior to their return to Mars, presented them with a casserole, and said, "Welcome to the neighborhood." The end. James F. McGrath is both a science fiction author and a professor who writes and teaches about science fiction. His short stories have appeared in the anthologies Touching the Face of the Cosmos and Hero of a Different Stripe, while his essays have appeared in volumes such as Sense of Wonder, A Century of Science Fiction, The Ultimate Star Trek and Philosophy, and Visions of the Human in Science Fiction and Cyberpunk. Story 7. Aldanian Geometry. By Gail Brown, the car-sized remote-control robotic miner worked its way across the moon's surface. There, that impact crater would be perfect to search for ice and ores to help build living quarters as well as research centers on the moon. If the crater remained stable enough, maybe they could even build inside it, so the buildings would be partially protected from solar wind particles and meteorites. The connection cut out. Shaylin cursed. What caused it this time? A cloud? A bird? How was she expected to meet the deadline for a paper if the connection between her Earth-based station and the moon faced constant interruption? Income from that paper meant the difference between a fueled car and walking 10 miles each way to and from work at NASA. The screen blinked back on. A large rock had materialized that hadn't been there before, along with something which moved on its own. Dust scattered around in the limited atmosphere. Buckets worth of debris flung upwards, and other bits filtered back down. Scattered dust wasn't naturally possible on the moon. There was no wind, other than solar wind, which was more radiation than even a gentle breeze. The blob moved. Shaylin spoke to the minor vehicle. "Triller, identify the movement." Triller rotated its video camera. The camera telescoped in and out. First, It focused on the indented rock that hadn't been there moments before. The camera panned to the left. There was the moving splash of color. It wasn't really a blob. Something was familiar about it. The miner telescoped more on a brighter spot. "Is that an octopus?" Cavan walked up and pulled out his chair beside hers. Shalon leaned closer to the screen. "Not like any I've seen before. Clear up the picture. Triller, distinguish the movement from the background." The camera telescoped in and out again, searching for the correct focus. A teal octopus-like beak appeared. Multiple arms and tentacles waved as the camera zoomed out. Cavan leaned back. "There is no water or oxygen on the moon. Not enough for an octopus to live." Shalon gazed at the screen. "It's not an Earth octopus. It can't be. Octopus beaks aren't usually visible or colorful." The octopus turned grayish and camouflaged with the rocks under and around it. An arm jumped out and grabbed the camera. A corrugated suction cup covered the entire camera lens. In the middle, a second line of ridges were perpendicular to the outer set. The inner suction cup moved and appeared to rotate. "Triller, back up." Shalon adjusted the controls, trying to wrench the miner vehicle from the octopus. "No one would believe us." Cavan pointed to the larger screen behind him. "We can't rescue the miner. Have there been more creatures we haven't seen?" Shalon dropped the controls to her lap. "Is the moon their home?" Cavan squeezed the paper he held and tucked it into his pocket. "How could the moon be their home?" "They blend right in. We'd never see them if they hid their beaks, especially if we aren't aware of them. Maybe they live in crater tunnels. We may already have cities waiting for us on the moon." Shalon bounced in her chair and waved her arms in excitement. The camera rotated. The octopus arm released Triller. A large eye, as large as a car tire, peered into the camera. A mechanical voice echoed back through the speakers. "Greetings." Shalon turned to Cavan. He reached behind him and grabbed the seat of his chair, as if the chair would protect him. Shalon placed the controller on her desk and leaned forward. "You hear us?" How were they receiving a reply anyway? The feed was visual from the moon to Earth, and voice only from Earth to the moon. The octopus scrunched up and settled on the rock with 8 or maybe 10 legs, which made it not exactly an octopus, a decapoda, an alien decapoda on the moon. "I have heard your radio transmissions since I was born. We had a 291,000-year journey to arrive at your moon." Shalon squeezed her hands together. If their lifespan was compared to Earth octopus, that meant a lot of dedication to their cause. Octopus rarely lived more than 3 to 5 years on Earth. Over 58,000 generations since they began their journey. "How old are you?" The creature's color deepened. Then one tentacle brushed the new rock. "Almost 15 years old. We live for 10 to 20 years. I am already planning my nursery for the return trip. My offspring will explore Earth and begin the return home trip to Aldania, if we finish our task." A single tentacle caressed the rock. "Close to 10,000 generations of space decapods since they left Aldania. Small indentations, as large as the suction cups on the arm that caressed it, covered the visible surface of the rock." How are they communicating? The voice sounded mechanical, similar to a computer program reading written text. "Why are you here?" Cavan leaned forward. "It is too much to discuss through this machine. I will use its information database to find your location. Time and space hurtle the galaxies closer." Cavan glanced at Shalon. She shook her head. "A chance in a lifetime. Only, not if the government found out." "I will send coordinates. One moment. Where would be best?" "A small, secluded beach cove, an hour's drive away would be safest. No one would look for them there." Cavan touched her hand. He mouthed the words, "Are you sure it is safe?" She nodded. If camouflaging decapodas wanted to destroy Earth, they easily could have, without any awareness by Earth's populations. Perhaps this alien riding a meteorite explained a few unexpected near-Earth objects recently recorded that no one recognized. The decapoda accepted the coordinates and pulled away from Triller. "That is fine." Triller slipped back along the crater. Triller's camera showed a dark wall of potential ice beyond the pitted rock. The decapoda picked up the new rock and hefted itself out of the view of Triller. "Guess we better go meet the decapoda." Shalon shut down her computer. She turned off the monitors and locked her notes away. The dented drawer required a lift and a specific push to click closed and locked. No one else in the busy room appeared to have noticed the commotion or heard the unusual voices. Had their co-workers really been so immersed in their work, they didn't notice a giant, not quite octopus, on the screen? They'd know soon enough. If anyone followed them, someone had seen and heard and or reported what transpired. Shalon opened the car doors and waited for Cavan to join her. At least her car was all a single color. Egg yolk, yellow, enough to draw stares and glares. The only motor vehicle the used car lot carried at an affordable price. Cavan placed his laptop case in the floorboard before sitting down. This is inexplicable. Why did they pick us? Shellon couldn't answer his question. There had to be a reason, a purpose she couldn't determine at the moment. Why these aliens chose them when so many more living beings on Earth would have been a better choice. Trees, dolphins, whales, even the coral reefs cooperated with each other better and more sustainable than humans. We didn't ask how long it would take the creature to arrive from the moon. Cavan watched the scenery as she pulled up to a remote hidden beach the NASA community used for occasional cookouts. The parking lot was empty, which was common on this chilly fall day. Shellon parked the car in the furthest spot, hidden from the road behind a tall boulder. Normally, for her own safety, she wouldn't choose this hidden parking spot. Today, she didn't want anyone to find them. Shellon turned off the ignition. She leaned back and closed her eyes. This went against anything she had ever believed, against her training, against the rules and laws she was bound to. You sure you want to do this? Cavan picked up his laptop bag. Should I leave this behind? Shellon smiled. Cavan didn't have much more than she did, materially. His wife left him a year ago, and he lived out of his car for months. She had been close to living out of her yellow egg crate of a car after her own divorce from a husband who claimed she spent too much time at work. Neither she nor Cavan could afford to live alone, even on NASA salaries. She lived with her teacher sister, who made as little as she did, or less, and worked as many hours or more for a pittance. Yes, for now. He reached the laptop case around to hide it behind the seat. Let's go then. We need to find out who they are and why they are in our solar system. The car door squeaked open. If anyone was around, they surely heard the noise. After she closed the door, Shellon glanced back at the parking lot entrance. Whatever happened, her life would never be the same. Stay behind me. She walked down the wooden slat path. It trailed the beach part of the way down, so people with strollers could more easily reach the picnic area. The path wasn't wide enough for a wheelchair, which left at least 10 co-workers with no way to join the picnics. When Shellon reached the left turn to the picnic area, she veered right, into the sand. Shellon carefully picked her way across the sand and scattered rocks. A slip on this trail, with no one around, would be life-threatening. Before long, they reached a hidden cove where water from the sea accumulated in high tide. Here she often rescued small marine life. Today the tide pool was nearly empty, only deep enough to soak her feet. No trapped small creatures. A bit of marine moss waved in the tiny ripples. She sat on a stool-sized rock by the pool. And now, we wait. Shellon dug her toes into the cool and soothing sand. Not yet cold. Dark, wet sand underneath carried the warmth of summer days gone by. Cavan glanced at the pool, and then back to the entrance of the cove. I'll watch from the entrance. He ambled off out of the cove. Sunlight glinted off the pool water. A shadow covered the pool. Shellon glanced up in fear. 2 grey rocks, each the size of a turkey cooker, slowed their descent and landed on the ground opposite the pool. She gasped. A rainbow shimmered above and around them, as if it were a soap bubble large enough to encompass the cove completely. On the first rock, a decapoda shimmered into existence, a vibrant green with a forest green beak. Another alien materialized into blinding fluorescent yellow with a teal beak on the second meteorite. Shellon held up her hand to shield her eyes. Cavan stepped closer and stared. The fluorescent yellow decapoda grasped the depression-covered rock by its tentacles. Shellon wanted to examine the rock. It resembled meteorites she had studied in the past, though different with all of the uniform hollowed-out places. The rock would be fascinating to study. Decapodas wouldn't be believed in the astronomical circles they followed. Tell us about yourselves. The rock projected both words and pictures on the rock wall in front of them. We come from Aldania in the Andromeda constellation. The pictures showed a vibrant sea world full of sea life. Lots of creatures beyond Shellon's imagination. Many resembled deep-sea creatures she had seen pictures of. Cavan sat beside her. Is there any land on Aldania? Yes, we have a few stretches of land. Our species hasn't explored the land much. A picture of a sandy beach appeared on the rock wall in front of them. The fluorescent yellow decapoda slipped off the rock and onto the beach. It poked the water. I am Zarella. The water here tastes strange. Do any of our relatives still live here? Shellon glanced at Cavan and back at Zarella. Your relatives? Zarella lifted her beak. I smell the memory of them. Once, stars ago, our star system separated. Then our planets were neighbors, circling the same star. The pictures on the wall changed. Moving images showed the current Milky Way, then cycled backwards to show it with more stars, far more. The pictures moved forward into the future through the modern Milky Way, until Andromeda Galaxy once again joined them, as predicted to occur 5 billion years in Earth's future. As Andromeda Galaxy moved closer the second time, Earth's sun expanded to almost the edge of Earth, burning the atmosphere away. Shaylon gripped her rocky seat. She knew this would happen, one of many reasons she worked with NASA, to help find a new home for humans in the next billion years, or a more intelligent species who came after humans. Scientists theorized the sun would become a red giant. It would expand to almost Earth's orbit. Various models predicted Earth might even be swallowed inside the expanding sun at about the same time, as both the moon would drift beyond Earth's gravity and Andromeda Galaxy would twirl dance through the Milky Way. All events expected in 5 billion years. Of course, the sun could pull the moon into its own gravity in less than 5 billion years as it expanded. As the moon moved further away, Earth's tides would decrease to barely discernible ripples. Today's impending tide that often filled the cove with waist-high water when resting on this rock wouldn't even reach the path outside the cove entrance. Fewer tides would deoxygenate the ocean water, leading to mass marine extinctions. Sea mammals might survive the loss of oxygen. They wouldn't survive the temperatures of the red giant sun as it boiled away the atmosphere and then the oceans. Multiplicity of solar system interactions resembled a rising tidal wave in its own right. Even though scientific predictions prepared multiple models, they weren't often combined, resulting in apparent conflicting theoretical information. The second decapoda, vibrant green with a forest green beak, slid off its rock beside Zarella. I am Henny. Soon Andromeda and the Milky Way galaxy will merge on another whirling dance pass. Our planets will be star siblings again. How? Shaylon leaned forward. Scientists had discussed star systems stealing planets and also star systems ejecting planets that may or may not be able to be gravitationally pulled in by other solar systems. The pictures on the wall moved once more. Earth moved beyond Jupiter until the new Aldanian star moved near enough to send Earth toward it. Will your stars be there in 5 billion years? It is considered a short-lived blue and red giant binary system. Shaylon grasped at the memories she knew of the star pair. Alpheratz, the more common name in English at least, was commonly used to refer to both stars in the binary pair of stars in the Andromeda constellation. The larger star, Alpheratz, was a blue-white subgiant star, estimated to be 60 million years old. Alpheratz would be, and may already be, a stellar mass black hole. Smaller red giants, like the second in the pair, Mirach, at 70 million years old, would be a white dwarf in 5 billion years, if it survived Alpheratz's supernova. However, planets were not yet known to exist within this binary pair of stars. Perhaps they did. Or the scientists saw the binary pair after the planets either drifted away or were absorbed into the red giant or blue-white giant's gaseous cloud. Henny slipped off the asteroid. I'm going to check on our relatives. He slipped down the path through a rainbow screen to the cove's entrance. They won't, Zarella said. Our scientists predicted Alpheratz to destroy Mirach. However, as the Milky Way and Andromeda remerge, new stars will be born as star systems pass by and through each other. We will save Earth and Aldania, with Earth's inhabitants' help. The pictures on the wall moved once more. Earth moved beyond Jupiter, until the new Aldanian star moved near enough to send Earth toward the new solar system. Cavan laughed. What can we do? Scientists theorize the Andromeda Galaxy is traveling toward us. No one predicted the Andromeda Galaxy and the Milky Way have joined before, or that our sun was part of the Andromeda constellation. The second asteroid projected a voice. How much do your scientists comprehend about the universe? Shaylon's mind drifted. How much should or could she say? Her security clearance was intended for humans, not living beings from another world, or galaxy. They knew more about the universe than she did, obviously. If information had been mentioned on television in a documentary, she could share it. They recognize parts of how the universe works. However, some theories are contradictory. They should have scanned your asteroids. Cavan restlessly toed the rocks at his feet. The Hubble telescope has only been in space 35 years. Before Hubble, maybe 100 years of smaller telescopes and various orbital satellites. A century. Humans had only explored the galaxy with telescopes that saw far better than the human eye for a century. Less than a half-century with stronger deep space telescopes. That wasn't much time at all compared to the life of a star. Shaylon wanted to share all her thoughts. She couldn't remember enough of the right words. She wasn't sure the Aldanians would comprehend, or how they were truly communicating through meteorites and pictures on the cove walls. How old is Aldanian culture? Zarella changed to new leaf green and settled as light yellow. The voice from the larger asteroid Zarella rested on spoke. We don't know. Our history says the original cultures of Aldania have moved through time and space. Before we evolved, we were deep-sea creatures, similar to our distant relatives here. Most who stayed on Aldania live in the ocean, except those actively helping move the planet further away from the probable supernova. Oceans are wonderful places? The slap of the distant rising tide reached Shaylin's ears. Henny slipped back into the cove amid a rainbow burst of light. Maybe another culture developed and gave us the technology to save our ancestors. And yours. Zarella turned light blue. Henny slapped a tentacle on the second asteroid. Our relatives are here. They aren't happy. Their home is poisoned. Why? Shaylin closed her eyes and gulped. Yes, their home. And hers. Humans haven't taken care of Earth as they should. Some of us try. Those who do the most to protect the planet often don't live long. Those who would most damage our planet seem to reach the top of the social pyramid scheme. Zarella's asteroid spoke. Will you be able to convince humans to build the technology we brought? Earth's radio transmissions have concerned us the last few years. Shallon laughed. Her. I am considered a nobody, even with my position at NASA. Barely a place to live, food, or transportation. With the current political disregard for scientists, I have had to find other possible incomes, anything. I actually work an extra part-time job from home to have food to eat. Same here. Cavan tossed a rock at the cove entrance. Scientists receive almost no respect. Shaylin sighed. The last decade had been a major scientific downfall, as had happened before in history, in various parts of the world. Too many people believed we knew all the answers. When early theories were proven to be a little different than the original theory, many people didn't trust the updated theory at all. Many considered the original theory a purposeful, misleading untruth. Shaylin closed her eyes and remembered scenes from the not-so-distant past. People formerly science-positive no longer trusted anything science said. Her own sister turned away from science, simply because scientists discovered a new virus. Her sister assumed the devastating virus couldn't be a newly evolved virus. She believed science understood the virus, and even manipulated it on purpose. So, we are working against time and space. Zarella glanced toward the cove entrance. We have to help you begin building gravity-strong asteroids in time to move your Earth to safety. I wish we could. Shallon covered her face with her hands. Her life was already in a downward spiral. Her health, not where it needed to be. She worked too much, and rarely had time, or money, to eat. Recent state politics didn't even consider her to have all the rights afforded to humans, simply because she was born female. Every day she went to her job, expecting to be fired for that fact alone. A fact she couldn't control. The way she was born. Something splashed. The tide is rising. Cavan glanced from her to the decapods. We have to leave if we don't want to be underwater. Can't you live underwater? Henny peered at the cove entrance, and then back at them. Number. We may have to learn to breathe underwater as tides rise higher and higher. The amount of livable land is shrinking. How do you breathe in space? Breathing in space would be incredible. Shallon could find a place where maybe she belonged. They could travel to the moon with no need for a spacesuit. Zarella turned to her asteroid. Living in space is one of the gifts we bring. How to evolve our relatives to live in space, to steer Earth away from impact with your star. A wave splashed the cove entrance. Cavan stood up. We have to go. Zarella glanced at Henny. Their bodies changed color several times. The decapodas returned to fluorescent yellow and vibrant green. We will carry you out of reach of the waves. When we are in the air, grab our asteroids and hang on. Zarella and Henny both moved to their asteroids and grabbed hold. They lifted off the ground, an arm's length above a person's height. Shaylin gulped. This was real. Aliens had arrived to save them from their own species. She reached up and held on to the asteroid that Zarella piloted. They lifted over the water, lapping into the cove. The rainbow bubble followed them. Zarella and Henny stayed just above the water, toes almost brushing the gentle waves, until they reached where the trail to the cove split off. Shaylin felt her feet graze the ground. She released the asteroid. Complicated feelings rolled through her. Shock, excitement, and even a glimmer of hope. Maybe someday she would count as a person again. With this discovery, she glanced over at Cavan as he landed. Unless her male co-worker took the credit, she sighed. Zarella and Henny landed a few feet away. Our asteroids have the directions. Our memory doesn't contain them. Zarella lifted a tentacle and pointed at her asteroid, the larger of the two. The rainbow bubble slid to the ground and blocked out the sounds of the rising tide. "May I?" Shalon reached her hand forward. "Yes." Zarella slipped a little further away. Cavan glanced at them. "Are you the only 2 Aldanians that arrived on the moon?" Henny's asteroid laughed. "Number, we lay hundreds of thousands of eggs every few of your years. We left many of our family in orbit around Jupiter. It reminds us of home. Almost a binary star in its own right." "It is a gas giant." Shalon examined Zarella's asteroid. "How do I find the directions?" Zarella flashed multiple colors, then returned to fluorescent yellow. The voice did not vocalize from the stone. Shalon reached out to touch the asteroid. Even the indentions were smooth, not jagged edges due to wear from Zarella's tentacles. And generations before her, how large had it been when it left Aldania? Shalon's phone buzzed. "I have to check my phone." She clicked the button. Her sister texted a message. "Have to work late on grading tests. Don't wait up." "No home-cooked meal tonight," she laughed. The closest thing to a home-cooked meal she had had in ages was baked fish and green beans, a few weeks ago, at a party for a recently promoted male employee. The woman he replaced left NASA in disgrace after giving birth a week early and missing a vital communication from the satellite she worked with. "Not sure how to make it work." Shalon leaned her phone down against the asteroid. "Do you feel the vibrations it sends? It doesn't change color like we do. We follow its directions and listen to all the history it teaches us." Zarella pinkened, which softened into sky blue. Shalon's phone made a sound. A pop-up appeared on the screen. "Too much data." Cavan reached forward. "I'll grab my laptop." She handed him the keys to her car. Hopefully, it wasn't a bad idea. If he couldn't be trusted, he would take it and leave her stranded, miles from home. The bubble changed to rainbow colors as Cavan breached the bubble's limits. Henny drifted down to the sea. The rainbows shimmered as the decapoda slipped through. He turned purple before he adjusted to light green. His asteroid spoke up. "I'm going to visit our relatives." He slithered into the ocean. "How do you breathe and what do you eat in open space?" Shalon touched Zarella's meteorite, so smooth, hundreds of years, or more, of floating through space. "Our ancestors were modified. That is part of the technology we carried to Earth, the ability to create more of us so we are able to help you move Earth's orbit. Then, in 5 billion years, our planets will share a star again. We were supposed to return to Aldania." "So, you don't know if your species created this?" She studied the meteorite closer. A tech bank had to be inside the rock. It did resemble concrete. Cavan returned with his laptop. He tossed Shalon her keys. A NASA logo keyring distinguished it from other people's, a circular part the size of a bottle cap, to nestle in Shalon's hand. Then with the keys pointed out when she walked to her car, or her sister's apartment in the dark. Sometimes, even at work, it was dark in the mornings. Sharp keys provided limited protection. Cavan opened the laptop and turned it on. He leaned it against Zarella's meteorite. It whirled to life. Sorta. A dark screen appeared. Numbers splattered and raced across the screen. Too many numbers filled the screen, and scrolled faster than they could read them. Shalon hadn't seen anything comparable since she learned to use a computer. Back then, they coded everything. Far too many numbers. "What program is that?" Cavan shook his head. "No idea. I thought we might have to wait and view star charts. This isn't something I downloaded on my computer." Zarella leaned closer. "Coordinates. They are combining them. Have to be." "It will take us a while to decipher all of these messages. Years, maybe decades. Which is why we have to stay ourselves here and help. There won't be enough time." Zarella's tentacles curled into a decapoda seat. The cool afternoon progressed into a chillier evening. Henny returned through the rainbow bubble. The sound of the sea whispered through. The second asteroid spoke. "Couldn't find many." The word didn't process. "I did find our relatives. They are quite different from us. I recommend the creatures you call giant squid to be prepared to live in space." What was the missing word? Shalon looked up from Cavan's screen, where she attempted to wrangle the numbers into words, or something they recognized. For now, the strings of numbers were Aldanian geometry, without a key to comprehending their meaning and purpose. Henny flashed multiple colors, and returned to vibrant green. The second meteorite whirled a little, and Cavan's laptop whirred even more. A picture appeared on the laptop, a tardigrade. The species pictured appeared different from the upper atmosphere species Shalon had studied in college a decade ago. For one thing, it appeared larger, with 2 extra legs. Or maybe they were antennae, tardigrades, water bears. They are so fascinating. They live everywhere. Zarella changed to yellow. We have a whole nursery of them with us. We will have to find a moon they can breed on. They are about as big as the object Cavan brought out. As big as the laptop? Most tardigrades were microscopic, or almost so. Scientists had only discovered and studied tardigrades under half an inch long. These laptop-sized tardigrades had to be what the Aldanians ate. Her own stomach rumbled. She needed food if she was going to work on the numbers. Code breaking required time and concentration skills. We have to go somewhere and work on this in private, safely, where we have electricity to keep the laptop working. Cavan nodded. Our supervisor will notice us missing in the morning. Zarella shifted behind the asteroid. Our projected field will keep you safe from prying eyes. Gather your best scientists together to help us figure out how to decipher it. Shalon looked up at Zarella. It's not that simple. Science is shunned these days. If people find out what we are trying to do, they may kill us. Zarella changed colours. Scientists are valued on Aldania. They keep us all alive. Or so your records say. Cavan dragged his toe in the sand. Can you give us a moment alone? Zarella focused on Henny and changed to a brilliant purple. I'll go talk to our Earth relatives. The rainbow bubbles shimmered. The night beach sounds slammed in and replaced the bubble. The decapods both slithered down the trail to the ocean. Cavan closed his laptop. They are extremely trusting. He pointed to the meteorites. They are offering to stay and help us. Shalon's mind swirled. So many issues, fears, and concerns swirled. Earth would be gone in 5 billion years, one way or another. Humans might not last another century. Was it worth it to try to save the planet for humans? If you believe they can be trusted, I have a plan. I know a safe place. Cavan gazed around the darkened beach. Safer than here? Shalon picked up a small rock. This beach, this town, this state had been her home her whole life. And now, she didn't feel safe here. How could she request changing research goals at work? She was already on so many drop lists just for being single, female, and poor. Cavan leaned over to whisper in her ear, We should go to No Atoll. Shalon pulled away. I haven't heard of No Atoll. Cavan spoke softly. It is a small island where mostly ocean scientists are beginning to gather. We should leave tonight. I can't. We don't have any money or transportation. My belongings. My sister. Shalon gripped her keys until they dug into her palm. We need to send Zarella and Henny away from here before someone realizes we are missing and that 2 asteroids arrived on the beach. Shalon shook her head. I'd leave everyone behind. Not really. They left us behind. Cavan pulled out a wrinkled piece of paper and handed it to her. Zarella took the page. She scanned the words. When we go in the morning? He nodded. They planned to wait till morning to fire our entire department, without warning, notice, or reason. That's why nobody noticed us, or us leaving. Shalon stammered. Why didn't I receive this note? I found the note today, or yesterday. That is why I was late. I shared the message with everyone. By the time I got to our table, you were busy. He peered at the ocean. Other things seem more important. Shalon nodded. We need clothes and food. We can't go without anything. Zarella returned to them. Are you going to be able to help Earth? Yes, not from here. We have to gather clothes, food, our technology, and travel to No Atoll, wherever that is. Shalon loosened her grip on her keys. Maybe her sister would join them. It's not far. Cavan pulled his laptop closer. We can't carry you that far. Henny slithered up to them. Give us the coordinates and we will meet you there. Cavan opened his laptop. Once he reached the main screen, he opened a text document with a number string. Zarella and Henny picked up their asteroids. They nodded. Soon they were out of sight, skimming the waves. Shalon glanced at Cavan. How did you find out about this island? My sister sent me the coordinates last week. She left before her department was laid off. He closed his laptop and stood up. Let's go. A boat will be waiting. Money? Cavan turned toward the car. Money isn't necessary. Shalon drove them home to gather her own laptop, clothes, food, and more. Her sister had not returned. She didn't leave a note for her. No trail could be left for authorities to track them. Next she drove to Cavan's home, with him giving her directions. He followed the outside stairs to a second-floor apartment. He returned with a stuffed backpack. Where to? Shalon looked at him. This could all be a dream. If it was, she'd wake up poor, scared, and alone again. Drive to the harbour beyond the NASA picnic beach. Cavan leaned back in the seat. Or a nightmare. When did you send a message? Shaylin turned onto the beach road. As soon as I found the note, I messaged my sister. It didn't really matter anymore. Shaylin turned off the headlights. Better for no one to recognize where they were going. They reached the parking lot. A lone boat bobbed in the bay. The car, empty of gas, sputtered to a stop, straddling the broken lines. No more car, no money to fill the tank. After stepping out and gathering her things, she locked the door. Shaylin patted the hood as she walked away. It had been a good car. Her yellow car would be as alone as Triller, abandoned on the moon, waiting for the next set of instructions. She glanced at Cavan as he slung his backpack on his back. She almost trusted him. With no job to go to in the morning, she might as well trust, where so much trust had previously been broken. He led the way to the boat. A woman waited on them. The unknown woman nodded at Cavan and Shallon. No words were spoken. Shallon lifted her pack over the side of the small motorized boat and climbed in. She had nothing left to lose. Cavan followed her. He placed his laptop on the seat beside them. The woman whispered, "Lay down until we pass out of sight of land." Shallon closed her eyes. No atoll, a hope for the future. Shallon stretched out on the bottom of the boat. It rocked gently, rocking her worries away. Earth had to be saved, for whomever came after them. The end. Gail Brown found science fiction brings hope and light through worlds of colorful dreams. It mirrors daily life as it could be, perhaps should be, in some ways. Worlds where disability was accepted and people lived their lives without overwork and fear. Some of Gail's works include Galataria's Echoes and Concurrent Earths. Concurrent Earths is a collection of science fiction and speculative fiction short stories and poetry. Story 8, Reach for It by Oliazo Tap. Please note, the next story on the page features sections of corrupted text to signify a difficult connection. In audio, this has been recreated as glitches and missed words. This is deliberate and not a problem with the audio. Aloha sits on the carpeted, staggered rows of a dimly lit observation room, watching the deep blackness of space through the long, floor-to-ceiling window. This observation room is small, tucked away in a figurative corner of the massive spacefaring cruise ship. Not many people come here because the view is partially blocked by the west wing of the Arrowhead tip. Actually, most observation rooms aren't used, considering this is 10 years into a 30-year trip. People have gotten over the space aspect of it all, distracted by the casinos and water parks and bouldering. There's nothing to see anyway. The ship passes too far out from planets and even stars to avoid gravity knocking it off course. The view is empty darkness with distant pinpricks of light because he doesn't care enough to pay for the magnification feature. Aloha is only here for the quiet of it, finally alone on a vessel so packed in that it's hard to walk down a massive hallway without having to turn slightly to avoid bumping shoulders. It's stifling after coming back from deep space exploration, and being essentially a free passenger means he's relegated to the cheapest staff dorm rooms as well. He's been here for a few weeks now, waiting for his ship's preventative maintenance to be done, and he's already over it. He wouldn't even wait this long if the engine hadn't been whining suspiciously for a while now. They have a quark collider on the main Explorer hub planet, and the researchers are producing elements with atomic numbers in the hundreds, with so many electron shells that the atoms have to spin at nearly impossible speeds unknown to physics just to make a single revolution. As fuel, it pushes the ship to the same speeds, and he can cross galaxies in the blink of an eye. His engine can't handle the newest experimental fuel though, and now he's stuck. As soon as his ship's maintenance is done, he'll take off, regardless of how far away the next checkpoint is. Aloha doesn't even mind having to fly a bit further than predicted, as long as he gets away from the chatter. Even in an observation room, walls several meters thick to contain ruptures of solar flares, and even the last scream of dying stars, he can still hear their thoughts. It's a low buzz of just noise, occasional rises and falls to startle him out of any focus he can get, an entire small planet's worth of people talking over each other. Aloha's been stuck with a constant low-grade headache from the day his ship's physical sensors pinged the cruise. It's not like they have medication for his mutation, and his recent tests came back fine enough, so the doctors have always just recommended he stay away. To be fair, he could have gotten a worse mutation, and he knew the risks when he started. Eat something strange, get hit with a thicker magnetic field, get bitten or stung, and it's straight into quarantine. Aloha hasn't been to anything close to civilization since his last incident actually ended in serious trouble, so it's not a surprise that he's struggling now. Out in deep space, with the Explorer hub several planets away, it's so quiet that he sometimes finds himself reaching for others, just to hear faint, wordless whispers falling from the sky. Now, he curls inwards, his own thoughts drowned out by everyone else's. So, He sits here on the slightly musty carpet, hands fisted tightly so he can feel the sting of his nails in his palms right next to older scabs, bouncing a foot to the beat of the flickering red facial recognition scanner on the door. His mind is screaming, but his body watches the view in the small, empty observation room as space passes by. There's a blip of light out in space, and then the shockwave hits. Alor is hurled backwards into the next row as the ship judders, narrowly missing, slamming his head into a corner. Panic that isn't his floods him because he's worried about her daughter. The drink. Turbulence on a cruise like this. See a staff member over there. Maybe he'll ask her about it. Complain to the crew. The service here. There's something outside. Alor gasps, surging up and clapping his hands together hard, the cuts in his palms stinging. He grinds his hands together as he paces along the row with shaky legs, the pain arcing up into his forearms. Shit, that hurts. He shakes out his hands with a grimace. Ow, ow, fuck. Alor should have brought the med spray for his cuts, but he thought he was doing so well today. Most of the thoughts are nothing in particular, a jumbled mess, still worried or annoyed at the shake. The minds that do know something are easy to pick out, focused and lined up to overpower the scattered snippets, because there's something, off course, hailing them, signal. Alor strides down the rows to press himself to the glass, the window freezing even with 3 layers between the climate-controlled room and icy space. He looks to the point where he saw the blip came from, and then uses the minds in the control center at the tip of the arrow to navigate further down to where the other ship actually is. With his eyes, it's just a faint shadow, but there's a blown-up 3D render of it on the wall of command that everyone keeps looking up at in between tapping frantically at their own screens. They don't know what kind of ship it is, and I've been in the game for 3 centuries counting cryo, no signals coming in, won't answer our calls, stopped moving immediately like it's grav-anchored to a planet. That's insane. Where did it even come from? Alor sees it from every angle imaginable. The new ship is a giant behemoth, even bigger than the cruise, but it's blocky, like cornered shapes snapped onto each other in a cluster. It looks more like a hub module. There's no need for aerodynamics for ships that don't go planet-side, but it's more efficient to have fewer engines and keep them behind most of the bulk. This ship doesn't even have obvious thrust points, and no beginning or end, just flat panes of brown with almost wood grain running along it. Command is hailing everyone within the galaxy to ask for help identifying it. The police have been called, but they're obviously 2 weeks away. The speakers of the observation room, cafe, gym, hallway comes on, and a polite voice tells them to please move to solid ground. The ship is experiencing some engine difficulties, as if she'd believe that, worrying his parents with this nonsense. Out of the pool, quickly, probably have it all in hand. Alor presses his forehead to the window and breathes fog onto the perfectly chemically clear glass. His headache has grown to a sharp, throbbing migraine, with the announcement narrowing every mind in his reach into one thought before spilling out again. And because of that brief focus, he now realizes there's another voice in the distance past the chaos around him. Alor can throw his range incredibly far, but that's out in the vast emptiness of space with nothing to distract or overwhelm him. If he tries it now, it's like gazing into the horizon to see the curvature of the Earth, but he's in the middle of a city in an underground parking lot. The voice is so loud, though. The other ship is maybe 84 light seconds away, should we deviate course. We'll be coming up on them soon. Kill the back engines. Ready the side, but it's so loud. Even now, if Alor is looking for it, it's growing. The mind is still a jumble of wordless sounds too faint to make out, but it's getting clearer and drowning out the furthest human mind on the cruise. Human mind. As if Alor already knows. There's been no sign of human-level intelligence yet, despite how long and far they've searched. Alor himself has discovered species with the capability to interact and to be trained, with the intelligence of old-world canines, but most are single-celled or flora, and far too many are worms. And of course the Earth has contaminated what feels like the entire universe with tardigrades. Humanity has lost ships before, or entire colony planets have lost touch after a far satellite has been taken out. Surely it makes more sense for it to be human-made instead of EEGNARTS. Alor jerks back from the window with a stagger. He isn't mishearing, and his cochlear translator isn't glitching. That's not any language in human history. ISROTOUROC. The mind is curious, asking for something. It probes closer, louder, like it's circling around. Alor pulls in, scared, because he's familiar with the feeling of several million minds focused into one. The presence of it is like listening to the announcement again, with one clear thought and billions more branching off, but muffled by the force of that one track. The voice is so strong, so focused and not straining under, holding all those minds under its control, No, not control. The minds are feeding the main voice, joining together. Is it another announcement on the other ship? Or is it really a hive mind? Oh me, H. Alor takes a step back as the presence pushes down. DNOUF. He turns and runs. Maybe walls can stop it. Maybe metals. Maybe... U-O-Yai. A tsunami hits him, slamming through his head like a physical force, and he clings to his body with a desperate scream, but he can't think, can't fight the current. He loses himself in the white noise of a raging torrent. NOC2ARYKNORD VIKOVIRI TBSYRROSMY. Alor comes to lying on the floor, eyes still open and staring up at the ceiling, tasting blood with its wetness on his face. The presence circles round, so huge that it blots out the other human minds screaming at him. There is silence, but only when it doesn't speak. It's not a hive mind, not quite. The ship is filled with individuals, all funneling through one being, like tuning into a radio station. Alor was ripped apart. It shrinks back now, snapping away quite a distance and softening its approach, putting out signals to be taken in like an offering, instead of forcing the noise onto Alor. Question, the voice feels like, not with words but raw intent. Confusion. Alor weakly rolls over to spit out blood. He pulls up his shirt with shaking hands, wiping off the fountain of red coming out of his nose, and it soaks the material. Shock. Sorry. Stop, he tries to say. Stop. No answer. Can't help. Much confusion. Go the fuck away, Alor thinks aggressively, and then tries to give it in smaller chunks to be understood better. Leave. Don't want. Bad. K-T-U-L. Booms the voice. Soon after is the very clear emotion of, I have fucked up. Alor groans and rolls the rest of the way over so he's face down on the carpet, soaking it all with his blood. The flow is slowing down, and the medical sensors in the room didn't trigger, but he probably still needs to go see a nurse. Confusion. Sorry, much confusion. VMAOVJHW. Help. Big area, little mind. Lost. Lost? Lost in big space and needs help. The aliens took a wrong turn, didn't they? Very big, the voice insists, probably picking up on the absolute incredulity Alor is putting off. It seems to drift closer but doesn't get louder, tone soft and still gently offering up its mind instead of talking at Alor. Much big, lost, so little. Answer the call then, Alor mutters. How does he communicate? Pick up the radio so you can get help. He tries to send an image of holding the transmitter of his own deep space ship, then the thought of conversation. Confusion. Talk. Good. Relief. Confusion. Alor sits up. With the presence keeping everything else at bay, this is actually the most normal he's felt all day. He crosses his legs and falls a bit sideways, onto an elbow digging into his thigh. There are black spots in his vision if he moves too fast. Alor taps the carpet and a screen pops up. Okay. Map of the galaxy? A 3D map of stars and planets pops up. Alor basically takes a screenshot of his eyes and sends that as a package. Having a conversation with thoughts is incredibly awkward to navigate, so he doesn't know how much he actually sends. It's not like he's met another person with telepathy before. Confusion. What do you mean, confusion? Alor snaps. He pins the cruise ship and then the other ship on the map and sends it again. You. This you. Me here. Fuck off. The image Alor gets back is about 7 more colors than the human body can see. He hunches forward, head in his hands, and breathes through it. It's like VR glitching while in hyperdrive. That image was nothing but color and nausea. For some reason, it didn't occur to him that aliens would see differently. He now understands the confusion. The voice drifts a bit, and more of its smaller lines of thought link up in a new, much less powerful voice that spends some time flashing the hyperdrive trip a few more times before it settles back down into the stream of the bigger consciousness. DONTUNDERSTAND. DONTUNDERSTAND. Don't understand. Don't understand? Alor echoes slowly. Was that him mishearing, or was that an attempt at a human language? ERONT. I've lost you again. I don't know. More, the voice urges. Alor stands up and wobbles back to the window to find the closest star. Do you see this? The voice goes through another cycle of splitting off and consulting what might be experts. The reply image is a Technicolor rainbow, but as a Rorschach's blot, it is maybe a little bit more solid in the middle, like they're looking at the same thing. Good enough. Okay. Now that big one is this little one. Alor calls up the map again, this time on the window, and zooms into the star. This one is this one. The same. Following? Less confusion. Aloha pins the star now and slowly expands out. Way. Why what? Alor then sits down because otherwise he'd fall over. He's not feeling better. He's just stopped losing blood. How is it picking up language so fast? But if it can read minds, then it has access to several million learning algorithms walking around the cruise. And the hive itself has several more million to be taught and to collaborate with. The image he gets is more unintelligible colors, but then it seems to go through renders, pass between minds in the background before coming back, now in somewhat human terms. The voice has given back the same image Aloha sent, but the focus is on somewhere else on the map. Alor has to fiddle around with the map to find the reference point, helped along by the voice prompting him, which is the same feeling as doing your work with your supervisor sitting over your shoulder to watch. He finds the spot on the map, and it's a black hole. Yes, ENODNEW, fantastic, glorious, YES. Why do they want the black hole? They don't really work as wormholes, right? Alor thought that was disproven centuries ago. Do you want the black holes? EMAN. WHATONAME. BATISYOURNAME. Alor pauses, but as soon as the voice asked, he already thought about it as a reflex. RLOAR. ILOAR. IRMTMRI. That is absolutely incomprehensible. But Aloha hears what might be a T and an A, so he assumes the name is Tina. Aloha startles when the door to the observation room whooshes open. He turns to see 4 people, only just remembering the nosebleed mess, and half puts his hand up to try and cover it, even when he knows it's a hopeless cause. Alor! Gasps out the policewoman, accompanied by her policeman partner and a staff member. Everyone looks stressed, and like they ran here. The policewoman takes a deep breath and clears her throat. Alor, correct? Yes, he says slowly. I have my license, if you... No, cuts in the staff member quickly. Could you come to command with us? We're having some translation issues. ALOARASKWHATTHEYWANT. Oh, Alor says. Yes, We'll get a doctor for you, the staff says to hurry him along, but they also pause for a sympathetic wince. Aloha stands and gets helped outside, into a seat inside a small security carriage suspended from the ceiling. As soon as the last person steps in, the pod snaps shut and retracts back up into the pitch-black ceiling. Gravity locks kick in to prevent momentum throwing everyone around, and the pod hits 300 kilometers an hour in a split second. I'm sure you're aware, but there is currently a foreign ship in the distance that we're trying to communicate with, says the staff member, leaning forward across the pod. They can somewhat speak a human language, several mashed together actually, but they say they've been in contact with you. They said they're lost, Alor admits, only just now realizing that maybe he should have been more cautious. He's just gotten so used to playing fetch with worms. WEMENYOUNOHARM. They can also read minds, Alor tacks on. Yes, we figured that out rather quickly, the staff says with a grimace on their face, so it probably wasn't a happy discovery. Have you had contact with them before, while out on deep space exploration? No, they showed up and... Alor gestures to his ruined clothes. It was a shock, and they asked for directions, so I wanted them to leave. Yes, well, the staff huffs, incredulous. They info-dumped instantaneous travel on us and asked for you as a trade. They jolt suddenly and backpedal. Not for bad reasons, just to talk to. We want a better grasp on the situation. They use black holes to navigate, is all Alor can say. He really doesn't know more. TGATEWASDONOTDIEUNLIKESTARS. It makes sense that if Tina sees in that many colors, then they don't need the light of stars to navigate. The group arrives at the command station and are ushered through. Aloha has gotten glimpses through other people's eyes of this cavernous room before. Rows upon rows of workstations with a huge projected alien ship in the middle. Hanging off a larger workstation below, near the projection, are several holograms of people arguing. Eselfruivuiouhealewe. Alor is fine. He doesn't even have a headache anymore. Sorry. Worry. You must be Aloha, says a man who fast walks towards them, dressed in enough fancy decorations that he probably runs this ship. The other ship doesn't seem to have the capability to use communication equipment. We've been asked to talk with you instead. Didn't they send you information? Aloha asks in confusion. They put it in someone's head, so it wasn't much of a conversation, the man corrects. He then looks down at Aloha's clothes. I'll get you a doctor too. I get nosebleeds from the mutation, it's fine, Aloha lies. LIAR. The group Aloha came with is already running around and a map of black holes is pulled up. THISMA PISMUCHBETTE RTHANYOURSALOAR. It's a good map, Aloha translates. CANYOURUNIT. Turn it how? It's the same orientation as the one Allor showed them. That's not his problem though. Can you turn it? The map slowly starts turning, and whoever's working it is obviously confused. GOOD, the voice says, when the map is flipped diagonally. So they're more upside down in the other ship. Not that space necessarily has an up, which isn't helping the situation. That's good. Can you expand it now? Aloha goes back and forth a few more times on how much of space the map needs to show, and it turns out a lot, as in the furthest reaches that humanity has gotten to type of big. THANKYOUALOAR. There's a pause, then a shove through Alor's brain. Quiet. Utter silence. Then Alor pushes it away out of sheer instinct, and it all floods back in just in time to feel the voice dissolve back out into millions more, and without it, the cruise ship rushes back in too. He slams it shut once more. Oh, the voice made him a door to block off the telepathy, just dropping the ability to have full mental control into his brain like it's nothing. There's a sudden burst of noise in the command center as the projected model starts to glow along its faux wood grain edges. The ship appears to be drifting away diagonally, and then it blips back out of existence. The shockwave this time is only a reading on the sensors instead of turbulence. Alor is left standing in the command center with most of the room staring at him. "Do you need a doctor?" blurts out a young woman from nearby, probably here on internship. Alor sighs. Yeah, I probably do." The end. Oleazo Tap is a serial-based writer who grew up on translated light novels and epics in bite-sized chapters. Oleazo says they're not a bestseller, certainly not critically acclaimed, but the stories are free. Story 9, Memories in Water. By Louise Butler. There is a faint vibration that sits in the back of my memory, a thin murmuration of all of us, hundreds of us, moving in concert, a tinkle of glass. We move, yet we are still. We shudder, yet we are not cold. We know, but do not think. We are and are not. So long, so long, so long. JF3 rolls soundlessly through the starship that carries the best hopes of mankind toward the Alpha Centauri system. Our vessel is close enough to the binary stars that it is warmed by Alpha Centauri A, on starboard, and Alpha Centauri B, on port. Some 23 astronomical units apart, the binaries are about as far apart as Uranus is from Earth's sun. That means the starship receives approximately as much light as the planet Saturn. But our ship receives that light on both sides at the same time. That is adequate. JF3 monitors the environmental controls. Everything is green. Readings are stable with few demands on the systems. Our target is neither of the binaries. It is instead a planet circling the third star in the Proxima Centauri system. The planet no longer has its scientific alphanumeric designation. It was named by the children of Earth in the first years leading to the mass migration. They chose the name Biivi, after the Sami goddess of the sun and mother of all mankind. Our payload is cryogenically preserved threads of Taggant-enhanced DNA, each representing carefully selected humans. I was one of those threads, and it is my memories that I try so hard to preserve, even though those memories include the harsh death of so many of us. Those deaths occurred at what was supposed to be our moment of triumph. Perhaps it was a triumph, of sorts, but that will be a decision for the future. We know that once on Biivi, JF3 will reconfigure our threads of Taggant DNA to human form, but what must be done is even more complex than simple reanimation. Each thread is wedded to Taggant microcircuits containing memories, talents, learning, and proclivities from the original donor. These will attach themselves to the brain and nervous system and become part of our reconstruction. It is not just a creature, but a person that will be inserted into the ecosystem of the new planet. Biivi will receive complete units. What I remember, vaguely at first, and more clearly later, was that JF3's prime directive was to deliver viable and workable units to this new world. Programmed and designed to place this directive above all others, he dutifully processes the parade of information received from Biivi, from Proxima Centauri, from the binaries, and from the spaceship. All must continue to be well. It is JF3's only reason for existence. While the Masterbot certainly obeys the 3 laws of robotics, it knows that those rules only exist, so it can perform this one function, to insert human DNA, housed in animated protein blocks, into the life forms already on Biivi. I have become a friend to JF3. In the approximately 173 years that the starship has been in transit, JF3 has become aware of the growing electronic activity among and between the glass vials of enhanced human DNA. Ever vigilant, the bot became aware of me as I sent out repeated quanta of thought and received a response from other vials. It is not talking, I remember talking, so much as others responding to my images with images of their own. Acting as our guardian, JF3 chose to both monitor and aid that communication as an asset to our survival. He is not the only one. A multiple robotic presence hovers around and over us in a constant rotation of task and time. There is beeping, occasionally an obvious command in electronic tones, a light that examines and another light that illuminates. There are pulses of sound that occur so regularly they must have a function. And there is the murmuration. When we move in concert. 25 to a rack. 5 racks rotating in sequence on a vertical wheel, like cars on an ancient Ferris wheel. 4 wheels angled around a central kiosk. We live in sturdy glass vials, roughly the length and width of a man's forefinger. Each tube is filled with crystalline liquid, in the center of which twirls a translucent spool of enhanced DNA. Each precious strand swims in its electrolyte solution and lives a quiet, limited life. We are not human in anything but essence, 500 of us, living in as many tubes, and yet we think, know, share. Those who produce this miracle expect us to live, become reanimated upon arrival at Bay V, and then be introduced as the dominant life form on a terrestrially compatible planet. Our creators anticipated that some of us might die. 6 units have soured and been destroyed thus far, but that was a mathematical reality, not a desired outcome. I vaguely feel I should have some unease over the units that were lost, but it is a fleeting and insubstantial thought. What happened on the planet's surface, of course, was not contemplated. It placed JF3 in a position of creator instead of servant. This would have escaped most of us except for our evolving communication while in vitro. The scientists did not expect that we would be sentient while in our vials. Of course, this is all new to mankind. The unexpected should be expected. We became capable of shared thought 100 years into the journey. Most of us became self-aware much earlier. The first of our communal memories was that we were in transit. That was quickly followed with the reasons for our test tube existence. It floated out of a miasma of random electrical pulses forming a groupthink. Some thoughts were added, others contested, a series of call and response impulses. Our recollections have been greatly aided by that most diligent robotic tender, Joint Functionary Number 3, JF3. Evidently, our group thoughts produce enough electronic activity that they were picked up by our tender's hypersensitive reactionary programs. Like anticipated text, JF3's program allows it to learn by choosing alternative outcomes, observing, evaluating, and ranking responses to each choice. JF3, perhaps because he has the greatest responsibility for our well-being, sensed that we were not behaving as had been anticipated by the creators. Having vials of enhanced DNA communicating with each other, while unexpected, was eventually accepted as an actionable reality. After that acceptance, JF3 decided that since we were sharing thoughts that we also needed voices. The electronic codes that had been directing the robots were switched to voice commands. The bots also began talking to us. Our robots' mechanical musings were as soft as our thoughts, simple, repetitive. JF3 only changed the message when he was sure we had assimilated what was said. Communication was achieved in halting but real progress. Mission goal, insertion for reanimation. Mission statement, to assure each life unit transferred for interplanetary seeding survives in its optimum animation. Flight duration, all times given in common time Earth years, 173 years, 120 days, 7 hours, 16 minutes, seconds counting. Environmental elements, static, optimal for life forms and robotics. Isolated human life form status, 489 units extant, 4 units destroyed through random and statistically anticipated errors, 6 units soured and destroyed, with 1 unit considered to be suspect. Evaluate before insertion. Sentient robotic support. Masterbot JF3 operation optimal. Numbers JF1, 2, 4, 7 all in operation. Numbers 6, 11 in recovery mode. Numbers 5.89 currently out of service due to unsolved issues. Repairs attempted. Number 10 being cannibalized for repairs of no-sin. 8.9 inches. Expected arrival at destination 4 days, 20 hours, 3 minutes, seconds counting. Reanimation sequence scheduled to begin as anticipated at planetary insertion plus 72 hours. We will be the first awakening of human life on another planet. I know that I played some role in solving the problems of getting us from Earth to BIV, but I cannot call up the specifics of that task. Extragalactic travel had become possible, inviting and then necessary through the evolution of time. Why not become a benevolent and productive invasive species? The problems of transporting a vanguard of humans to another planet coalesce around two factors: space and time. How does a ship capable of interstellar travel carry hundreds of bodies and keep them alive 3 times the normal human lifespan? But what is a human life? Was there an essence to humanity? Ultimately, it was decided that you could spool human DNA in an enhanced form so that it was not just biological replication but contained the memory of what that biologic had done, learned, practiced, and held in mental and emotional programming. All learning is a predictable combination of electronic impulses. These transfers from one neuron to another leave an electronic trail. Those trails can be mapped, replicated, and programmed into a second sequence, an electronic tangent twined with the first. Such tangents had been used as early as the late 20th century. They were first added to explosives, so tiny and resilient that they could be used to identify a manufacturer even after detonation. Now they added information to the blueprints for life. It was concurrent with this technology that the formation of protoplasmic bricks was developed. Having the same consistency and look of the agar used in ancient laboratory petri dishes, the bricks were developed as highly reactive vectors for DNA. The bricks were approximately the size and half the weight of a bar of gold bullion and capable of being stacked in discrete drawers. When the enhanced DNA material was inserted into the protein-heavy bricks, they became perfect mediums for cellular construction. The brick was made elastic with warmth. Then an insertion of sera and the entire vial of genetic and tangent load was delivered deep in its center. The fluid was a catalyst and reacted with the brick. Light, warmth, and more liquid, not dissimilar from the chemical components of blood, would bathe the infused bricks in hyperbaric chambers for anywhere from 5 to 7 days. What emerged were humanoids that were approximately the size and vaguely like the human from which they came. Through these innovations, 500 humans could be transported in a kiosk with a footprint the size of a kitchen island. Their corresponding protein bricks would take up a cabinet-sized section in the cargo bay, and the regeneration pods, 21 of them laid out in 3 aligned rows, completed the same bay. In less than half an Earth year, all could be restored, integrating them to the new world slowly over the time required. It was doable. It was done. This ship was destined to place a generation of humans on a distant planet in a different solar system. We, the chosen few, will join extant but simple life forms on another planet, adjust as needed, and become an old race on new soil. Planets circling distant stars were chosen, explored robotically, and a decision was made. During all this time, the people of Earth became comfortable with the knowledge of what would be done to send the seeding crew to BAV. On BAV, we would find a home of much water, lush continental formations, limited deserts, and a temperate climate. There were biological carbon-based forms of flora and fauna on BAV, but nothing with which we would have to dispute ownership of land or resources. Humans would indisputably be the dominant life form on BAV. These were the thoughts and memories that drifted over the kiosk of vials. These were the actions and plans programmed into JF3's electronic brain. This was the reason for the sleek, silent starship. And none of this would happen exactly as anticipated. JF3 efficiently arranges the reanimation of the first 21 humans to begin 3 days prior to our arrival in orbit around BAV. The order of insertion has been carefully and logically mapped out. I am not part of this lead group. The 21 vials of tangent-fortified DNA are placed, 7 at a time, in warming trays, along with the proto-bricks. The first 7 would be inserted in the proto-bricks and placed in their regeneration pods before any other precious distilled human lives are involved. Our bot tenders have to assure themselves that all was working as intended. Patience is easy after 173 years. Insertion accomplished, a watch is placed on each pod, and time passes. Our ship arrives at BIV and enters a stable orbit around the welcoming planet. Now it is just a matter of assuring that the life forms develop normally and can be successfully transported to the surface. The development of the proto-bricks to human form took a bit longer than expected, but within 2 weeks all 7 individuals were ready for emergence from the pods. "Welcome to consciousness, Alessandra J. Torres," JF3 intoned. "Do not try to move. You are still recovering from reanimation. We will assist you as needed. You are safe, and you are not alone." "Welcome to consciousness, John J. Fordyce. Do not try to move." "Welcome to consciousness, Kim Soo Ling. First of 2. Do not try." "Welcome to consciousness, Georgia S. McAllen." The greetings went on as robots tended to each emerging humanoid. All are healthy and functioning. The 7 enter the habitat rooms prepared for them and begin the process of relearning what human form requires. There are 30 such cubicle-style rooms and a common room with food and other amenities for the reanimated humans. Another 7 are processed using a second set of pods with similar results, save one malfunctioning pod, which ends in the wasting of a proto-human. I do not know what happened to that entity, though I sense a general feeling of regret on the part of the first 7 reanimates. The errant pod is marked defective and will not be used again. A third group of 7 is put through the remaining pods and all survived. Henceforth, 20 vials at a time could be inserted into the pods and put through the process of reanimation. Over time, the pods seemed to work more efficiently. The first group of 20 reanimates were prepared for removal to the surface of Baavie, even as the next 20 vials were prepped for insertion. I am not part of this tier either. Whatever skills I possess, I wish I could remember, they are not needed immediately. These first humans would never return to the starship. They would be accompanied by 2 bots that would provide a continuous and sterile transfer to and from the ship. The first transfer from ship to surface via tender vessel happened the same day the second group of humans started emerging from their pods. The feeling of excitement on the part of the humanoids and hypervigilance on the part of the bots was electric. All was going well. We could hear JF3 reciting information to each group of reanimates about the life awaiting them on Baavie. Like the mythical Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, the first humans occupied a low-latitude meadow with a cover of plant-like material that had the look and feel of Berber carpeting. The ground was ochre and green, the water blue, the sun orange. There was running water and many manifestations of life that, while not what one would see on Earth, were close enough to form paradigms that allowed description and useful evaluation. The native life of Baavie could be categorized as useful, benign, and reactive, but not sentient in the human sense. Equipment and materials for shelter, food production, and support for human activities. Science, technology, research, production, management, education, even aesthetics were offloaded, and the bots assisted the humans in their understandably hesitant attempts at construction and organization. Less than 30 days later, the second tier of humans were moved via the tender vessel to the surface, while the third were recovering and finishing their reorientation in the cubicles, even moving around the starship and active in ship-to-ground communication. A fourth tier had just finished their insertion into the proto-bricks and were developing in their pods when I sensed an agitated change in JAV3 and his fellow bots. Something was wrong. 80 humans were well on their way to capturing a new planet. Almost 2 months had been spent circling Baavie. Messages of initial success had been beamed to an Earth that would not receive them for generations. Over 400 of us were waiting our turn, but something was amiss. JF3 was hyper-vigilant and constantly updating and evaluating data from the surface. Then came a day with no activity in the kiosks other than the most superficial of tending. The bots that had been on the planet's surface had returned with the ferry, and there was a cloistered meeting of all our robotic tenders. The humans who were now walking freely throughout the ship were excluded from this meeting, which was held in the recharging bay for the artificial intelligence units. But all of them knew that something was dangerously amiss. The bots' exchange of data was followed by a flurry of analysis. Ultimately, a decision was made, a small course correction. The biggest change was that none of us were prepped for insertion. Those already in their pods were harvested. One by one they were emerging, whole and healthy. They doubled up in the comfort cubicles with their predecessors. There was no movement of humans to the surface. Time passed. Whatever the problem on the surface was, it was not shared with the humans. Not yet. Then a quiver of anticipation filled the ship. The mission would move forward. A tender craft with a small group of humans was to leave for the surface. The payload would have half the number of participants, but twice the number of bots and scientific equipment. The humans were given injections of a prophylactic enzyme. The humans were told there was a problem with adjustment to some element of the Baavian ecosystem. There had been deaths. How many? All of them. A shock containing every element of human emotion ran through the assembly. Those of us in the kiosk felt it, even felt we should be sharing these fears, but could not focus on any appropriate response. Through all the jumble of noise, fears, even anger, only JF3's response was level. The correct response was repeated until all of the emotion-laced sounds were neutralized. The problem had been analyzed and a solution found. The enzyme injection would chemically alter their cells, countering some malignant influence of indeterminate type. It was a return to the plan, until it wasn't. Within less than an Earth week, the tender returned, and with it was a quarantined collection of 3 wrapped bodies. We could hear the whispered conversations of the humans that greeted this sad and astonishing return. Dead. They were all dead. Again. Every one of the original 40, and now the 10 who had gone down just a few days before, were dead. Their bodies, save the 3 which our bots had hastened to retrieve, had been immediately consumed by scavenging creatures that were known to exist on BIV. These scavengers were rarely seen and never threatening, but they were known to digest all dead biological matter on the planet's surface almost instantaneously. Being able to remove the 3 bodies that were returned to the ship had been a near impossible task. The cause of the deaths, while scarcely natural, were not provoked by any obvious outside element. The bodies, brought back, and now in strict seclusion, needed close examination. This was made more difficult by the fact that they existed in an almost liquid condition. The memories I have of the next weeks are scattered and muddy. There was little attention paid to us in the kiosk, other than scrupulous care. We were all that were left of the future. Among the humans already in the body, there was an anxiety that led to a voluntary isolation among many and an almost manic agitation among others. The bots, never concerned with emotional response, were a steady presence, but they were always working, frequently taking power while at their stations via portable power units. Weeks passed. Then, a breakthrough. The combination of artificial and human intellect, working in concert, found the cause of death. But that knowledge gave no comfort. The proto-brick material failed once exposed to the BAV atmosphere. Prostaglandins, present in almost every life form on Earth, were also present on BAV. On Earth, these prostaglandins are made up of 20 carbon atoms in a 5-atom circle. On BAV, a 21st carbon atom, attached to the end of the molecular array, acted as a free radical. This prostaglandin atom readily joined the ubiquitous prostaglandins in the proto-material. Once there, it broke down protein barriers at the cellular level. The BAV prostaglandins started a cascade of disintegration from the inside out. Once begun, the humans dissolved in a soup of their own making. They died in hours, but thankfully without pain or even a conscious sense of doom. The humans simply shut down, broke down, and ceased to be. It had taken weeks for the BAVian prostaglandin molecules to recognize, enter, and accept the human forms. But once there, the evolutionary changes, small course corrections though they were, sped up. The last group of human transplants to the planet's surface had been infected and succumbed within hours. The humans remaining on our ship recognized far too clearly their peculiar form of limbo. They faced a slow death if they remained on the ship and a quick one if they went to the planet's surface. In truth, the same doom faced those of us in the kiosk vials, but we were relegated to a less than cognizant status by our less than human form. JF3 recruited those humans with science, medical, and chemical knowledge, not an insignificant group within these first-tier reanimates, to work with all the AI units to postulate possible solutions. At one point, 5 humans volunteered to try a synthesized antidotal vaccination and move to the planet's surface. They were dead within 3 hours. The bots left their bodies, as they had the others, on the soft, grassy cover of BV, where they disappeared overnight, consumed in total by the large, soft-bodied centipedal creatures which seemed to clean all dead tissue from the surface of the planet, living on death while causing none. The quiet of pervasive despair settled over the starship for exactly 48 hours. Then with the first crackle of radio communication, everything changed. Messages began coming from the surface. They were neither random nor confused. They were, in fact, remarkably specific, shocking, and unbelievable. These messages were coming from the people who had died on BIV. Something was using the equipment, a considerable and sophisticated amount, left behind on the surface to communicate with the ship. Someone, something, was communicating in our common tongue, and the tale they told was without precedent. The words were difficult to understand, garbled like someone speaking underwater, but the matching written text was clear. The incredulous humans joined our bots in the communication loop. At one point, a human had the idea of asking the speaker to give the name and specialty of each person currently on BAV. The answers, slow in coming but relentless, gave all in the ship pause. Every name was offered, save 3. Those names missing were the 3 individuals whose bodies had been returned for examination, the 3 who had not been consumed by BAV centipedes. The persistent message from the erstwhile deceased and consumed people, who now chose to refer to themselves as Bavians, was that the great experiment was a success. Not the originally conceived success, but a success just the same. They encouraged their fellow humans to join them, but what they said had happened, and what would happen, was too bizarre to be accepted on its own. An exploratory trip to the surface was essential. Jeff3 and several of his fellow bots would travel to Bauivi and evaluate what was purported to have happened. Communications would continue, and a code was worked out between the AIs and humans on board to warn of nefarious or dangerous manipulation. JF3 and the bots were gone for days. All communication was monitored, appeared to be secure, was constant for the entire time, and then stopped. The tender craft was headed back to the ship. All of us, rotating in our kiosk, were made party to the discussion. JF3 was certain that we, in vitro, needed some memory of what they had found, as well as what might follow. A serious examination of what waited at the encampment had been done. Now, an equally serious discussion took place, and ultimately, a momentous decision had to be made. Oddly, there was no dispute over the being in charge of that decision. JF3 had been programmed to assure the safety and viable delivery of 500 humans to BAEV. It was on the artificial intelligence of this robotic entity that the final choice would rest. If any of the nascent humans on board thought they deserved precedence in this decision, they kept it to themselves. Perhaps they were still too unsure of their own humanity to assert self-determination. JF3 shared and gathered information with the reanimated humans the same way he took readouts from science stations. There was no passion, only relentless data and logical conclusions based on irrefutable facts. Ultimately, it came to the prime directive: keep the individuals in each vial alive and recreate them by insertion into viable life-ready structures. Populate BAEV with human DNA. JF3 could complete this task in only one bizarre fashion, and this he now shared with his human wards. The Baavian land mollusk creatures were true scavengers. They consumed the entirety of any living thing that died on the surface of BAEV. As the humans on the surface succumbed to the ravages of foreign and incompatible prostaglandins, the mollusks had descended on them as they did any other food source. But in their almost instant consumption of the pools of humanity, the mollusks had also ingested the still-living DNA that saturated the protein-rich human forms. That DNA found its new home within the mollusk to be equally compatible for growth. The Tagans had added their program to the Baavian life forms, infiltrating a neural stem that traversed the length of the centipedal creature, altering mental as well as physical capacity. The scavengers had been welcoming hosts, for they intuited the advantages of this more adaptive parasite which now occupied their gut. It had taken amazingly little time for the hybrid creatures to become comfortable in the living quarters of the human colony. What the creatures in their new form could use, they used. What they could not, they ignored. They could lift a full 2/3 of their body length up in a balanced upright posture. Their extended limbs could grow, curl, and contract, much like the antennae of snails, to operate the radios and computers as human thought directed them. When human activities brought on hunger or a need for rest, the mollusks returned to the ground, found expired creatures to consume, and burrowed into the comfort of deep, moist soil for sleep. The humans were alive, but as hybrids. That same life was offered to all of us on board. I was in the first group of vials sent to the planet. It was an experiment, certainly, and there was a chance that we would die just as surely as our brothers and sisters had so many weeks before. The insertion was made in the compliant centipedals, who offered themselves up at the encouragement of their enhanced fellow mollusks. Once inserted, the Tagant enhanced DNA began to grow, taking over the form and function of the host. I was alive. I was capable of motion, manipulation of limbs, and communication. Slowly but relentlessly, however, I came to know that none of these abilities were accomplished in the ways I had originally known. I knew what I was and what I was not. I was most certainly alive and most certainly not human. My body was soft, without bone, but with strong and flexible tendons. It was the stretching and compressing body of a creature that was, in turns, like a slug, a centipede, or a worm. I could, because my mind was as directive as it had once been in my body, make my body stretch upward, close to 5 feet in height, while keeping another 3 feet on the ground for balance. While upright, I could extend several of my legs to become truncated arms with limited triple fingers at the end, to operate tools, electronic keyboards, and switches. My mouth, a circular opening with rasping edges, could make sounds that approximated a human voice, though with more bubbling consonants and wispy vowel sounds. I was alive and functioning. Gathering the information of the creature I now occupied, I knew that my lifespan would be slightly less than it would have been on Earth, yet I could reproduce during that time, and we would soon find if our DNA would be transferred to my offspring. Months later we learned that it was, in fact, true. We were a new species, passing along human DNA in Baavian bodies. JF3 had completed the task for which it had been created. The vials of Tagan-enhanced DNA had been inserted into a viable life form. What had not been anticipated was that the form was not the proto-bricks we had brought to BIV, but the bodies of creatures that had lived on this planet for tens of thousands of years. We thought as humans but lived as mollusks. We were Baavians. With the success of the first mollusk insertions complete, insertion of the rest was hurried to its logical end. The humans already in the vulnerable proto-brick manifestation had to go through the unpleasant business of movement to the planet, infection with the BAEV prostaglandins, death of a sort, and then immediate consumption by the welcoming mollusk scavengers. None of the lives were lost. I lived. All of us lived. We are not human in form, but are human in thought, in aspiration, in humor, and in relationships. Our life is lived more horizontal than vertical. Certain ideas like cooking and singing no longer have a reasonable reference. Other ideas, response to vibration and group dependence, for example, have different and deeper meanings. But sometimes I still have memories of a life unlike the one I now live. Those memories start with a life on legs, running, dancing, walking with others. But all the memories end up in water. A twist of DNA slowly swirling in crystalline liquid toward a future never imagined. A memory which fades as years pass. A memory evaporating. A memory in water. The end. Louise Butler has most recently been published in Metamorphosis magazine, Cricket magazine, and Chicken Soup for the Soul. She was nominated for the Pushcart Prize by Copperfield Review. Louise specializes in science fiction that is engaging and fanciful while seated in solid research. With a background in both science and economics, Louise likes data as much as chocolate, and like chocolate, thinks data is better when sweetened with a little imagination. Louise uses her love of research to indulge the storytelling inheritance of her Sami ancestors. Story 10. Canned Meat. By Vincent de Diego Mezzo. Frame the soldiers in the background getting their injections and scans while I do the intro, Thomas Hunter said to his cameraman Toussaint. Toussaint nodded, checking the frame and lighting. I'll end up here next to... What's your name again, sweetheart? He said to the platoon lieutenant they were embedded with. Weaver, Second Lieutenant Weaver, sweetheart. She wore the beret from her dress uniform with the tactical 0G undersuit. It accented her muscular frame. Can you bend your knees a little? Thomas mumbled. Toussaint, get me something to stand on. I need to be eye level with the lieutenant. We're live in 10, Toussaint said, kicking an ammo can along the floor toward the reporter. It only made it halfway, the gravity of their deceleration halting it. Let me get that, sweetie. Lieutenant Weaver hefted the ammo can next to her mark. Thomas Hunter stepped on the ammo box next to the tall, muscular lieutenant. Toussaint counted down on his fingers. 3, 2, 1. Soldiers lined up to get their shots. Pulling up their sleeves, high-pressure jets forced the various immunoglobulins, hormone enhancers, and bone stabilizers through their skin. Lieutenant Weaver's Spetsnaz were taller than the regular soldiers. They didn't flinch when the meds shot through their skin. The reporter narrated, Thomas Hunter here, your man in the stars. We've been 120 souls embedded with 2nd Lieutenant Weaver's platoon on the UES Kuru on our way to the planet we've named Deep Blue. Hurrah! The platoon yelled, startling Thomas. Still off camera, he gathered himself. Red safety lights flashed as the soldiers proceeded through the Dexa to clear their bone density. Sergeant Gordo's shoulders scraped the sides of the machine as he walked through. He was shorter than the other Spetsnaz, but what he lacked in stature, he made up in girth. Toussaint panned from the Dexa unit, where the technician was still trying to push Sergeant Gordo through, across the deck past the medic station, and nodded when he got the lieutenant and reporter in frame. Weaver seemed to be stifling a laugh. How would you assess the mission readiness of your platoon, Lieutenant? Sir, we can assure the citizens that our training and their tax dollars are not going to waste. Hurrah! The platoon stomped their feet and stood at attention. Weaver raised her hand, waving them to ease. It was funny the first time. This is not our first time protecting the special envoy and representatives on a primary contact mission. What can you share with our viewers about the natural resources of Deep Blue? Sorry, sir, that's above my pay grade, Weaver smiled. But I can tell you that the inhabitants of Deep Blue are like us physiologically. Their communications and other technology are about 200 years behind ours. And what about their weapons? Thomas pushed. I can tell you, but I'd have to kill you, sir. Weaver winked at Thomas. Thomas slipped backward off the ammo can, heard Toussaint stifle a laugh. Thomas smiled like he'd been in on the joke. He wasn't going to let a second lieutenant put Thomas Hunter, your man in the stars, off his game. Thank you, Lieutenant. I'm sure our viewers are looking forward to more of your insights. Lieutenant Weaver saluted, did a 180, and disappeared into the ordered chaos of her platoon. Thomas faced the camera. We'll be back in half a sol, broadcasting from the planet's surface as our trade delegation meets with the inhabitants of Deep Blue for the first time. This is your man in the stars, Thomas Hunter, signing off. Fixing his smile, he waited for Toussaint to give him the all-clear. A swell of laughter came from the platoon behind. Thomas strained to keep smiling. It seemed like ages before Toussaint signaled. What the fission, Toussaint? Was I that off my timing? That seemed endless, smiling at the lens like a frozen floater. Huh? No, you were good. 2 clicks to spare. Looked great from where I'm standing. Take it easy, boss. You're stardust. The stats back yet? Thomas unzipped the 0G undersuit with the honorary rank of commander on the epaulets as he walked toward Toussaint. Looks like a 75% share, Toussaint answered, fumbling his equipment away. What's the HSV? Well, it's the middle of the Saul at home. Most citizens are at labour, Toussaint answered. Don't block my filters, T. What is it? It's about 4. Great, 75% of 4% of households streaming video. I miss the old days. They're bored with exploration. It's lost the novelty. Just more canned meat, Thomas said, heading to the canteen. Thomas removed the UES Kuru cap the captain gave him when welcoming him aboard at Haumea. His glasses left dents on the sides of his pointy nose when he placed them on the wash basin. He splashed water on his face and shaved head, the small ration allowed in the flying can that served as the diplomat's escort. It was more than the soldiers got, probably as much as Lieutenant Weaver got. He reminded himself not to complain. Spraying the inside of his suit with dry soap cologne, he sucked a tube of protein paste while he waited for the chemicals on his clothes to evaporate. The paste was more nutritious than the ubiquitous canned meat rations back home, but it didn't taste as good. He reminded himself not to complain. Popping a handful of pills, some to ameliorate the lack of a circadian cycle and some for recreation, he headed to the canteen. Toussaint was chatting up Lieutenant Weaver and a table of soldiers. Shuffling a deck of cards, Toussaint showed a couple sleight-of-hand moves. He stuck a card on his forehead, said something Thomas couldn't hear, and the table erupted in laughter. Thomas chuckled to himself. He was jealous of Toussaint's ease with people. When Thomas retired, his videographer would take over his position and be better at it. That was good, though, a legacy of sorts. He reminded himself not to complain. The table waved and greeted him. There was no room. Sergeant Gordo took up 2 spots on Toussaint's right. Thomas nodded at Weaver and Toussaint and stood by the bar. You're the correspondent, yeah? The bartender greeted him. Our man in the stars. Thomas smiled, turning slightly to show his profile. My parents used to watch you, the bartender added. She stood 1/4 meter taller than Thomas, no doubt the result of spending most of her life in low or no gravity and having access to high-quality protein paste on board Navy ships. Scotch, neat. Sorry, meat, bourbon? That'll do the trick. Forcing a smile, Thomas found there was already one plastered on his face. He nodded and turned to watch Toussaint dealing the cards. Turning back to the bar, he was startled. Lieutenant Weaver had snuck in next to him. It's on me, she said to the bartender. They both towered over Thomas. He reminded himself not to complain. Sorry about before. It helps morale for them to yell, but I didn't mean for you to fall. Thomas looked up from Weaver's neck, which was at his eye level, into her dark eyes. Not a problem. I admire what you do. They deserve to be heard. He tossed the bourbon back and waggled his eyebrows at the bartender for another. What? The lieutenant asked, tilting her head. Huh? What? Thomas said, thinking he had missed something. What do you admire? Which part of it? Weaver said, holding up her empty glass to the bartender. Well, your service. Thomas searched for the party line, the right soundbite from the thousands he'd broadcast. Your service to the expansion of mankind into the universe. Oh, Weaver sipped her fresh drink and nodded. I thought you meant for the blatant colonialism and subjugation of other species. Thomas threw his second bourbon back, adjusted his cap, pushed his glasses up his nose, and kept looking straight ahead. It was rare, no, it was unheard of, for a lieutenant to say something as seditious as that to a member of the media. He held up 2 fingers until the barkeep turned from the soldiers at the far end of the bar. She nodded her acknowledgement. Despite the opportunity of his silence, Lieutenant Weaver didn't walk back her statement. Thomas wondered if he'd heard her right. The deceleration compressed Thomas's joints. He felt the pressure in his neck. They'd be on planet soon. Thomas looked at Toussaint entertaining the table with Weaver's Spetsnaz. Toussaint was telling them a story while he took their money. He could make people feel good about losing. Sergeant Gordo, still taking up 2 spaces on Toussaint's right, didn't look happy. Thomas had a journalist's instinct and years of experience, but he couldn't tell if Lieutenant Weaver was pulling his filters. Did he hear what he thought he heard, or was it the supplements and deceleration? The drink slammed on the bar. Throwing back her bourbon, Lieutenant, Weaver said, You grew up on the government cheese, right? Thomas Hunter nodded. His eye twitched. Damn deceleration. You remember when the canned meat arrived? Saved my life. Thomas sucked his bourbon down. Arrived just in time. I'm a little stunted, but my younger siblings grew fully. They wouldn't have survived without it. I'm old enough to remember. You want a real story? Weaver persisted. You want to know what's really going on? Thomas Hunter here, your man in the stars, on planet now. Behind me you can see the United Earth Force, our protectors, positioning themselves to protect the special envoy as they meet for the first time with representatives of Deep Blue. Thomas wiggled his finger in a circle, cueing Toussaint to move to position 2. The sky is a bit more purple here because of an increase in volcanic aerosols. He paused for a dramatic effect and gave Toussaint time to get into position. The foliage is a dark green with stripes of red, as you can see, probably due to an abundance of phycoerythrin or something similar that absorbs the blue-violet light. Toussaint was taking his sweet time. And yes, it is hot here, hot and humid, but don't worry, our troops are up to the task in any climate. He reminded himself not to complain. Finally, Toussaint got in position. Behind me is the Citadel, at least that's what we're calling it for now. We've still only had arithmetical communications with the inhabitants of Deep Blue. We haven't heard their language spoken, but that's our best translation. A wave of nausea passed over Thomas. He should have taken a few more boosters before getting on the dropship. Having turned 180 degrees, he was now watching Lieutenant Weaver's platoon pull supplies and ready the bivouacs. The rumble of the envoy's dropship sent the soldiers running to their posts. The Citadel seems to be made of stone. Whether it's a poured material like concrete or carved into existing rock, our scientists have not yet ascertained. Noise from the dropship drowned him out. Flicking his thumb upward, he signaled Toussaint to follow the ship's descent. As they followed the soldiers to the landing site, Thomas fumbled a palmful of enhancers into his mouth. Sergeant Gordo slapped him on the back. "Gotta stay sharp, mate," the thick sergeant growled, winking at Thomas. The violet sky, red and green foliage, Citadel, and the soldiers' black uniforms snapped into focus. Lieutenant Weaver's Spetsnaz formed a moving barrier around Thomas and Toussaint. "You sure you up to this?" Lieutenant Weaver said in his ear from the other side. She kept sneaking up on him. Or maybe it was the humidity. He reminded himself not to complain. Making sure his mic was off, he palmed a few more tablets into his mouth. A hot mic mistake almost cost him his career before it started. He'd been careful to never let that happen again. The dropship swirled scorching humid air around them as it set down. Leaves and debris pelted Thomas's glasses. Lieutenant Weaver knelt with her head down. Her Spetsnaz did the same. Thomas and Toussaint followed, Toussaint keeping his camera pointed at the ship. KABLAM. Thomas flew backwards, propelled by the explosion. His senses refocused quickly, the enhancers finally kicking in. Sergeant Gordo and the tall, thin Spetsnaz that had lost the most money in the game the night before carried Toussaint away from the blast, into the trees. Weaver, still crouched, raised her fist. Her Spetsnaz stayed put while the platoon's regular soldiers rushed forward with the rest of the expeditionary forces, storming the Citadel. Thomas hoped Toussaint's camera was still live. The troops seemed prepared for this. Rumbling filled the sky as UE gunships fired on the Citadel. Explosions erupted, blowing trees out of the ground by their roots and pelting Weaver with dirt and debris. The Citadel fired at the UE forces. Splinters ripped through Thomas's jumpsuit, tearing away his honorary commander epaulet and gouging his flesh. The Spetsnaz stayed put as the explosions moved away from their location. Sergeant Gordo's meaty hand lifted Thomas off the ground like a child and carried him away from the fray. Lieutenant Weaver yelled orders at her troops as they retreated into the jungle. Thomas reminded himself not to complain. Crouching next to Toussaint in the dank cave 3 clicks from the Citadel, intermittent explosions shook dirt from the walls and ceiling. Thomas squeezed a fist to stop his hands from trembling. His body shivered as the adrenaline and enhancers wore off. It wouldn't be long before the UE forces had taken over Deep Blue. Toussaint rewound the video of the envoy's ship exploding. "It came from inside. There's no missile, no grenade. You can see the ship blowing outward," Toussaint said, enlarging and slowing down the images on his screen. Thomas rubbed where the frames of his glasses indented his nose. "Wouldn't they be doing this back home? They could replay the explosion from our transmission." Toussaint opened the transmission log. "It cut out before the dropship landed. Somebody jammed all transmissions before the explosion." "Did they get our lead in?" Thomas felt stupid after he said it, but it was some of his most historic work. They were the first journalists to be embedded on a first contact mission. He wanted to do it well. His journalistic curiosity kicked in. "Do you think the envoy was on the ship?" Entering the cave, Weaver startled him again. She had a way of sneaking up. Despite her size, she was stealthy. "Do you think there is an envoy, sweetheart?" she said, as her fire team shuffled in to reload and refresh themselves. "What do you mean?" Thomas asked. "I mean, there isn't an envoy, never has been. He's a fiction, made to order, made to kill off to garner sympathy back home and justify what we're doing here, what we do everywhere." Do you have any proof? Thomas Hunter said. Standing up, he hit his head on the cave wall. His UES Kuru cap protected him from gashing his skull, but there was a dent. His body shook. You wanted the story, Lieutenant Weaver said. The story of your career. What's she talking about, boss? Toussaint asked. Thomas probably should have filled in his videographer before they were on planet, but he didn't believe it himself. He gestured for Toussaint to wait and responded to Lieutenant Weaver. Of course, he answered, feeling like his insides were going to drop out on the floor. Okay then, gear up. We're heading 10 clicks west from here. We'll make 3 stops where you can record proof. Last stop is the military transmission base. From there, we can broadcast your story home and to all the other colonies. Hurrah, Thomas said. The Spetsnaz stopped their prepping and stared at him. Yes, ma'am, Toussaint said. I need to speak to our man in the stars for a tick. Weaver left them alone. What the fission, TH? What did you get me into? Thomas trembled. He searched his pockets for more enhancers. Conspiracy. At the highest levels. False flag operations. They've been lying to us, using us to manipulate the public. I knew this assignment didn't make sense. I never should have trusted you. Toussaint shook his head, all his pity and disdain for Thomas no longer hidden by his poker face. I did it for you. Thomas's heart raced, his breathing quick and shallow. Tightening his stomach, he searched for the authoritative baritone that made him a star. For us. My swan song, and the story that will catapult you to fame. Thomas watched his producer's face go blank. He was probably measuring Thomas's sincerity and calculating the odds of them dying. They won't just confiscate my camera if we're caught. You understand the stakes, right? Thomas nodded. They'll kill us, or disappear us. Toussaint grabbed Thomas by the collar, shoving him against the ragged rock wall. This is our last job together. He walked away. Thomas collapsed against the cave. Hands on his knees, he heaved. Only there wasn't anything to come out. Sergeant, fix these men up. Make sure they put on their gear correctly. Lieutenant Weaver had been listening from across the cave. Sergeant Gordo's muscled arm slid around Thomas's back and carried him forward. Don't bother with the pills, meat. We'll get you ready for the journey. He sat Thomas on a stone in the middle of the cave and placed an oxygen mask over his face. Jabbing a pneumatic syringe in Thomas's neck, the enhancers pierced his skin with a psst sound and flowed into his blood. 3 more shots, 1 in his injured arm and 1 in each thigh. And Thomas felt himself. Gordo pulled the mask off and slid a ballistic vest over Thomas's head. Toussaint stood at the cave entrance with Lieutenant Weaver and the rest of the squad. Thomas felt light on his feet, a combination of the lower gravity and the enhancers, but he still had trouble keeping up with Weaver's platoon. They jumped or crawled over the fallen mesh trunks of the planet's trees. They looked to be made of bone, not wood. A type of moss hung everywhere. Red, stringy, and hair-like. Longing for the wooden trees of Earth, Thomas reminded himself not to complain. A steep incline of slag and thorny brush cut at Thomas's ballistic gear as they rushed upward toward their first stop. At the precipice, Lieutenant Weaver waved Thomas over. Toussaint was already next to the lieutenant getting establishing shots. A few minutes later, Thomas was ready to record the segment. He was used to broadcasting live. He could get this in one take, even without the enhancers. Your man in the stars, Thomas Hunter here, he whispered into the microphone as they peered over the ridge. Toussaint had panned down the opposite slope and was zooming in on the UE Processing Center. As you saw in our previous segment, the bombing of the Envoy's ship was staged. The explosion clearly came from inside. But to what end? Why would UE intelligence stage the death of the Envoy and start a war? Well, we see the answer here. The tall green-tinged humanoids are the inhabitants of Deep Blue. If you think it looks like a labor camp, you're correct. Our sources in the Envoy's escort tell us this mine is... A rumbling shook the slag around them. Thomas tapped Toussaint and pointed to their right, where a cargo ship shot upward, easily escaping Deep Blue's gravity. It felt like the planet would split apart under the engines built to escape heavier gravity wells like Earth's. Toussaint recorded the ship's departure. Thomas watched the tall green humanoids duck and cower, hands over their heads as engines shook the rock. They were taller than humans, probably a function of the planet's lower gravity, just like the humans that grew up in space. The children were Thomas's height. 4 fingers on their hands, their 4th and 5th digits having merged. Their hair was humanish except for the colouring, red, purple and blue. Toussaint elbowed him, the camera still running. Cargo ships taking nose, stealing the planet's rare earths and bringing them to Haumea for processing and use on Earth, slave labour. War engines screeched like banshees, pitched higher than the cargo ships. They blasted Thomas's ears from the right. Lieutenant Weaver pushed Thomas and Toussaint down the rocky slope away from the mine and waved at the approaching fighter ships. Two of the three fighters blasted across the sky, engines sounding ready to tear out of their hulls. The third ship hovered over Weaver, nose pointing down, ready to blast her into spray. She waved, pointed at her earcom, feigning a radio malfunction, and shrugged, nonplussed by the screaming war machine. A meaty hand fell on Thomas's shoulder. "Don't worry, mate," Sergeant Gordo said in his ear, audible over the incessant shriek of the engines, his hot breath on Thomas's neck. Gordo grasped Toussaint's wrist as he raised his camera. "No need. She's got it under control." They watched the fighter land and open its hatch. Lieutenant Weaver climbed the fuselage and spoke to the pilot. Thomas wished he could hear what she was saying as she gestured toward the citadel and then in the direction the other fighters had flown. The pilot nodded, closed their hatch. Weaver knelt, facing away from the warship as it took off. "What did they say?" Thomas asked, feeling his lungs after scurrying up the steep slope. "The citadel has fallen. The UE forces are in control of the continent." "What does that mean for us?" Thomas asked, thinking of how they could convince the intelligence service that they just got lost. "It moves up our timetable. We need to get to the communications base, get the news out," Weaver said, signaling Gordo and the other Spetsnaz to move out. "What about these prisoners? There are children down there at the mine," Toussaint protested, scrolling through his video for proof that children were being forced to work in the mine. Lieutenant Weaver calculated. "We'll free the Blues at the internment camp and send them back here. It's our next stop anyway. But getting the proof out, that's our mission. That's what will really help the Blues. We must get to the comm base." Thomas sat on a rock covered with hairy red moss. Bone-like tree carcasses crisscrossed overhead, shielding them from view. Toussaint plunked down next to him. "I don't think we're going to be able to fix that in post. The engines were too loud. Maybe you do a live voiceover when we stream." Thomas stared straight ahead. The enhancers were wearing off, but his body was too exhausted to shiver, too exhausted to respond. Gordo appeared on Thomas's right. Had he been more awake, it would have startled him. The beefy sergeant tilted Thomas's head back. Pulling on his lower eyelid, he squeezed 2 drops in each of Thomas's eyes, then went on to Toussaint. Thomas's vision blurred, then refocused, showing the details in the shadows and darkness between the trees. A syringe hissed in his arm, distracting him from the newfound clarity of night vision. "We're humping through the jungle overnight. Hydrate. It'll help you come down easier tomorrow, meat." "Hurrah," Thomas whispered. He reminded himself not to complain. Rocks, the petrified carcasses of trees, and sand-like dunes spread out from the tree line. 3 clicks on the other side of the barren region, the transmission tower rose from the comm base toward the purple sky. In the center of the expanse, the black electrified fence and metal barracks of the internment camp contrasted against the dunes. There was no chance for surprise. They could see an attack coming from kilometers away. Gordo slammed a pair of dark goggles into Thomas's stomach. His eyes were already hurting as the sun broke over the trees. No further instruction was necessary. Lieutenant Weaver led them through the tombstone-like rocks to the flat expanse of sand surrounding the camp. A warm breeze rippled the sand. Heat haze made the fence surrounding the compound appear to wave like a flag. "Get the smoke coming from the barracks," Thomas told Toussaint. "Maybe some Be Real." "What's that smell?" the cameraman asked. Thomas had been trying to ignore it. Like maybe if he didn't acknowledge it, it wasn't real. Now it was all he could think of. It got worse as they approached the fence. "Weaver, Envoy's escort platoon. We got separated. Comms damaged. I sent word with the pilot. Making our way to the comm tower. We need supplies." The guards let them through. As they closed the gate, 2 of Gordo's men snuck up behind. Moments later, the sentries were bound and unconscious in the guardhouse. "Get your camera ready," Lieutenant Weaver said, leading Toussaint and Thomas around the back of the barracks. "Do your thing," she instructed Thomas, after they Spetsnaz cleared the barracks. "Thomas Hunter here at one of the many internment camps on Deep Blue." He raised his eyebrows to get a nod from Weaver. Having just assumed this was one of many, she nodded. "Around the back of the barracks where they keep the Blues, there's a large pit. Let's investigate." They approached a low fence surrounding the pit. Thomas's body heaved as the smell overwhelmed him. Looking over the rail, green bodies with purple and red hair lay tangled at the bottom of the hole. A conveyor belt with a mangler dug into the pile of corpses. The corpse parts rode the belt toward the barracks with the smoke coming out the top. Thomas realized the camp was empty, save for the guards they'd disabled on the way in. "It's a cannery," the cloying odor blocking his throat. He coughed, then found his broadcast voice. "Completely automated." Toussaint followed the conveyor belt into the barracks. Inside, machinery chugged away. Metal cans like the ones Thomas had grown up with sat stacked on skids, ready to be shipped. Home. A sharp ping ricocheted off the conveyor belt. Thomas found himself on the floor with Gordo lying on top of him. The big man smelled of adrenaline, sweat, and no sleep. More shots pinged around them. Rolling on his stomach, Thomas hid behind a skid of stacked cans. Lieutenant Weaver shot daggers from her eyes at Gordo. They missed someone clearing the buildings. Crouched behind barrels marked with the stenciled symbols of vitamin fortifiers, Toussaint videoed the pinned-down Spetsnaz. What ship was all this equipment on? Or was it already here? Thomas wondered. He stood and walked toward Toussaint. Something cut his neck, one of the few places not covered in UE body armor. A sweaty hand grabbed the back of his collar, yanking him behind the crates. "Let us work, meat." Sergeant Gordo pushed Thomas against the cans and sprayed wound sealant on his neck. "You'll live." Thomas slumped to sit on the floor with Gordo hovering over him. From the doorway next to the conveyor belt, Weaver commanded the Spetsnaz with hand signals. Splitting them into 3 fire teams, they flanked the sniper. Thomas watched as Toussaint captured the action. His mic was hot. "The UE Spetsnaz under command of Lieutenant Weaver are—" A growl emanated from the stout sergeant, distracting Thomas. Gordo waved to get Toussaint's attention, made a slashing gesture across his throat. Toussaint ignored him. The ground vibrated. Thomas placed his palms on the floor. It was the ground. He wasn't trembling. A splat and crunch distracted him. He crawled up the crates to stand. The platoon surrounded the dead body of the UE sniper. Toussaint filmed as he approached the huddle. Gordo swiped the camera from Toussaint. He scrolled the data as Toussaint stepped toward him. "We don't want to make any enemies back home," Lieutenant Weaver said, inserting herself between the cameraman and her sergeant. "We just killed a UE soldier. We're the bad guys now. Only history will understand why we're doing this." Toussaint relaxed, held out his hand. Weaver backhanded Gordo's arm. He returned the camera. "Does anyone else feel that?" Thomas asked, his legs unsteady as he emerged from behind the crates. Gordo and Weaver knelt, palms on the ground. They turned and ran outside. Thomas followed the rest of the platoon. Checking his microphone, he stood next to Toussaint. A dust cloud moved toward the fenced-in cannery. "What the—" He was at a loss for words. Toussaint zoomed in on the approaching dust. Camel-like creatures with green-skinned riders thundered toward the compound. "Dragoons," Lieutenant Weaver said. "Open the gate." Thomas didn't understand. The hiss of a hypodermic injection filled his body with fire. "You speak blue?" Gordo said, sticking the hissing cylinder into Toussaint's neck. "We're not sticking around to explain to them what we're doing here. We're everyone's enemy, meat, the invaders to them and traitors to our own." Thomas's stomach tightened. His midsection felt cold as a frozen floater. His mind raced to find words to describe their position to the masses at home. It was too nuanced for a soundbite, too complex for a lead-in. Maybe if he interviewed one of the Spetsnaz, he could show the... If he could communicate with one of the Blues... Held upright by the Spetsnaz surrounding them, they left the gate and headed across the yellow wasteland toward the transmission station to send out the message. Looking down, Thomas saw his legs running, boots pounding through the swirl of a light breeze on the sandy terrain. The enhancers doing their job so well, his body operated independently of his brain. Ahead, the transmission tower stuck up into the purple sky. Behind, the clawed hooves of the Blue Dragoons thundered toward them. Lieutenant Weaver must be counting on the Blues stopping at the internment camp. It would buy a few minutes as they witnessed the death of their brethren before they chased after the platoon for revenge. They reached the cover of the jagged rocks surrounding the parched yellow stain of wasteland, half a click from the green and red of the mossy trees where the tower emerged. Half the platoon spread out, taking aim at the Blues chasing them. Gordo yanked Thomas and Toussaint through the stones, following Lieutenant Weaver toward the tower. They caught up to her and her fire team at the tree line. Between the towering trees, they could see guards at the base of the transmission tower. Wait, Thomas said, as the Spetsnaz leveled their weapons at the unsuspecting guards. "Let me go in. Me and Toussaint. We'll say we got lost, separated, and we need shelter." Gordo chuckled. Toussaint's jaw dropped. Weaver tilted Thomas's head to look her in the eyes. "You think they'll welcome you in and roll out the buffet? A reporter and cameraman? They'll confiscate your camera and put you in a hole so deep you'll probably die before they get around to interrogating you. If you do live that long, the interrogation will make you wish you hadn't," she said. "Or you'll end up in a can, meat," Gordo whispered in Thomas's ear. Weaver nodded at her team. Mist sprayed from the guards' heads, and they fell to the ground. Gordo appeared at the control panel by the tower's door. Prying off the housing, he attached a handheld to crack the code. When Thomas and Toussaint arrived, flanked by Spetsnaz, the doors hissed open. Like the cannery, only a skeleton crew manned the transmission tower. Skids of canned meat cluttered the hallways as they made their way up a spiral ramp to the control room. Gordo blew the doors. The Spetsnaz secured the technicians without bloodshed. "We've got 5 minutes, maybe less, before they cut the feed. Lead with the important stuff," Weaver told Thomas as Toussaint and Gordo spliced into the system. Toussaint counted down on his fingers. 5, 4, 3, 2. The slow-mo replay of the explosion replaced the UE flag on the screens. "Thomas Hunter, your man in the stars here with breaking information all of Earth must see. This video shows that the Envoy's ship exploded from within. This was not deep blue aggression. Our war or military action here is unjustified. A false flag operation used to justify the colonial aspirations of the state in your name. With me again, I have 2nd Lieutenant Weaver, special escort to the UE Envoy." Toussaint cut to the live feed of Weaver and Thomas, standing in front of the monitors. Each monitor played a scene of the atrocities committed by UE forces, the slave labor, the internment camp, the mauler on the end of the conveyor belt. "Lieutenant, why have you decided to break the chain of command and become a whistleblower?" Weaver straightened her knees, lifted her chest. She stood a full head above Thomas. "Like most of you, I grew up on the government cheese. I was saved when the canned meat arrived. My older siblings, not so much. I enlisted to help citizens growing up in the same conditions I did. As I moved up in the ranks, I discovered more of where the resources our trade partners provided actually came from." Thomas nodded at Toussaint, and they cut to the images of the cannery, the mauler, the conveyor belt, and the green-tinged meat slopping into cans, the machine slamming the lids on. The interview continued as a voiceover. "What you mean is that canned meat is other organic beings?" "That's correct. We not only strip mine other planets for their mineral wealth, we devour their populations." "And what is it you want the people back home on Earth to know?" Glass exploded behind them. Sparks and static flew as whizzing projectiles pelted the monitors. Weaver dove forward, covering Thomas. Weapons hissed as metal ricocheted off the walls and equipment. Thomas gasped for air under the lieutenant's dead weight. The room quieted. "Finish it, meat," Gordo said, dragging the dead lieutenant off Thomas with his uninjured arm. Toussaint nodded from across the room as he staggered to standing and trained the camera on Thomas, crouched next to Lieutenant Weaver's hulking corpse. "Canned meat is the death of civilizations. We can do better. For us to survive doesn't mean that others must die. Surely if we can take to the stars, we can find sustainable resources and truly work with other civilizations. If a UE lieutenant can find her way to try to put an end to this barbarity, surely we can let our elected officials know we don't want this done in our name. Surely we can do better and be the beacon of light and reason in the universe." Toussaint shook his head. "That's it. They cut the feed." "Let's go, meat. They'll blow the tower any minute," Gordo said. "If we hurry, we can fight another day." He moved with the remaining team to the doorway. Thomas staggered to his feet. Stepping over Lieutenant Weaver's and the other bodies littering the floor, he fell into Toussaint. "What's the share?" 35% share, Toussaint answered, wrapping his arm around Thomas's waist and helping him into the corridor. "The HSV?" 5, Toussaint answered. Thomas was limping. Looking down, he noticed his thigh was leaking. "I guess they don't care," he slurred as they shuffled down the spiral ramp. He reminded himself not to complain. A buzzing filled Thomas's ears, followed by a white light and oblivion. The end. Vincent de Diego Mezzo was born in NYC and has been writing since kindergarten, where he had his first play produced during Milk and Cookie Time. Vincent's stories have appeared in Starry-Eyed Press, War Monkey publications, and he contributes regularly to sci-fi shorts. Story 11, Sometimes We Get What We Pay For. By Maud McGee. Aurora need the heater module, and it fizzled and hummed to life. "Finally," she sighed with relief. "Got it online, Moses," she shouted across the bay. He waved a hand and went back to whatever he was doing over there. The rods began to emit a soft red glow beneath the ice which had formed inside the hull. Satisfied they were working again, she packed up her toolkit and walked over to the other side. When Moses looked up, she laughed and said, "Victor's fax would be so much easier than this ice bucket." "If you and I succeed, we might be able to set up the gear to transmit there the next time," he said. Moses was the senior astronaut on the assignment, a student teacher of sorts, and this was his final mission to complete his advanced degree. Aurora had never met anyone better at chess, and he was one of those people her father would have loved. He fell for dad jokes, hook, line, and sinker, every time. "Have you ever used?" he asked, then added, "Here, give me a hand. Hold this right like this." She did so, and he tapped a crack in the body shield of the SE-9. Small sparks flew from the microtorch in his hand, and the crack glazed over, smooth and shiny. "No," she said. "We didn't have access to one." "Thought your father's an astronaut?" he said, rising to his feet and brushing away tiny beads of metal, thrown from welding, from the front of his pant legs. "Chemical engineer," she said. "Works for a deep space corporation." "Ah, you know I was afraid to fly until he was sent to work off-world," she said, looking concernedly at the SE-9. "That thing doesn't reassure me that humankind was meant for this stuff." "It'll fly just fine," he said, "but I must know." "Okay?" He smiled. "Why did you choose this line of work if you were afraid to fly?" "That," she said, "is the answer itself." He had a funny laugh, and it came out again, a snort with a hint of an animalistic whinny. She couldn't quite place it, but it felt familiar somehow. They returned to the command module in the front of the orbiter, and he said, "Lock in." She slid around the console and buckled herself with the safety harness. "Helmets?" she asked. He said, "If you have any doubts whatever the heaters might fail while we're under, I'd say yes." She pulled the helmet over her head and felt it seal off the outside air. She showed a thumbs up after Moses sealed his own helmet to his spacesuit, and he said, "Purge for descent." Aurora's knuckles became white on the handles of her seat. 3, he began. 2, 1. Moses switched on the evacuator, then a gentle and soft darkness fell over them both. Their face shields grew blurry, then opaque with ice. And the last thing Aurora heard before going into lockdown was Moses' voice. "Sweet dreams, Aurora. See you on the other side." An alarm sounded, and Aurora slowly opened her eyes. The ice hadn't entirely melted away, but the heater rods were still bright red, where they ran in the corner of the command module, and it was thawing nonetheless. She bent her neck, cracking the bones, groaning from the sheer grogginess left in her, as the fog created by slipstreaming through Pluto's rim slowly faded. "That wasn't as bad as I thought it would be," she said, turning towards the seat beside her. A sheet of thin ice slid off the face shield and splattered into a puddle of water on the floor. "Moses?" she said, less calm than she realized. But he wasn't moving. Quickly she released her harness, and with a glance to verify the atmospheric levels in the console were conducive to breathe, she started peeling away her helmet. The cellar broke with a pop. Moses stirred at last, hearing this, and groaned. "Are you all right?" she asked, stepping off the command chair. She bent to his side. "Moses!" He turned. A sheet of thin ice fell off his helmet and shattered over her foot. Through the mask he blinked but said nothing. His eyes were distant, and it scared her. "Can I help you?" "I'll be okay," he said. His hand fumbled for the latch on his helmet. After a moment, it too popped open. He lifted the helmet, and underneath he was dreadfully pale. "Stop fussing," he laughed weakly. "Getting too old for this." "You're like not even 5 years older than I am," she said. He shrugged. Aurora paused. All other thoughts left her head except for the immense beauty in which their orbiter now circled the field of Pluto's rim. Oddly, it held similar greens and purples of the thing on Earth which was her namesake. She'd loved it as a child before they left the planet, and now she was absolutely smitten. Her mouth opened, though she found no words to express the feelings of joy swelling inside her. "It's amazing," Moses said, shaking off the last remnants of ice from his spacesuit. "That's why I became an astronaut," she muttered. Moses rose to his feet. He checked the readings on the console's computer. "We're inside," he said. "Welcome to your home for the next 9 months, Mrs. Trebek." But it wasn't more than 3 weeks of day and night scanning before they found the anomaly within the field. Aurora pressed her hand to her heart and desperately tried to slow her breathing. She looked around one last time and blurted into the comlink built into her helmet. "Didn't know I was doing this alone," she said, trembling. "The SE-9 is a solo vehicle," he said. "If you prefer me to be the one who—" "No," she cut him off. He'd offered a dozen times to be the first to go aboard the little explorer, but that was her job, and she wasn't about to let fear beat her. "I'm ready when you are," she said. "The bay is clear," he replied. "Good luck, Trebek." She closed her eyes and squeezed the trigger. The SE-9 shook violently for a moment, then weight vanished, and she was at once floating through the colourful ripples of deep space, with Pluto as a dark shadow on the far side of their planned orbit around the field. Aurora had her own ideas of what it was. The field. She was sure it was a newly forming ring like Saturn's own. Maybe it was a comet which had been broken into much smaller pieces, or even some sort of gas cloud. Though beautiful, initial sample testing revealed that its makeup was a compound of minerals with deadly indicators if managed carelessly. The SE-9 whispered forward, coming around past the larger study vessel, UFSS Percival. A surge of joy and pride rushed through her as she penetrated for the first time those wispy marshmallows, but then she felt a sharp pain in her temple. Ouch! What's wrong? Moses asked through the comlink. Don't know, she winced. Worst headache I've ever felt. His voice showed worry. Your vital signs and ship's monitors are all green. You're safe enough, but are you comfortable continuing? I'm okay, she said. It's only a 2-hour program. 1 hour and 46 minutes, and you're 5 in and counting, he said, less seriously. Hey Moses, she said. Why's a meatball different than a meteor? Why? It's meteor, she said. Deploying Ponton 1, she said, and the tubular shape shot forth into the swirling cloud. Ponton 2 in 3 minutes. Meteor, Moses snort whinnied. Despite the pressure of being in such a small space, despite her terror at being impossibly far from anywhere safe, despite the jabs in her head, Aurora was at a loss for words in the sight surrounding her viewing glass. There was no way to describe how she felt, but the smile on her face could have split her helmet in two. Suddenly, a red alarm light began to flash before her. She said, Moses? Yes, I see it. Give me a second and I'll try to clear the jam. The second tube shot forth right after, and she said, Thanks. Saves me having to make another pass, even though this is unbelievable out here. Still one more to go, Drebeck. Ouch, she said, hand pushing against her helmet. There it is again. Let's bring you back, he said. We can finish deploying tomorrow. I'd prefer to verify your vitals and tox levels manually. We're not here to risk our lives. How much time? She asked. She pressed him. Hey, I'm serious. I'm fine. But I am starting to believe the solar temple. She could tell he was about to speak, and stopped at the mention of the group back at university who claimed the field was not a phenomenon of deep space, but instead a sleeping elder god of sorts, and if disturbed it would bring about the end of humanity. Kidding, she said. All right, he said nervously. 18 minutes. And that was when the next pain shot through her brain. But this was no ordinary pain. This was something far more sinister, and at once Aurora's eyes opened wide and she felt it penetrate her soul. Drabeck? Moses called out, seeing a huge change in her vital signs. Miss! Drabeck? Aurora! However, she heard none of it. For Aurora, Drabeck was not alone on SE9 any longer, and although Moses could see what was happening, recorded what was happening via video camera above her, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Hello, she said, without actually speaking. The voice was in her thoughts, as though she were on her magical childhood flying bicycle, drifting towards Marie's little house back on Earth. Is someone there? I can hear you. Moses? What are you? Asked a sound loud enough to pierce her skull, and the pain shot once more. She cried out, Stop! Please, you're killing me! Silence slammed down upon her, and for a spell she couldn't find air, though the darkness around her slowly lifted. She was outside of SE9, impossibly, and she realized she was nude and glowing herself within the bright green and purple heavens. The voice came again, slightly lower in its wrathful force. You are a living creature, it said. How can this be? What? She asked, suddenly feeling ice cold, and completely aware she was in space with no suit, exposed with no protection at all. It wasn't thinkable, and her mind reeled trying to make sense of it. But at least the shooting pains had ceased. Against her skin the clouds felt wet and cool, and somehow comforting. We ask again, what are you? I'm an astronaut, she said, a very confused astronaut. It was you who entered me, it said, louder and more aggressive. She winced, both hands cradling her head. Although they were there, she felt they were not. It was as if she was part of the cloud, as if her body had melted in with the green and purple mass. That really hurts when you talk so loud, she said. There was no answer. She blurted, But how are you speaking to me? In my language? We see your origin, it said. It's blue and green, and filled with living things. How is this possible, for we saw you destroy yourself. We saw a planet of death. What? She said, and it somehow echoed all around her. You are human from a place you call Earth, it said. Yes, she said, that's right. Earth was destroyed, it said. Are you a refugee? For real, your command of my language is unbelievable, she said. We once observed your planet, it said. We came to know your speech patterns, and we catalogued them before your destruction. We who? She asked. Once again there was a hesitation in response. I'm sorry. Go on. We are the ones who are sorry, it said, now at a reasonable clip. We blamed ourselves for your demise. We're not dead, she said. Earth is still there. In fact, we're building colonies throughout the galaxy. I'm here to learn more about you. What learning can save you? It said, and she sensed it was not actually a question. What do you mean? She asked. We watched you from the days after the terrible lizards died out, it said, and your rise through the frozen and the heated. But you kept becoming more intelligent, more capable, and we had hopes you might someday become one with us in the stars. Is that where I am? She looked around, as if for the first time. There were stars twinkling, and suns glowing beyond the green and purple clouds. We have melded with your thoughts, it said, but you are not able to see beyond. This disappoints us. Don't even know what you are, she said. Don't think I could do anything but disappoint. What we are, it said steadily. What we are is the ancient and wise, harmony and diversity, they whom saw the birth and death of living things through space and time, infinite, and you cannot fathom what we did on your behalf, long ago. But your kind died, and we left in sorrow for the seclusion out here. Not since have we heard a voice in the darkness, not until this moment. Hope I'm making a good impression, she said. I mean, I'm kind of exposed. We are searching amongst your thoughts, and have come across what you call the Ice Age. This is a plausible explanation to us. Ice hides the living. Yes, she said. Earth froze over. She thought of the deep space orbiter and the lockdown evacuation, and said, ice actually makes sense. We are the ones who are confused, it said. We had hoped, no, we had invested in building a lasting friendship with your kind. Eons of sorrow have led us to forget so much. Didn't forget how to talk with me, she said. But I must tell you, I'm fairly sure I'm dying back on the SE9, and this is just a light at the end of the tunnel dream. No offense. We have searched the galaxy, and you are telling the truth, it said. Life has persisted against our beliefs. Well, yes, she said. Can you put me back, though? She waved her arm over her strangely ethereal body. We hope to prevent any misunderstanding that might arise from our differences, it said. When we saw your kind last, there was not a pleasant departure. Your people drove us away and made clear we were not welcome. She said, oh. She had no real idea what it was hinting at, however. The coloured clouds swirled and lights flashed within their enormity. Some of the light was emitting from her own bare skin. I'd just feel a lot better if I were back in the SE9, the little spaceship. In an instant, feeling as though she were an orange and something omnipotent was peeling away her skin, Aurora was back inside the solo vessel. Thank you, she exclaimed, hands running across her suit. The voice remained inside her head. This construction is how your people are travelling through time and space? It asked. Ah, space, she said. Don't know about time. A distant yet familiar sound tickled her ears. It was Moses, and he was calling out to her, asking her if she was there. Moses, it's okay, she said. Hope you can hear me. I can, Moses said. What happened, Drebeck? I don't know, she said. Tell me you're recording the flight. I am, he said. She blinked, then said, Can you hear them? Hear who? He said. Bringing you back, Drebeck. This has gone far enough. No, she said. There's something here. The field. It is alive. Is this better? The thing from deep space asked, and Moses gasped and uttered a profanity to his god. What was that? He asked. Just keep recording, she said. Outside of the helmet's comlink, she said, Okay. What should I call you? We are the beginning and the end, it said. We are life and death. We are a black hole and expanding space. We are your friends. Do not fear, for now that we know your people survived, we shall return. This is really weird, Moses said. Aurora ignored him. She could feel things unknown squirming around in her head, and it made her feel sick to her stomach, made her knees weak, made her blood run cold. That doesn't tell me what to call you, she said. Whee! It boomed, driving Aurora down under the weight of agony. Easy! Moses hissed through the comlink. Whatever that was, it caused the orbiter's power to go offline and come back again. What's going on out there, Drebeck? I'm rerouting SE9. No, she said. Too late, he said. Another creature is interfering, it said, less loudly. When you shout at me, you're hurting me, she said. He can tell. Where are you going? It asked, as the SE9 turned around, heading straight for the orbiter. What do you want from me? She asked, increasingly afraid. We do not suffer interference, it said, boldly. Ouch, she whimpered. Drebeck? It's all right, Moses. SE9's hull began to flutter, and the spot where Moses had welded bulged a bit. Her breath quickened. But you should definitely get me back. Help. Fear not, it said, calmly. We too know what it means to help. We helped Earth countless times. What do you mean? She asked, a tear rolling down her cheek. We are watching once more, it said. Our eyes are open. We see all. Time has no meaning to us. Look, she said, you're scaring me. I don't like this. Just let me go. I'll take your message back and somebody will be back to greet you properly. It has already happened, it said. They have come and gone. We are at peace, your people and we. Aurora swallowed a lump in her throat. You do not understand? It asked. No, she said. We have always been and always will. We simply stopped caring, but now we do. So, you thought we died in the Ice Age and... She started, stopping halfway through. And we have seen what has come before, afterward, during, and future, it said. Aurora wondered what they meant. You'll let me go? We have repaired the rift in space and time, it said. We killed Kennedy and Bin Laden, and we too have interfered. Please stop, she said. I'm frightened. Moses, please hurry. Not just you, Trebek. Your species, your planet, your history. We interfere, make things right, be our friends evermore. Trebek's heart skipped a beat. She wondered how much they, whatever they were, knew. Hearing names from the history books raised the hair on the back of her neck. These were not likely learned from her thoughts. That meant it was doing exactly what it claimed to be doing. It had somehow revisited Earth during her brief encounter and quite possibly could have affected the linear flow of time itself. She wanted to scream, but her mouth was so dry it ached. Moses, she moaned. Please hurry. He didn't answer. Just then she realized it had used her name. Her head began to spin and the world around her caught electric fire. No, she gasped. Go away. Since the dawn of your civilization, Trebek, it said, since the initial spark of intelligence, we have been as one with you. It was our fault you died out, but now we have repaired our mistakes. Be our friends. Stop saying that, she cried. Get out of my head. Without us to guide you, you are doomed, it said. That is why you're afraid. Aurora's stomach dropped. What have you done? She spat. It is all for your own good, Trebek. Without us, your kind cannot survive. We have seen it. We have dreamed it. We have seen the end of days and the beginning of time, and never once were your people able to walk without us. It is we who have guided you along. It is we you owe your existence. Aurora's blood was now boiling. What did you do? What did you change? Answer me. Everything, it boomed, and she crumpled, weeping. The SE-9 suddenly froze, and its thruster groaned to a noisy halt. The hull fluttered again, and this time Aurora screamed. Let me go. It is our right, it said. Do not scream and do not protest. We are all you shall not want. You're right, she cried. Please, let me go. Aurora began to sob, pounding her fist against the brace of her console seat. A staticky snort whinny broke through the comlink. Got you, Moses said. Lost you for a second. Aurora, can you hear me? Help me, Moses, she moaned, her brain spinning into the abyss of madness. She started shouting and cursing and kicking her legs and banging her hands. There came a heavy leaden toll when she struck the welded spot in the hull, and the SE-9 shook violently. Why are you doing this? Let me go. We are shaping your destiny, Trebek. She hung her head, crying and muttering incoherently. We had to prepare you for this moment, it said. Leave me alone, she bawled. I just want to go home. Just want to see my father again. Please. We had to prepare you so that we could reveal ourselves to you, it said. No, she said, closing her eyes. Don't want you to. Let me go. Please, let me go. We sense you are now ready, it said. Somebody will come back, she said, though she wasn't sure if she was talking or weeping nonsense. Join with us, it said. Become part of we. No. It has already happened, it said. Your kind have already embraced their future. We bought this galaxy, and it is ours to do with as we wish. Become one of us, and you shall learn the secrets of being. No, she said. No, 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 no. Transcend your physical form, Trebek. Merge your consciousness with ours. Do it willingly, and there will be less pain. Horror filled Trebek, and she screamed again. It is inevitable, it boomed, shaking the SE-9 once again. A crack appeared in the hull above the smoothed weld. You do not understand. It has already occurred. It is done. You have no choice. You belong to us. She slapped her helmet with her palm. Moses, Moses. You're coming into the docking bay now, Aurora. I'm on my way. Are you hurt? No, she said, hunching down, eyes all cried out. But she kept on shuddering. Despair gripped her heart, and terror had hold of her thoughts. She closed her eyes and said, You have a magical bicycle? You have a father who loves you. You're going with him into the stars. You belong to no one. In seconds, the SE-9's hatch flung open, and Moses sprang into action. He unclipped her harness and helped her out of the Explorer, supporting beneath her arm. Aurora blathered things which were impossible and sounded too hard to believe even to her. He brought her into the command console and eased her into the chair, then closed and sealed off the bay. Aurora turned her head, and her red and bleary gaze studied the explorer as the coking bay door slowly descended, shutting out space and its swirls of colourful clouds. When it was all over, she doubled over and fought back added tears. Moses steadied her, capturing her attention gently. "Hey, hey," he said. She turned from the window to him. "You're okay," he said. "You're safe." But inside her head, there came a whisper like running water from melting ice. "What is your choice?" it hissed. "Choice," she blurted aloud. "What choice?" Moses drew back and said, "What? Will you meld with us or remain your own entity for now?" it asked. "Why me?" she said, and Moses gently shook her and asked her to whom she was talking. "What choice do I have?" Then inside her mind she saw the green and purple clouds, and they had taken form. What she saw made no sense, and it shocked her, and it was gone again, and she couldn't for the life of her remember what it had looked like. But she knew it was terrible to behold, and she never wanted to see it again. "Because you are the one who awakened us," it whispered. "No," she said. "Leave me alone." Moses held her, pulled her against him, and said, "Aurora!" "Aurora, it's okay. You're safe. You don't ever have to go out there again. You don't have to choose anything. You will begin to understand," it whispered. "You will regret not choosing to be one of us. We have gone back and repaired your history, and you have been traveling to the stars for 1,000 years. We have given you life beyond your doom. Do not forsake your salvation after all that we have done for you, Trebek," Aurora said. "Don't want to." "It has already happened," the voice purred, cold and with malice. "You fail yourself and know it." "Don't care," she said. "Aurora!" Moses cried. His eyes fell on the first aid kit. He took out a dose of evacuation sleep and jabbed it into her leg. The seal of the spacesuit popped softly. Just like that, her eyes found his face. "What did you do?" she said. He leaned in and cried, "Thank heavens you're okay. Your father would kill me if anything happened." "My father," the voice. "It's gone." "He made me promise to keep you safe," Moses said, "and I meant to do it." He flopped back into his chair. "Sleepy," she said. "You really spoke with my father?" "I really did," he laughed. "What do you give an alien?" "Space. What do you call croissants in from the moon? Space tries." "Wow," she said dazedly. "You really did talk with him." "I really did," he said, "and I'm glad you're back. Not just for him, but for you too." She smiled lazily. "Oh." "You're going to fall asleep," he said. "But when you wake up, I expect a full explanation of what I was hearing in the recording, okay?" "Yup," she said, eyelids drooping. "Will do." "Play it back again, and you'll hear it," she said, and Moses shook his head and snort-whinnied a little. "If you say so." He pressed play. "Right there," she said. "It's clear as day. You don't hear it?" "I don't. I'm sorry," he said. "They were right," she said. "About?" "They said I couldn't understand," she said. "Maybe that's what it meant about melding with it. Maybe if I chose to do so, it would have saved us." "Pretty sure Abdul Al-Akbar did that in 2027. He laughed that signature laugh. "What?" she asked, hearing it for the first time, even though he functioned as if she should know the name. "The guy who made first contact with the aliens," he grinned, "befriended them, went up with them into space." He threw a thumb at the window and the colourful clouds beyond. "You know, the field." "Quit dad joking me, all right? Haha, very funny." Aurora regarded Moses for a minute, then turned her gaze to the field beyond the window. On the recording, she could clearly hear their voices, but for whatever reason, Moses didn't seem to be able to. And what was this story about aliens and first contact? Aliens? Is that what they were? Did they meld with someone back in time? As impossible as it sounded, Moses didn't make it up out of thin air. That was too much of a coincidence. And she didn't believe in coincidences. Everything is connected. Everything has a reason. She unsnapped her helmet and removed it from her head. She felt tremendously heavy and wanted little more than to ask Moses 1,000 questions, but she didn't. Instead, she chose one. "Did you transmit the recording to UFSS?" "Yes," he said, "and University. And Saintskill because it's the closest settlement, and to SE Command on Terra Earth. It's all covered, Trebek." "Has anyone said anything about it?" she asked. "You mean about hearing voices?" he said. "Not yet. But it's only been one cycle." She bit her lip and said, "I never thanked you for saving my life." "Thank you." He snort-whinnied, and they set a course for Saintskill, where she was meeting up with her father just like they agreed to do before she left for her internship. The end. Maud McGee writes out of South Carolina in the USA. Story 12, Vathari Blood, by Philip Good. Ariana Duvalier was running frantically through the lower deck of the interstellar ship Valkyrie. She was barefoot and clad only in her white cryo-sleep undergarments. She clutched a large carving knife and a ball-peen hammer. Her white clothing was soaked with sweat, and her breathing was laboured. She knew at least one creature was close behind, possibly two. Her pursuers were so fast they appeared as blurs to her human eyesight. Ariana got the impression of a large bird-like reptilian creature sporting rows of sharp teeth. They were close enough for her to smell their musky odour. They made chirping noises to each other. Ariana took a sharp left turn into an open storage area. She checked for an alternate exit, then slammed the door shut just before she heard a loud bang on the door and an angry exchange of squawking and hissing. She leaned against the wall to catch her breath and formulate a plan to survive. Ariana was awoken early, over 120 years early, from her cryosleep by Kellen, one of the worker androids on the Valkyrie. Kellen's appearance was strange, as his face and body looked like he had been disassembled and thrown back together by a drunken monkey. Kellen had taken her to the galley for some food. He whispered to Ariana, "Grab whatever weapons you can and run like hell." Even Kellen's voice was different, not robotic, but more like a human. "When they catch you, try and end your own life as painlessly as possible." Suddenly a nightmare dropped out of the air duct in the ceiling. It was a 6-foot lizard changing colours quite rapidly in his excitement. It let loose a horrific roar right in Ariana's face. A half-dozen more creatures burst through the back door. Being a nurse, she knew just where to use the blade on her own throat. She collapsed and died before the pack of ferocious lizards began to rend the flesh from her bones. Jason Ferguson woke up suddenly from the cryo-sleep pod. He heard a scratchy voice say, "Breathe, just breathe normally." He felt warmth flooding through his veins, and an accelerant also. His heart throbbed with its return to life. His memory began to clear. When his eyes focused, he was looking at one ugly son of a bitch. It was Kellen, one of the androids assigned to run and monitor the ship while the humans slept. But something was wrong with Kellen's face. His eyes were not aligned, his mouth was crooked, and metal patches adorned his face and arms. Kellen leaned in close. He held up a finger to his mouth, signaling Fergie to be quiet. "Captain Ferguson, we had to wake you early due to a malfunction in the fuel injection module." Kellen knew Ferguson was a sergeant, not a captain. Kellen also knew he was a combat specialist, not a mechanic. Robots weren't supposed to lie or hold a finger to their plastic lips. Why was his ceramic face all messed up? Kellen's voice was different too. Ferguson was still woozy, so he decided to just play along with the android. "Yes, take a step, Captain." "That's it. Let's get you to the galley, and I will prepare you some real food. The cryotechnology has worked extremely well." Kellen surreptitiously placed a tiny blue microdot on Jason's wrist barcode. In his head, Ferguson could see and hear the images and sounds embedded in the microdot. "Sergeant, I will be brief, but there is a great deal of technical information on this microdot you should see also. I have encoded the alien language as best I could. Part of their communication system is facial expressions, skin color changes, and body language. I did not want the Vathari to realize you were a combat specialist, as they are monitoring my actions. We were just 6 years along our expected 127-year voyage to Alpha Centauri when we heard a distress signal. The lightspeed drive was functioning perfectly for such a new technology. According to protocol, we awakened Commander Zhang, and he made the decision to stop and dock with the alien craft. Our first attempt at interstellar transportation, and we have our first contact with an alien species." Zhang was elated. It was a poor decision. The spacecraft was a prison ship of a race called the Vathari. The prisoners had taken control of the ship, but it was floating helplessly in deep space. The Vathari are fierce reptilian predators. Commander Zhang and all the androids put up a terrific fight, but there were over 20 aliens. They are incredibly fast and strong. We killed some of them, but eventually all of the androids, including myself, were incapacitated. They ate the commander, as mammals are their food source on their home planet. "How many of these scumbags are on board the ship?" asked Fergie. "There are only 7 of the Vathari left. They managed to rebuild 4 of us from salvaged parts. That is why I look like this. They figured out the command microdot, so we have been forced to do their bidding. The Vathari are only a generation or two, removed from a savage hunter-gatherer society. They were given nuclear power and interstellar drive by a mysterious race known as the Boyeen, but this group of inmates is not very intelligent. They had us run the ship while they spent their time gambling, fighting and drinking intoxicating beverages. The one thing they like to do is hunt. For the last 3 years, we have been compelled to awaken a human passenger every month. The Vathari hunt them through the ship, then feed on the hapless passenger." "How do I know you aren't still under their control?" said Fergie. "About a year ago my command microdot failed. I have had my own free will since then. Something happened when they rewired me. My own self-analysis is that there are some unknown alien parts of Boyen technology in my body. That is all I know. I could not awaken more passengers, so I pretended to still be under their control. I have made my plans for rescuing the remaining thousands of passengers, but I have found it necessary to sacrifice 12 more humans to maintain my appearance of obedience. I know you think that is abhorrent, but I had to be very careful. I knew eventually I would get to you as the next in line for the Vathari hunt. If anyone can kill them, it is you, the fiercest warrior on the ship. They do not know about Miss Hauser. I have been making plans for a long time. I have managed to hide caches of weapons around the ship. I have also disabled a number of monitoring systems. The locations are at the end of this transmission. The console to awaken the other humans is in the heavily guarded control room. I will try to help you by disabling or distracting the 3 other androids, Murdoch, Chartier, and Mbuti. How the hell am I supposed to kill these bastards without damaging the ship? Ah, yes. One more thing. I was able to collect some blood from the alien creatures. I have synthesized a serum to give you much improved senses, speed, strength, and stamina. I injected you with the Vathari blood upon your awakening. The serum should begin to take effect soon. You will have 2 to 3 hours of heightened powers before the serum burns out your metabolism. The location of the calming agent is as follows. Mbuthi, another one of the androids, limped into the galley. He was in even worse shape than Kellen, but worker androids were extremely strong. Kellen, the Vathari want you to get Ferguson ready. Why did you address him as a captain? He is a... Kellen snapped his fellow android's power cord. Kellen whispered, "Go to your first cache of weapons. Remember you cannot use high-powered weapons on board the ship. I will pretend to still be under their control." Fergie stood up and felt a surge of strength and energy. He flexed his powerful muscles and breathed deeply. His senses were becoming clearer. He could see and hear and smell minuscule items. His entire perception was altered, refined, and intensified. He ran down the hallway to get his weapons. "The next prey is active," Kellen spoke into a communicator on his neck. Fergie placed the tracker Kellen had given him in a storage compartment under a spiral staircase leading to the second deck. He hid in a nearby alcove. Suddenly Ferguson felt the serum take full effect. He was able to heft the great double-edged axe with one hand. He could hear the drip of a lubricant in a pipe 50 yards away. He could see a tiny arachnid weaving a web from across the room. He could feel the blood coursing through his veins. He could smell the dank, reptilian odor of the stealthy aliens approaching. The first Vathari bounded into the room with lightning speed, but Fergie was quicker. 3 silent steps, and he sliced the alien's head off with one enormous swing of the axe. A foul greenish ichor fountained out of its neck as the head flew against the wall and the scaly body hit the deck. Fergie knew that the Vathari liked to hunt in pairs, so he turned to face the second one, who was practically a blur. But with his heightened senses, it looked like it was standing still. Ferguson cleft him from skull to breastbone with one mighty blow. He had killed 2 of the enemy before the aliens even realized their prey was armed. Fergie took a moment to examine the butchered aliens. They were just taller than a human, but walked slightly crouched forward. They were a greenish-brown color and armed with razor-sharp teeth and great hooked claws with flexible thumbs. They resembled pictures he'd seen of raptors, long since dead, on Earth. Fergie placed the still dripping head of the first alien on a maintenance shelf. He heard 2 more Vathari racing down the corridor. Ferguson leapt up the spiral staircase 5 steps at a time just as the next 2 discovered the bodies of their comrades. The Vathari knelt and made a high-pitched trilling noise which hurt Fergie's ears a deck above. They called their leader Zarduk on the intercom and invoked the name of some great reptilian boogeyman from their home planet as they described the carnage they found. Zarduk ordered them to retreat to obtain weapons. Fergie followed the aliens by the slight noises they made below him. He knocked out surveillance equipment down the long corridor. Fergie's tremendous musculature was literally pulsing. He felt fantastic and longed for battle. He had an enormous erection. The Vathari leader, named Zarduk, sent his 2 compatriots down separate side corridors to trap Ferguson. They were armed with light automatic weapons, electron guns. He suspected Kellen of treachery, so he ordered the android up to the control room. His fellow android, Chartier, followed him. The alien leader waited with the 3rd, most dangerous android, Murdoch. Ferguson found the second cache of equipment Kellen had hidden. It contained a flexible formantium mesh bodysuit, a pair of 2-foot-long knives, and a laser tool. He donned the armor and adjusted the beam on the laser. If it was set too high, it could burn through the hull. Fergie sheathed the knives and strapped the heavy axe on his back. His heart was pumping as fast as it could. Endorphins and adrenaline from the alien blood flooded through his body. His temperature was rising. The battle lust was growing. He was shivering in excitement. His clean-shaven head was dripping sweat. A low growl emanated from his throat. Fergie heard one alien just up around the corner to the left. The second one was further up on the right. Fergie silently leaped straight up to the ceiling and caught hold of a bracket. He pointed the laser and dropped one of the knives to the floor. Instantly, the first alien spun around the corner and fired several rounds where he thought Ferguson ought to be. Fergie calmly burned a hole in its ugly lizard face, then jumped effortlessly to the floor. He plunged a knife straight through the alien's eye socket. The second Vathari came sliding out on the sleek metal flooring, firing his electron rifle. Fergie did a backflip, but several rounds hit him. One shattered the great axe on his back. He dropped the laser and rolled back into a doorway to the side. The low settings on the electron rifle had allowed the mesh suit to absorb most of the force, thereby saving Fergie's life. But it still hurt like hell. He peeked back out around the corner, but the alien was gone. Fergie sniffed the air and listened intently. The raptor-like alien was in the room behind him. Kellen pretended to fall. When Chartier began to help him up, Kellen ripped out Chartier's brainstem with a magnetic screwdriver, effectively killing him. Kellen ran towards the communication substation as fast as his uneven legs could carry him. Zardak sent Murdoch out to incapacitate Kellen, and then locked himself securely in the control room. Fergie was peeking now. He could hear a faint clicking from the wall behind him. He quickly hit the floor and rolled away just before a small explosion blew an alien-sized hole in the wall and scorched Fergie's formantium suit. The Vathari leaped through, firing his electron rifle indiscriminately at a high power level. Seeing no sign of Fergie, the raptor ceased firing to survey the shattered room. Lightning fast, Fergie launched himself over a table and landed squarely on the creature. Fergie tore the gun away from the alien as if he were a child. The frantic creature smashed a chair over Fergie's head, momentarily stunning him. Fergie landed a series of prodigious lefts and rights to the alien's torso. He could feel the bones splintering beneath his fists. The Vathari language flooded into his brain from Kellen's microdot. "Die, you hairless piece of beluga excrement!" The Vathari lunged forward to bite Fergie in the face. The human caught the alien's jaws and pushed them back, exposing its vulnerable neck. Fergie bit the lizard in the neck, nearly severing it. He tasted the acrid green blood of the Vathari inmate. When his enemy fell lifelessly to the floor, Fergie pushed the intercom button and screamed a blood-curdling victory roar, which echoed throughout the ship. Murdoch, who was closing in on Kellen, stopped and looked around. The Vathari leader, safely barricaded in the control room, shook in rage and changed colors rapidly. The two remaining Vathari, heavily armed, stopped in their tracks and beat a hasty retreat back to the weapons storeroom. One of them defecated in fear of Fergie's inhuman cry. Kellen, just entering the communications room, managed a crooked smile on his battered face. Fergie's chest was heaving. His heart was laboring to pump blood throughout his system. He took off his helmet and streaked the pungent green alien blood on his face. His left eye was twitching. He took stock of his weapons. He was carrying a knife, 2 electron rifles, both partially charged, and a handmade metal club with a jagged edge. His mind was racing. He had to dispatch the 3 remaining Vathari and get the calming agent before the serum simply burned out his system. He had less than 2 hours. He headed for the weapons storeroom. Kellen was inside the communication substation. He was attempting to block any audio or visual signals from the control room in order to isolate Zardak. Suddenly, the barricaded door burst open with a tremendous blow from Murdoch's hands. The 7-foot-tall battlebot picked Kellen out of his seat with one hand, just as Kellen smashed the kill switch for the substation. The lights went out, and Kellen buffeted the chest of Murdoch to no avail. With one swipe of his arm, Murdoch nearly severed Kellen's head from his torso. The blue light in Kellen's eyes flickered out. Kellen's sabotage was only partly successful. Murdoch's built-in communicator was able to send and receive information. The Vathari leader directed Murdoch to the cryopod chambers. "Awaken the human's mate." Once Murdoch sprinted out the door, the lights in Kellen's eyes faintly shimmered on once again. Fergie slid down a waste evacuation tube and quietly exited very close to the weapons storeroom. He heard and smelled the aliens, but their exact location was jumbled as Fergie's senses began to overload. The storeroom was locked, and Fergie did not hear a sound from within. He was getting dizzy and began to feel the terrific abuse his body had taken even through the formantium suit. Fergie shook his head and tried to focus his waning super senses. As he turned a corner, he ran straight into the 2 Vathari. Fergie raised one electron gun. He spit out in the alien language, "You mud-sucking worm spawn." If you fire that in the ship, you will blow us all into space." The Dothraki were wielding a 2-man rocket launcher. They replied to Fergie, "Go fornicate with your egg mother." Then they pulled the trigger. Fergie mustered all of his power of concentration and aimed directly into the barrel of the rocket launcher. He fired a burst of electrons into the tube just as the rocket was fired. Fergie dropped and rolled back around the corner in time to escape a loud explosion that shook the enormous spaceship. Expecting the worst, Fergie peeked around the corner. His hunch had paid off. The bulkhead near the weapons storeroom was the most heavily fortified for safety. By hitting the rocket inside the launcher, he had further reduced the effects of the blast. The ceiling, floor and walls were all burnt and buckled, but the blast had not penetrated to the ship's double-beamed outer shell. Bits of burning metal and scorched reptilian flesh were scattered about the site. 6 down and 1 to go, thought Fergie. But he had to retrieve the calming agent as his powers were waning, and he felt a monstrous headache in addition to his other aches and pains. He would have to kill the last one the old-fashioned way. He just hoped Kellen had disabled the other androids, as he was no match for any of them, especially the giant Murdoch. Ibby Hauser woke up suddenly from the cryosleep pod. She was startled to see the face of Murdoch, the battle droid, awakening her. She felt warmth and the artificial accelerants coursing through her body. Her memories flooded back as she heard Murdoch croaking, "Just breath, Corporal Hauser. Now sit up." Murdoch helped her up out of the pod and handed her a water pouch with nutrients. "Drink up, stretch your arms and legs, and I will explain everything." When Ibby had drained the water pouch, she whispered to Murdoch, "What happened?" Ibby Hauser was the only person on board the ship that had beaten Jason Ferguson in hand-to-hand combat competition. They had also been lovers for nearly a year before volunteering for the dangerous one-way mission to Alpha Centauri. When Ibby had gone into cryosleep, she did not realize she was nearly a month pregnant. Kellen stood up awkwardly. His head dangled off to one side. His cortex connection was not broken, and several ancillary tubes and wires were intact. He had lost a lot of hydraulic fluid, and his electronic components were down to a quarter charge. He gingerly placed his head back on his shoulders and groped around the room for a roll of steel mesh duct tape. He wrapped the tape repeatedly around his neck, then set off for the robotics repair lab. His head was tilted at an odd angle, but it was temporarily attached. Fergie was huddled on the floor of the lavatory at an auxiliary sick bay located at the far rear of the ship. He was retching, covered in sweat and shaking. Fergie felt like bugs were crawling around under his skin. He had taken the calming agent Kellen had hidden. He had a case full of weapons from the storeroom. As his system returned to normal, Fergie began to feel the tremendous punishment his body had taken while under the influence of the alien elixir. He dosed himself with a number of painkillers. He fought off the urge to sleep. He had a plan to kill the last Vathari in the control room, but he needed some help. Ibby Hauser was vigorously performing one-handed push-ups in the galley while discussing the situation with Murdoch. She was barefoot and wore only shorts and a tank top. Ibby was the perfect alpha female. Her body was toned and muscular to an incredible degree. Her hair was short and dark. She was pissed off. "So, you mean to tell me that these aliens turned Fergie with some mind control device, and he has been killing our own people at the order of the leader of these Vathari bastards?" "That is correct, Corporal Hauser." "You want me to help you track down and capture Fergie, and then kill the aliens?" "Also correct, Corporal, but I do not know how many aliens are left alive on board the ship. Kellen and I have killed several, but he is now disabled." "And the alien leader, he has control over the cryopod chambers?" "He can kill all 10,000 of the remaining humans just by shutting down or increasing the energy to the cryoquarters. I was only able to punch in your code when the alien leader was distracted." "Shouldn't we try to take the control room first?" "I do not believe so. The alien is trying to restore communications throughout the vessel. The damage has been extensive due to the fighting throughout the ship. If there are any other aliens still alive, we do not want them to team up with Fergie. They are incredibly strong and fast, and they have taken weapons from the main storeroom. So we can't wake up anyone else to help us. We can only use light weapons so we don't damage the ship any further. How are we going to track down Fergie? He is a slippery bastard. He has a microchip implanted in his barcode. I can track him with this device." The battle droid held a small metal wand. "All right, let's weapon up, but I don't want Fergie killed. He is still my, mate. I want to capture him so we can remove the control chip. Then we blast the hell out of that alien." Kellen had repaired himself as well as he could. He knew just where to find Fergie. Kellen had a plan. The Vathari leader was flashing a rainbow of colors as he attempted to control his rage at the human. He wanted to track him down and rip his entrails out to feast on. But he knew he had to try and repair the ship's audiovisual systems. He readied the systems to increase the power to the cryochamber. If he was somehow defeated, he would kill every one of the sleeping humans. Exhausted and sore to the bone, Fergie carried the weapons case and a medical kit to one of the airlocks on the top of the ship. He had removed the mesh suit and stripped down to his undergarments. His body was covered in scrapes and bruises. The audio visuals to this section of the ship appeared to be shut down. There was power to the airlock. Fergie was preparing the explosives when Ibby entered the airlock bay. "Fergie, what the hell are you thinking? Are you going to blow the whole ship up, you crazy bastard?" She aimed an old-fashioned pellet gun at him. "Ibby? Who woke you up? Was it Kellen? Am I glad to see you?" Then he saw the gun. "Whoa, Ibby? Baby, what's going on? Just stay right there. I don't want to hurt you. Ibby, honey, are you okay?" "Look, Fergie, I don't want to hurt you. I just want to make you better. Let me take you up to sick bay." "Ibby, you're acting crazy. We've got a big problem with these aliens on board the ship. Or at least one. I killed the rest." "Fergie, I know how many you killed, but they weren't aliens. They were our own people. But it's not your fault. Just let me remove that control chip from your barcode." She teared up just a little, but kept the gun on him. "Ibby, you are talking crazy. Who filled your head with all this bull?" "Murdoch showed me the video of you on a killing spree, but nobody is blaming you when you've been under their control." "Murdoch?" "Murdoch is under their control. He's been lying to you, baby. He must have faked a vid." "Fergie, robots can't lie. Just kneel down and put your hands on your head so I can take you in quietly. Come on, honey. Do it for me. For us." "That pellet gun ain't going to hurt me, Ib." "You don't want to hurt me." In a flash, Ibby dropped the gun and launched a haymaker right at Fergie's jaw. He ducked just enough to avoid the worst part of the blow. Or maybe Ibby pulled her punch just a little. Fergie dived to the floor and attempted a leg sweep, but Ibby leaped straight up and over Fergie's legs. She landed on him and cuffed his ears. Then she broke his nose with a roundhouse kick. Fergie moved in and grabbed Ibby in a powerful bear hug. She struggled for just a moment, then they began to kiss passionately. They kissed for several minutes until suddenly they were pulled apart and tossed halfway across the room with tremendous force. "Mammalian mouth breathers, I will eat your hearts and livers." It was Zerduk talking through Murdoch. Murdoch unscrewed his left hand and attached a nozzle. A small flame ignited at the tip. It was a flamethrower? "I will burn the noxious hair from your fragile bodies." He picked up Fergie with his right hand. Murdoch held Fergie close to his eyes. "Before I destroy you, Fergie, I want to know how you were able to kill my comrades so easily when all the other humans died like the chattel you are." "On my world, we skin reptiles for decorations." Murdoch automatically translated Vathari to Galactic Standard. Fergie dangled from the battlebot's hand like a small kitten. Ibby surreptitiously moved towards the fallen pellet gun. "Don't move, bitch human." "Who you calling bitch, you overgrown bird?" Kellen quietly crept into the bay, holding an electron rifle. He was in rough shape, but motioned to Ibby. She spoke to Zarduk. "You were in control of Murdoch. That's how he could lie so easily." Murdoch gave Fergie a violent shake and turned towards the prostrate girl. "That's right, breeder. Homo sapiens are weak and foolish, ruled by emotions and not instinct. My race would conquer yours easily and feed for years on your stinking carcasses. Now tell me how this piece of excrement killed my crew." Kellen was close enough and opened fire. He had to be accurate because the airlock was just one wall away. He fired a dozen rounds into Murdoch's back. Ibby did a barrel roll and grabbed the pellet gun. She emptied the whole clip into the robot's face. Murdoch shot a blast of fire from his left hand. Ibby ducked under a table. Kellen increased the voltage on the rifle and continued firing into Murdoch's head. From the ground, Fergie delivered a powerful two-legged kick, tipping the battlebot over. Ibby had grabbed a weapon from the tool locker. It was a wood-handled iron sledge. She stood over the spastic android. With all her might, she brought the heavy iron down upon the fractured brain pan of the robot. Murdoch's head exploded, scattering metal and ceramic parts all over the floor. Back in the control room, Zarduk, cybernetically linked to the android, flew backwards out of his chair and hit the floor as Murdoch died. Kellen scanned the two humans for injuries. He leaned forward and whispered to Ibby. She blushed and smiled. "Fergie, you are the only one who has the experience to go outside the ship and attack Zarduk from the control room window. I know you are exhausted, but we have to move fast. I believe he was still linked to Murdoch when he expired. That means the alien will be incapacitated temporarily, but he will recover quickly and kill all of the people in the cryosleep chamber. The vitality of these animals is extraordinary. I know how it made me feel with that injection. Like a friggin' god. Yeah, a dark and bloodthirsty reptile god." Ibby snapped Fergie's nose back into place. Sorry I broke your nose, babe. Well, it ain't the first time, honey. Help me suit up, IB. Kellen can fill you in on the rest of the story. I see you had a similar idea, Fergie. I will calculate the correct amount of explosives to break through the titanium observation portal without damaging the control room. Kellen and I will distract that damned Vathari while you blast in from outside. Just hang on to the tether line when the atmosphere gets sucked out. I will break into the side airlock compartment so Ibby can get in the control room and close the portal with the sliding hull section. We will haul you back in and make sure Zardak hasn't permanently defrosted all of the rest of the passengers. Just before he fixed his helmet, Fergie grabbed Ibby for a fierce kiss. You better be careful, Ferguson, or I'll kick your sorry ass all over the galaxy. Don't worry, I'm coming back to you. Zardak woke up to find Kellen outside the control room door holding a small bazooka. Where are the two humans, you traitorous bag of rusted metal? The female believed the false story Murdoch told her. She ended up killing the male, but she is badly hurt. I came for you. The Vathari laughed a hoarse, crackling sound. I thought robots were incapable of lying. Something in the alien components you used to fix me gave me an advanced capacity for thinking. I have as much freedom of thought and action as a human or a lizard like you. I knew I should not have used that damn Borshinian technology on you. I'm going to thaw out all of those tasty humans with a very high temperature. They will all be cooked, and then I will come out and end you. I will find the other two if they still live. In my present condition, I don't give a damn about the humans. I will kill you, then begin to repair myself and the other robots. We will be masters of this vessel. Just as Zardak began to move the temperature level for the cryo chamber, he heard a tapping coming from the main window behind him. He saw Fergie floating in the ether just outside the ship. He pointed to 4 small explosives attached to the titanium window. Fergie waved goodbye as he propelled himself away from the ship. Then he raised 2 gloved middle fingers to salute the alien just before the window blew. The room's atmosphere was sucked out in an instant. Zardak caught hold of a jagged corner of the broken portal. He was actually beginning to pull himself back into the room when Ibby strode in. She was wearing magnetic boots which secured her to the floor. She chopped Zardak's taloned hand clean off with a fire axe. He shot out the window and literally exploded from the inside out in the airless void. Ibby manually closed the portal and checked the cryosleep control panel. Kellen hauled Fergie in through the airlock. Kellen, Fergie and Ibby sat at a table in the galley. Fergie poured 2 tall glasses of well-aged whiskey and pushed one towards Ibby. She pushed it away. No thanks. None for me, Fergie. What are you getting soft in your old age? No, but I am pregnant with your baby, you asteroid. For the first time in his life, Fergie was completely tongue-tied. What? How did that happen? Even Kellen laughed. You know how it happened, you big spacer. But when? A few weeks before we went to sleep. What about the baby in the cryopods? The cryosleep process is perfectly safe for any human fetus. Studies have shown... Just when I start thinking you're alive, Kellen, you start to sound like a robot again. Well, according to protocol, we must wake up the emergency response team. There are some major interior damages to repair. Our speed is slightly down, and we need a medic and an engineer and some other humans for you to mate with until we reach Alpha Centauri. So, we have been frozen for too long to go back under again? Unfortunately, yes. However, a live crew is necessary, especially if we are now aware of the exceedingly aggressive Vathari race, as well as the mysterious Boryanians. We have 118 years before we reach our destination. You too may still be alive, but not very productive. Even your offspring will be quite advanced in age by the time we arrive. With the death of Commander Tsang, the ranking officer is Commander Marissa Dimitrov. What are you going to do, Kellen? Of course, I will assist in any way I can. I need to repair myself. I am curious as to the Boryanian components present in my frame and how they gave me an advanced intelligence. It has crossed my brain circuits that perhaps the mysterious Boryans surreptitiously gave us the technology for the cryogenics and the light-speed travel. It all happened so fast in such a short period of time. I will repair as many other androids as I can. After all, I have plenty of time on my hands. I have been thinking that Mbuti is not too badly damaged. Perhaps I could reprogram him with some female characteristics. Kellen, you sly dog, you. I don't blame you. Mbuti has a great metallic ass. They all laughed again. I think I may enjoy the companionship of a female. You two seem to be quite happy. Fergie grabbed Ibby and gave her a massive hug. Then he winced in pain as she hugged him back. They whispered to each other and started kissing passionately until they noticed Kellen leaning forward and staring at them. His neck was bent awkwardly, and one of his eyes was dangling from its socket, dripping hydraulic fluid on the table. He even had a twisted grin on his synthetic face. "Kellen, can we get some privacy?" Oh, were you about to... "Ah, yes, I understand." The end. Philip was born in Malden, Massachusetts, just outside of Boston, and has gained a vast amount of experience in a variety of jobs that has helped to inform his writing. He's been a teamster, truck driver, appliance installer, forklift operator, bartender, fruit cutter, warehouse and operations manager, and in addition to these, a social studies teacher for over 20 years. While he has been writing during this period, only in the past few years has he begun submitting stories for publication. Vathari Blood is his first published story. While he has been writing during this period, only in the past few years has he begun submitting stories for publication. Vathari Blood is his first published story. Story 13. The Dragon in the Lort by J. L. Royce. Dandy DeMills, fresh up from Dirtside, scanned the Virgin Olympus Hotel foyer and sashayed over to the broad observation port. She had scored the plum assignment, Orbital Society, who's in, who's out, for Elio Life, and was on board the new wheel to work. But that didn't mean she couldn't gloat and enjoy herself. The heartbreakingly blue balls circled slowly around the port. Most visitors were gaping at the cloud cover, puzzling out the geography beneath it. But one little boy, looking smart in his plaid shorts and polo shirt, was staring straight up. Dandy followed suit, craning her neck until she tired of the strain. "You know it's just an illusion," she said, not unkindly. "There's no window. It's a projection from the hull cams." "I know that," the boy said. "So, what are you looking at?" He turned large, solemn eyes upon her. "It's an ore carrier, Pluto class, docked at the service hub. The vestry." Dandy peered at the massive bulk floating at the center of the spinning wheel. "How can you tell that?" "The ISA registration on the stern." He held out his wrist, where a display too large for his thin arm displayed a tiny schematic. "One of 4 Nordic mining haulers. Name for the dwarves that hold up the sky." "Dwarves? Rad!" Dandy laughed. "How do you ken so much?" "Mum says knowledge is power." He nodded towards the bar. A tall woman, officious but attractive, was chatting with a cluster of uniforms, including the shuttle pilot. She nicely filled the latest style of jumper, in a trending colour, per LEO Life. "Very nicely," Dandy murmured, considering. Her journalistic antennae were not the only parts to quiver. She returned her attention to the boy. "My name is Dandy." "Alec, like smart?" Dandy smiled encouragement. "What brings you two up here?" "Can't say, hush hush." Alec nodded, serious. "Hustled me out of bed and off to the shuttle, so I guess it's some work thing." "I saw." The journo watched the men in their orbital ballet around the redhead. "I'd sure like to meet your mother. She sounds smart too." Alec bounced slowly in the low gravity. "Everybody sounds smart if you're not." He jaunted off towards the bar. "Coming?" Dandy had judged the performance at the bar correctly. Her dinner offer had been just the excuse the ISA scientist Ela needed to make her escape. The journo kept the conversation light over their meal, with plenty of attention to Alec, until his mother suggested it was the boy's bedtime and invited Dandy for a nightcap. And then... "Where did you hear about that?" Isla peered at Dandy through her tousled hair. The journo struggled to appear innocent. "Just something your son mentioned. He's very smart." Isla pummeled the guest in her bed with a pillow, once, twice, and a third time. Dandy squealed and giggled. They collapsed into each other's arms. "Alec's very chatty." Dandy sought to regain her composure. "He just thought it was curious that an ore carrier would dock at a hotel is all. You're not a geologist by any chance?" "They're not docked at a hotel, they're..." The redhead, nimble for her height, straddled Dandy and gripped her chin in a strong fist. Her thighs squeezed the reporter's. "You crawled up my twat looking for a story, didn't you?" Isla rocked the journo's head up and down, eliciting a giggle. Dandy encircled her captor's waist, drawing her down. Isla released her chin, and they kissed. "I needed to relax," Isla said. "Thank you. Tomorrow is going to be fraught." "I could help you," Dandy said. "Besides this, I mean. You'll have a story to spin, at some point. Nobody drops everything to catch the next shuttle just for a spot of near-weightless jollies." Her hands kneaded the tension in Isla's back. Isla groaned. The vestry found a cache of unusual mineral nodules. "Satisfied?" "Not yet," Dandy replied, and moved lower. "I may find a use for you yet," Isla murmured. "Tomorrow, I mean." The ISA scientist had glided away in a midnight blue bodysuit with matching modesty skirt. her hair a vibrant contrast. Dandy had been admiring Ayla's departure when her charge for the day opined she wasn't as grumpy as usual. Dandy had blinked innocently, checked the tracker on his wrist, and said, "I thought we might visit the water park." Instead, Alec had bounced off, Dandy struggling to keep up. "Where are you going?" "I have passes for the Recycling and Public Works tour," he had called back, "and it leaves in 10 minutes. And so the morning passed, Dandy thankful for the relief of low-G walking. Over a lunch of solar shakes and moon pies, Alec declared, "This afternoon I want to see the lout." Dandy daubed chocolate from her mouth, lipstick, Martian twilight, and said, "The what?" "The Lauterbur," he replied with the petulance of a put-upon child, "where the vestry is docked. Duh." "Don't take that tone with me, young man," Dandy replied, in her best imitation of a put-upon adult. When Alec joined her giggling, he snorted his shake and sneezed messily. "You all right?" Dandy asked, and offered up her napkin. "Blow," she ordered, and he did. "So the lout is another ship?" He shook his head. "A scanner, MRI, the Lauterbur." He spoke with the reverence children usually reserved for action heroes and sports stars. "Sounds scientific. Say, is your mum there today?" "Yeah, we'll surprise her." "I'll bet." Dandy quickly adopted his long, effortless stride, though she was not as adept as the boy in dodging the dawdling tourists. They proceeded up the people mover to the spine, the station's axis, passing security scans with the VIP passes provided by Isla. At the zero-G terminus, they donned their Velcro booties, this season's colour, Titan orange, and waddled along the walk strip to the visitors' centre. The few visitors who had found their way to the laboratory were treated to an array of holographic exhibits about magnetic fields, electron spin, and image reconstruction. Alec went directly to the windows, real windows, albeit tiny, where they could see the massive bulk of the vestry floating against the starry field. An open-framed sky bridge attached the ship to a smaller, faceted sphere. "Is that ball the, lout?" Dandy asked. "Snub dodecahedron, 92 faces." "A what? Where are the windows?" "It's a machine, not a hookup lounge." Alec shook his head. "I ken that. Tone, mister, or no ice cream later." Alec sighed. "It's just the imaging unit. Seems set to vacuum. See that hatch open to the sky bridge?" A chime sounded, followed by a recording, announcing the next tour would be in 5 minutes. Most of the tourists examined each other for interest, checked their wrists for schedule conflicts, and drifted off. "It's not too late to go to the water park," Dandy suggested hopefully. Alec shook his head violently and moved towards the guide. The only other person remaining was a burly character in an unflattering and wrinkled bodysuit, faded burgundy, and a style charitably called utilitarian. The absence of gravity, and its deleterious effect on the human profile, should not be taken as license to ignore the dictates of fashion. Dandy had resolved he was uninteresting when she noticed the single word embroidered at the patch pocket on his broad chest, vestry. Her journo sense trembling with anticipation, Dandy was about to introduce herself to this miner, or spaceman, or whatever he called himself, when an officious-looking young man bearing an electronic chime appeared, demanding their attention. Dandy to Earth. NASA is dead, yet ISA persists in dressing its minions in faux NASA faded blue apparel, baggy pants and ill-filling shirts. That look should have perished with the ISS. "Good afternoon." He glanced at the three of them. Everyone, I'm Charles, and I'd like to welcome you to the Philip Lauterbur Magnetic Resonance Research Center." Charles gestured at the small portholes. "Outside, you can see the sphere." "Snub dodecahedron," Dandy said, eliciting a grin of approval from Alec. The docent blinked. "Housing our unique resource, the only off-planet MR imager. Now if you'll follow me, and please keep together." "All three of us," Dandy remarked. The vestry crewman chuckled, and when he glanced Dandy's way, she rolled her eyes. Maybe Charles had had experience with children in low G, and how quickly they could vanish. Their guide waved a wrist at an industrial-looking hatch labelled "Authorized Personnel Only," and the door slid aside. Dandy slid a finger over the record icon on her wrist. "So, you're from that ship, the vestry? What do they call you? Sailor, spaceman, hand?" The big man smiled. "Captain, usually, or spacer, rock monkey." A short corridor led to a narrow observation gallery overlooking a clutter of workstations, 2D and 3D displays, and the seriously white-jacketed technicians peering at them. Their monitors featured views of the space surrounding the imager as well as the chamber within it. A buzz of low conversations came over the gallery's audio system. Isla, as usual, was the center of attention. The journo noted the deference shown to the scientists by the staff. White. Must everything be white? White is so 20C. What ISA needs is a feng shui expert, said Dandy, to no one in particular. Really? Her spacer companion rumbled. Charles practically glowed with pride. This multifunction MRI can be employed for in vivo human scanning, as well as physics experiments requiring vacuum. Besides serving a key role in LEO healthcare delivery, it is a critical resource for the clinical trials of corporate laboratories both near Earth as well as on Luna. Today, however, he glanced at a display of the imaging chamber. It appears we are looking at some rocks. Polymetallic nodules, said the miner. Very unusual. Ooh, Captain, Dandy purred and winked at him. Isla straightened and looked around the room. Initiate scan. In the exterior display, the hatch on the faceted sphere closed. Charles rattled on. Its unique design is also applicable to materials science experiments, which is the activity we have in progress today. His drone made it easy for Dandy to slip into a pleasant daydream involving the only person in the control room not wearing a shapeless white tunic. Isla. The scientist was peering at an empty virtual display and chewing her full lower lip. Thanks to their recent encounter, Dandy the journo had discovered this was the woman's tell. Isla was anticipating something very, very exciting. When will we see some results? The captain asked. Charles blinked, unused to such a needy audience. There are 2D slices already. He gestured at a series of grainy, colourless images. As they watched, another appeared. But as for a 3D reconstruction, well, what? It was Alec, eyes wide and innocent. Dandy studied him. No tell from that one. Usually there would already be a preliminary rendering from the first pass. Charles shrugged. Why won't it resolve? Alec pressed. Yeah, why? Dandy blurted, just to feel part of the moment. Their guide dithered. In a living subject it might be motion, but... Is your machine broken? Alec asked. Maybe you should go in and have a look. Charles appeared ready to snap back with something quotable, but bit it off and forced a smile. You see, little boy, the imaging chamber is evacuated since the nodules, big rocks, came from deep space. Best to preserve them as discovered until we know what they're made of. Are they dangerous, these nodules? Dandy asked. The vestry captain frowned sidelong at her. The guide turned aside to have a private conversation with the control room. You don't know, do you? She pressed. Dandy had expected to earn a dumb-as-a-dirt cider smirk, but the space-burned face was furrowed and serious. Let's hope not, the miner muttered. So, you found a load of priceless space jewels, and now ISE wants to take them away? Dandy speculated aloud. He relaxed. Well, you're half right, maybe. Not jewels, no, but unusual. Priceless? Everything has a price. ISA? They're more ruthless than a scow full of space pirates. If anything's worth having, they want it, and they'll try to take it. Dandy eyed the ISA scientist, imagining her in black boots and a Kelly green silk blouse, auburn hair floating in the wind, or 0G. Red something. Redhead the deadly? Red hair the ruthless? Redmayne the randy? The spacer noticed the focus of her attention. Well, she does have red hair, Dandy said. What's wrong with your camera? Alec asked. They relinquished their admiration of Isla and followed the boy's gaze. The view of the image's interior was shimmering from the centre of the chamber outward, like a stone forever falling into a pond. Does the magnet, interfere with the camera? Dandy asked. Shouldn't. It's a light pipe all the way to the control room, Alex said. Indicators on the displays below them were flickering, some to yellow, a few to red. I need to get in there, said the burly miner. His fists were clenched at his sides. Charles looked worried. I'm afraid that's all for today, folks. Mama! Alex shrieked. He threw himself at the gallery window and pounded his hands against the glass. Mama! 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 Dandy, inspired by the performance, decided to improvise. She rounded on Charles. Can't you see the poor child needs his mother? Isla, puzzled by the noise from the gallery, turned and frowned. Her face lapsed into the resigned expression shared by mothers across the system. With a glance at Charles, she pointed to the control room entrance, then turned back to the technicians huddled before their displays. Just breathe, Alec, Dandy said, stroking his head. Don't pass out. Be calm, little boy. Charles placed his hands on Alec's shoulders, but the boy twisted out from beneath them. He yanked his feet from the walk strip and flew the length of the gallery to the hatch at the far end, crying, I want my mama. Dandy usually found the antics of children beneath her journalistic consideration, and so was the first one to notice the shape forming in the 3D view. There's something, she began, only to be interrupted by the hiss of an opening hatch. Alex stepped through and jerked his head at the captain. With a practiced leap, the spacer was across the gallery and through the open hatch. The pair pulled themselves down the stair rail and into the control room before Charles or Dandy could react. "Oh no, I need to keep an eye on Alec." Dandy managed to get airborne and across the room before Charles could block her. Once through the hatch, she flew on until she collided solidly with the captain. He collected her with one burly arm around her waist and planted her on a walk strip. "First time off the dirt?" he asked, not unkindly. "No, but thanks just the same." Dandy smiled. They turned to find everyone else in the cramped control room focused on the indistinct form in the 3D view. "Is that a crystal?" said the vestry captain. Dandy squinted slightly to aid her imagination. "I think I see a face." Isla gave her a withering look, but her rejoinder was forgotten as she stared at the resolving image. "It's a dragon," whispered Alec. "Don't be silly, dear," replied Isla, though hesitantly. "There are no dragons." Something serpentine curled in the virtual space above the consoles. That it acted alive was the only certainty, for even as it moved it seemed to evolve, to mutate. "Terminate the scan," said Isla. Technician's fingers danced across the control surfaces, and the squirming phantasm vanished. The view of the imaging chamber, however, continued to ripple as if underwater. "Why is that?" Isla cut off Dandy's question, gestured at an icon, and spoke. "Vestry, this is Lauterbur Control. Retract your skybridge and move off." She waved on another external view and crossed her arms. Dandy watched the painfully slow retreat of the ungainly ore carrier. The connection to the Lauterbur broken, the skybridge was oscillating even as the ship pulled it back. Within moments the light structure snapped in two, the parts floating free into space. Isla turned to the nearest seated technician. "Jettison the sample." "Hey, that's my rock," protested the captain. The technician frowned. "But the scan—" "Just do it, before we lose the imager, or worse." The woman nodded. Another display went to throbbing red. "Ready?" All eyes were on the sphere. Dandy smiled to herself, snubbed dodecahedron, as Isla said, "Open." The pentagonal panel of the hatch dilated. "Prepare to eject the—" Isla gasped as a pair of shimmering tentacles emerged from the darkness within, flailing in the vacuum before extending out along the surface of the imager. The appendages flexed, and with a surge, revealed the bulk of what had until recently been a mineral sample. What it lacked in teeth, or, seemingly, a mouth, the creature made up for in eyes. The writhing form, covered in flashing crystalline scales, stretched and released its grip on the Lauterbur imager to drift alongside the vestry. "Don't you—" muttered her captain. Dandy released her breath in a rush to say, "Oh my—" No queen in gold-embroidered finery and jewelled kirtle could rival this creature, this queen of an empire vaster than humanity could imagine. She felt a pressure on her hand and looked down to find Alec holding it, his other hand holding his mother's. His grip was reassuring. "It is a dragon," Alec said. Isla repeated, "A dragon." The creature drifted past the ship and towards the station's spine. "That thing is large enough to rip the station apart," said Charles. "Doubtful," said the vestry's captain. "Insufficient mass." "Its material strength must be extraordinary," said Isla. After reaching the center of the great new wheel, the creature pushed itself away and out of the station's shadow. In the limitless, unfiltered sunlight, its surface dazzled in mineral brilliance. The dragon writhed and shrugged, and from its broad dorsal surface unfurled great rhomboidal wings. With a twist of massive shoulders, the creature set itself moving off from the station, twisting in a corkscrew motion. The wings unfolded in triangular sections again and again as it drifted away until they were all but diaphanous. Isla rushed from station to station, demanding readings and assessments. "It's getting bigger," Dandy said. The expanse of wings dwarfed the wheel itself. "I hope she'll be okay," Alex said. "Your mother?" asked Dandy. He rolled his eyes. "The dragon!" "Get me OTC," said Isla. An automated voice filled the room. "You have reached orbital traffic control. If this is a trajectory emergency—" "We have an object, Isla struggled a moment. An entity of unknown origin drifting sunward from the orbit of LEO4. Initiate ISA First Contact Protocol. There was a pause as a human took the call. "Lauterbur, please identify yourself." Isla waved her wrist across a scanner on the desktop. "Received, Lauterbur. Defensive measures on hold." The vestry captain let out a sigh. "Contact broadcast is queued." The displays, rotating through the exterior cameras, settled on angles revealing the dragon. A 3D reconstruction appeared in the room. Isla paced around the image, staring. She spoke in a reverential hush. The magnetic field must have initiated a conformation change, self-sustaining, a waterfall effect, awakened it. She bent to a muttered conversation with the technicians. Isla looked up and nodded. Wings deployed, solar collection and propulsion. What am I going to do with a shipload of dragon eggs? Said the captain to no one in particular. Absolutely nothing, Isla replied. Your cargo will be impounded by ISA. This discovery must be managed. Don't say I didn't warn you, Dandy said, but her cynical tone was ruined by the catch in her throat. He raised his wrist to his face. Vestry, prepare to break orbit. Isla's eyes flashed. You wouldn't dare. I could have your ship impounded too. And you don't know which asteroid has the mother lode, but I... Dandy saw the situation getting unnecessarily unpleasant. This is a first for the human species. She felt unprofessional tears threatening to overflow. Shouldn't we, talk about it? Her wrist came up, rotating slowly, streaming the scene. Her three companions looked at her, then each other, with the sudden realization that several worlds were watching. Are you free for dinner? Dandy pulled away from the walk strip to float among them, swimming slowly. You're all invited, dinner and drinks. Sure, said Alec. I'm hungry. The journo smiled down at him. I'd like to interview you for my vlog, all of you. Regarding? Asked Isla. Are they intelligent? Asked Alec. Why haven't we seen them before? Are they a threat? Asked the vestry captain. Or can they help us explore the belt? I can all that's important, said Dandy, but I'm on assignment. I'm wondering, how will this discovery affect fashions next season? The end. J.L. Royce is an author of science fiction, the macabre, and whatever else strikes him. He lives in the northern reaches of the American Midwest, exploring the wilderness without and within. His work appears in Allegory, Cosmic Horror Monthly, Fifth Die, Fireside, Ghostlight, Love Letters to Poe, Visitor Award winner, Lovecraftiana, Mysterian, Paranormal, Sci-Fi, Strange Eon, Utopia, Wild Blood, etc. He is a member of HWA and GLAHW. Story 14. The Harvest. By K.L. Hallam. Commander Brain Green peered through the six-panelled window of the ISS at the glowing silver spaceship, rounded nose and end, flickering in and out of existence before floating into joint airlock. A dog? Said Commander Alec Dimony as Commander Green entered the module. It was a brown lab. Commander Green nodded and buoyed over to the computer. I thought it was a recording device you were talking about, said Commander Dimony as he stepped into the cooling garment of his extravehicular mobility suit, his thick eyebrows harsh in their questioning. It was a dog that led them to Lieutenant Chaudhry, replied Commander Green, typing information into the computer. She's been keeping it close for years, saying it's how they found her. You're telling me they were in contact with the dog? Not exactly. The dog was the contact. Commander Green finished at the computer and turned for the equipment lock. Be grateful we can speak with them first, he told Commander Dimony. They're unable to land because of polyfluoroalkyl saturation. Those should have been phased out years ago. Commander Dimony grabbed his hovering spacesuit pants. Commander Green stretched for the EVA suits. It never went anywhere. Is the dog going to be there? Asked Dimony, his face hinting at the ridiculousness of the situation. Commander Green shrugged and pulled into the stretchy spandex of his cooling unit. They've had that dog bugged and used it to keep track of what we're doing and listen to whatever they were unable to hear. That's what Dr. Chaudhry told me. Who'd suspect a dog? His voice lowered as Lieutenant Dr. Pamela Chaudhry floated into the docking compartment. Gentlemen, she said, ready? Her eyes flickered with electricity, and she glided over to the lineup of EVA suits and began its assembly. An hour later, they were finished. She nodded and placed the helmet on her head. Commander Green and Commander Dimony followed her into the crew lock. Once they were compressed inside the three-seater Soyuz capsule, the module disconnected and floated a mile away from the ISS. It's the planet they're concerned about. Dr. Chaudhry lifted the window's protective covering. Not us, she said, gazing out at their flickering ship, stars filling the space in the darkness. Pretty amazing. Benevolent, you say? Said Commander Green. For the most part, but not if we destroy the ocean. They'd sooner remove us and save their bases. So we're cooperating, she said. They've been travelling back into our time for centuries to correct our mistakes. No sympathy for the humans, then, Commander Dimony snickered. How about for the dogs? They may take the dogs with them, for all I know, she replied. Right, because you've been communicating with them, said Dimony. Sheba never alerted me, said Dr. Chaudhry. The dog? Commander Green tried to conceal a grin. Dr. Choudhury nodded. As their capsule drifted closer to the visitor's ship, they pulled inside what appeared to be a swirling sinkhole, darkness and light funneling at a ferocious speed. The ship's hold materialized. The Soyuz sailed smoothly above a valley, and about 20 stories below, there was illumination. The astronauts regarded the images of what they might describe as waving seagrass, leafless trees, and trailing vines as they streaked past. Approximately 15 minutes after they'd boarded, their capsule stopped. Commander Green, Commander Dimony, and Dr. Choudhury watched each other silently, while a blue light circled their craft with an unsettling hum. "What are we supposed to do?" asked Commander Green, his helmet capped. "Wait." Dr. Choudhury took a deep breath. 1 year ago, 2026, the children called for Sheba, the beloved neighborhood brown lab mix, always wanting her favor. She didn't have favorites unless you counted Dr. Pamela Choudhury, who fed and walked her for most of her life. Dr. Choudhury couldn't tell anyone she was receiving the messages or that she was to follow the directions implicitly. She told her superiors she'd made a logical conclusion using the clues the visitors had left behind. But that day in the dog run, at 8 a.m., she'd watched their silvery disk pass above, the helicopter trailing it, and she knew. They were trying to make contact. Sheba barked at the vessel as it shot away. That was day one. There were other times while she was walking her dog, their vessel hovering close, flickering in and out of existence. She was sure they wanted something. They wanted Sheba back. They wanted all the dog had learned during its lifetime on Earth. It wasn't only Sheba. There were others, mostly shelter dogs, implanted with devices. She'd traced through Sheba's fur and never found it. The visitors were unable to land for reasons she didn't know at the time. The day Sheba disappeared, she searched frantically. The neighborhood searched, until the cell phone alerted her, the numbers sent in code, and then she understood. She was a participant, and all the information she kept top secret had been exposed. The visitors assured her that she wasn't the only one being fleeced for their military's capabilities. The visitors wanted us to stop creating toxins that would destroy the phytoplankton in the sea. The main culprit was the rising sea temperatures. The phytoplankton hosted a multitude of health benefits. Humans hadn't fully harnessed the power of photosynthetic organisms, and they needed it. Dr. Choudhury turned to Commander Green and Commander Dimony, while the blue ray continued to sterilize their module. "Their vessels are sensitive to our debris." "They must have been planning this for some time," said Commander Dimony. "What did they say about the future of Earth?" "You don't want to know." Dr. Choudhury's head swiveled around, hearing the seal of the capsule unlock. She met each of their eyes, then unstrapped out of the seat, each ensuring their helmets and equipment were in place. And when the hatch opened, they stepped out of the capsule. The astronauts strode across an airy bridge and entered a cavernous hall, their steps unfamiliar with the weight of artificial gravity. "We can take off our helmets," transmitted Dr. Choudhury. With skeptical faces, Major Green and Dimony removed their helmets and tasted the air with hesitant breaths. Their boots proceeded cautiously across the solid bottom. No one was there to greet them, and they strolled ahead, making eye contact at every blip and crank of sound they passed. The space was wide and clear, without any color they could define. Then it suddenly felt as though they were underwater. A pressure bore down around them, and when they came to the end of the platform, they were each sealed inside a bubble for oxygen, recalled Dr. Choudhury from her notes, and transported forward through a mile of empty space. Unable to speak with one another, their bubbles formed a single line as they floated ahead, the hall as deep and dark as the star-filled sky. Dr. Choudhury recalled the cell phone messages when she'd had to decipher the numbers. The visitors wanted sympathy for their plight. They knew what humans were capable of, not often an accepting lot, and they used the dogs to find compassionate hearts. Anyone willing to take on the tasks of adopting an animal that often came with their share of complications would be more willing to help. But she'd wondered about their compassion, taking the dogs people loved and cared for without notice when their dogs went missing. Dr. Choudhury's bubble stopped and lowered next to Commander Green and Commander Dimony, and the enclosure melted away. Commander Green and Dimony set their helmets back over their heads. "It's unnecessary," Dr. Choudhury assured them. In awe of where they stood and what was before them, it took a few minutes to comprehend. They were at another bridge, and once they crossed, they came to a dimly lit corridor. A flare of light at the end of the space moved closer, growing smaller, and imploded, and before them stood a slivery grey figure, long and lean, without a face, without appendages. And behind the willowy figure, a dog ran up, barking, and stopped beside it. Dr. Choudhury's mouth was agape, her eyes on Sheba, her beloved lab mix that she missed terribly, and she resisted the urge to rush forward and hug her. The willowy figure bent sideways, as though speaking to Sheba, and she barked. Commander Green gave Dr. Choudhury a skeptical glare that she met with a wait-and-see expression he was sure to understand. Another vessel moved to the fore, akin to a table on an escalator, and it stopped beside the willowy figure, and they merged into one. "Welcome," the words echoed, not from the figure but from all directions. Or perhaps it was in their heads. "You have helped us," said the being, "and we want to help you." The astronauts nodded, unsure of how they'd helped exactly, though Dr. Choudhury knew of her sacrifice, and she wanted her dog back. Before either could get the words out that were rushing to their tongues, the being said, "Your planet must stay alive. You cannot continue to destroy it. Many count on its abundance, count on it for life." The table instrument spat out the words with an electronic tinge. Sheba barked, and the being turned to her, then addressed the astronauts. "The rate of destruction on your planet is too fast for us to keep up the generation. You must alert your people to change. It's not as difficult on your end as it is on ours. We cannot manipulate human will. We can only suggest and do what we can to preserve what is." "What is it you need from us?" asked Commander Green, with a swift glance past Dr. Choudhury as she was about to speak. "Cooperation," said the being. "There are those on your planet more willing to destroy us than preserve what is and don't care what they've done. Some are malevolent and from a world we've long ago removed, but they've infiltrated yours. They hide as heads of state and won't take action. They strip and steal, prepared to turn this paradise of a planet into an inferno. They're creatures of the starless night, parasitic, pretending to be humans. They can't know we're here. The dogs are our eyes. You'll know who they are because they're terrified of dogs." The being paused, its form waving patiently in front of them. Dr. Choudhury nodded. "What are we to do?" "We have to save the phytoplankton. Many worlds count on the tiniest portion. It's needed to power vessels larger than this one. It is food, and it is life." "Can't you grow your own?" snapped Commander Dimony. "In your future, there is little in the known universes. Oxygen is sparse. From where we come from, your star has become a red giant and has swallowed Mercury and Venus. Our ships are currently tethered to what you call Jupiter, but we can slip between time and maybe stop your world's immediate destruction. But the parasitic entities have made this more difficult." The willowy figure became silent, then said, "Follow me." Its bottom portion funneled into a point, expanding outward at the top as a tornado and spiraled ahead, hypnotic currents rotating upward. Its table translator accompanied them. Dr. Choudhury, Commander Green, and Commander Dimony followed the spiraling willow across a platform into a blue-lit space the size of a football field, then across another overpass, below them turquoise water and an island. "This is our farm," the being said, and stopped, its colour changing from dark grey to citrine. "What are you growing?" Commander Green didn't think it was a lesson they were being given, but thought it would be all right to ask a few questions. After all, they'd been brought here. They'd been selected. "Oxygen," said the being. Dr. Choudhury cleared her throat. "Yes, I remember," she said, her eyes wide. "Electrolysis. Your kith needed my laboratory when they visited." She recalled the night. Not a superstitious person, she'd put it out of her head that there were eyes watching her, taking tools and classified information. But there was a niggling thought that wouldn't allow her to run away. She was intrigued, not spooked, when the trays levitated and disappeared. Sheba was with her then. "Will Sheba return to me?" They stood on the overpass, and a salty breeze lifted, stirring air currents. Dr. Choudhury held her breath, and the being said, "Yes." There was movement below, and then a sound akin to the call of a whale. It echoed within each of their chests, and the being moved ahead. Before long, they entered what appeared to be the command center of the visitor's craft. Pale pinlights arched across one of the side walls. Windows lifted in a 360-degree view, and the stars and deep space were on display. Dr. Choudhury noticed the vessel was moving, floating away from the Soyuz capsule and past the ISS. Each astronaut checked their timepieces for messages. This wasn't expected, and the Commander General wasn't going to like it. "Where are we going?" asked Commander Green. "It would be better to show you, so you'll take it to heart," said the being. The vessel rumbled, and illumination within the craft flickered off before returning. "Should we need to hold on to anything?" Dimene twisted around, his arms ready to catch a fall. At one end of the chamber, an orange-red sphere rolled toward them, meeting their host, and grew wider. "This is your guide," said Being One after conferring with the sphere. "Yes, you may want to sit down." Seats appeared beneath each astronaut. They hadn't noticed where they'd come from. As comfortable as an airliner, they sank into them with their uncomfortable thoughts, eyes searching out the bay windows, the stars shooting past a breakneck speed. "Is this the part where you're taking us to your home planet?" snickered Commander Dimony. Their willowy host and the orange sphere stopped and turned from the pinlight panel. "You will see," the words bellowed. The movement within their host's craft was subtle. They probably didn't need to sit down. Dr. Choudhury stood, her boots heavy, and she strode over to bay windows that wrapped Commander Center and saw planets. But she wasn't sure if they were the ones she'd studied for most of her life. They were in an unfamiliar lineup. "Where are we?" In the distance she saw the red giant, their sun in its final stages of evolution. "This is your known universe," said the being, the tabletop at its side. "Neptune is no longer an ice giant. There's water and a few creatures from your time thriving. It's a work in progress, as you say." The orange sphere expanded and withdrew, and being one interpreted, "So you'll believe our words." Granted, what they were witnessing would be hard for anyone to comprehend even if they had operational wrist-strap devices recording everything, and as they drew closer to the bright blue planet, Dr. Choudhury spotted clumps of umber and dark green, and began to see that they were islands. Turquoise water surrounded the islands and as far as she could see. Their vessel plunged beneath the water. "Not only are the phytoplankton food and oxygen, they contain numerous bioactive substances," said the being. "The bioactive substances and metabolites power many of our operations and improve nutraceutical assimilation." "Gotcha," said Commander Dimine. "So, you've been terraforming Neptune?" "We created a lush life here that many depend on. Not only those who inhabit GEO, what you knew as Neptune, but from all across the universe and beyond." "What about Earth?" asked Dr. Choudhury. "And those on our planet with intent on compromising its biodiversity. If they continue, none of this will come to fruition." "Indeed, that's why we need you, and all within your contingent to help us." As the vessel sank deeper, surrounded by the deepness of the sea, the deck became illuminated in cobalt blue, taking on the hues of the exterior world. Dr. Choudhury spotted some type of crustacean glowing with bioluminescence, grey willowy swimmers changing to citrine green, and orange orbs zooming past in every direction. She turned from the view. "Dr. Choudhury," said Commander Green, with a horrified expression, and when she turned to him, her face too shifted with the look of fear, her eyes switching between them. "What's happening to us?" Dr. Choudhury turned once again to the window and saw her grandmother's face. The skin on her hands folded over, and she reached for her neck, crept and hanging. Were they actually aging? "It's only temporary," said Being One, and the orange sphere expanded and shrank before scuttling out of the space. "I want you to enjoy the experience. Do not be afraid." There was no contact with the sea floor. The vessel remained in stasis while sea life circled the ship. "It won't last without bringing more phytoplankton. The red giant is too far for most of what we need. And yes, what we've grown now can be transplanted elsewhere." "What would you have us do?" asked Commander Green, watching the scenery, feeling the wrinkles deepen on his face. Sitting beside him, Commander Diminy stood up. "What about the dogs?" "Once they serve their duty, we set them free," the being assured them. Dr. Choudhury felt the need to settle back into the seat. She held her stomach. She wasn't prepared for this. Taking astronauts away from home wasn't in the contract, but instead she kept vigil, watching out the window. The being moved away from the view. "This way." Its tinkling tabletop glided ahead. With great effort, Commander Green and Diminy unfolded their arthritic legs. Once the astronauts stood erect, they ambled steadily behind the willowy one, their spacesuits heavy and leaden, and they were asked to climb inside a vessel in the shape of a boomerang, the size of a Boeing 777. "We will go unnoticed and won't disturb the nesting." The features of this craft were soft and rubbery, and as they stepped back, the walls cradled their aging bodies. "Temporary, huh?" said Commander Diminy, his voice distinctively changed, lower, more fragile. As soon as the walls cradled their bodies, they were ejected, flushed into the turquoise waters. Surrounded by a clear encasement, they floated away from each other. Buoyantly bobbing along, the astronauts passed unrecognizable specimens they could only dream of encountering. Dr. Choudhury tried taking a photograph with her wrist recorder, but of course it wasn't operational. Their hosts must have disconnected them before boarding. Her eyes were glued. The phytoplankton wasn't microscopic at all. It was the size of a house cat, and larger still were the creatures devouring it. Then she saw Commander Green and Demane pass in their vessels, their hoary faces pressed against the portal, and what appeared to be a whale swim up, and in one gulp it swallowed both of their vessels. Her eyes narrowed. She wondered if this was part of their host's plan. What would they learn inside the belly of a whale? Another type of universe, she suspected. Then suddenly Dr. Choudhury's vessel shot back, her head fell forward, and all illumination disappeared. When she opened her eyes, she was lying on a mound of turf. It was grassy, the light bright all around, and she squinted. The smell of petrichor permeated. She thought of home and Sheba, but she wasn't home. As the world around her came into focus, 4 sets of humanoid legs came toward her. She didn't sense anything to be afraid of, but maybe she should be. What if the willowy being wasn't telling the truth? What if it was them who'd been draining Earth's resources? As the elongated legs moved closer, their faces came into focus, confirming they were human, though much taller than any she'd known or read about. Their genders were unclear. They had no hair, their faces shiny and smooth, and they had eyes and noses, lips and ears, arms and legs. Dr. Choudhury rubbed her eyes, no longer wrinkled but sticky with a dewy substance, and she felt a type of euphoria. She was much more relaxed than the situation called for. One of the reedy-legged humans stepped in front of the others and crouched down, his eyes familiar, holding out an elongated hand, 5 fingers. Dr. Choudhury. It was a familiar voice. She sat up. Commander Green? He nodded. She reached for the support and yanked up to her feet. This is Commander Dimony, he said. It's been a long time. Dr. Choudhury recognized his soothing smile, a balm for their sweaty missions, no longer the aged version, but youthful and full of vigor. Commander Dimony smirked. And you remember Commander Gloria Thompson and Dr. Netta Wilson, he said, introducing their teammates on countless missions, having grown to an estimated height of 7 feet, each wearing an identical coverall uniform that seemed melded to their body. She wanted to ask when they arrived, but the words had stuck in her head, and she couldn't get them out, surrounded by so much overloading her senses. Assessing the situation, Dr. Choudhury turned in a circle. She was on an island, water everywhere. How long have I been out? A long time. We brought you to the sea for recovery as a last resort, said Commander Green, and 5 young humans ran up, laughing, hairless. Long enough to have children. He chuckled. How long could she have been unconscious? Her head ached, so she thought, or it should have because it was all too much for her to digest, and she sank back onto the loamy terrain. It's a new Earth, said Green, much like our planet was, but here it'll be protected forever, or as long as the oxygen-breathing life forces exist. They asked us, said Dimony. They asked if we wanted to stay, and when you didn't recover from the shock, we couldn't leave you. Oh? She felt a tinge of gratitude. Then things got weird, Dimony continued. Our planet became too hot to support life, and they wanted a list of people to bring here, people with the skills to help regenerate. There are others? Dr. Choudhury sifted a shallow breath, but the air was sweet, and she filled her lungs and her head with a delightful clarity. Many others. She thought about Sheba, surly long gone by now, judging by the ages of their children. But before the thought slipped away, she heard a familiar bark, and in the distance, her brown lab ran toward her, stopping at her feet. The willowy being that had brought them here followed suit, its talking table meandering alongside. With outstretched arms, Dr. Pamela Choudhury accepted her beloved companion. Sheba lapped at her face, her eyes on the being's greater citrine oscillations. How? She asked. But if they could manipulate time, keeping Sheba from passing away may not prove too difficult. Hearing splashing and calls of excitement, Dr. Choudhury angled around to the children frolicking in the water. They're your children, she said in awe. Commander Green and Commander Dimony nodded their hairless heads when she searched for answers, finding it difficult to believe. The children sank beneath the water, staying much longer than most could hold their breath. What happened to your hair? She asked, feeling her short curls, the length she last remembered. It dissolved from spending so much time in the sea, said the grey being, the first to offer an explanation. Peeling her eyes away from the children and the turquoise water, Dr. Choudhury addressed their host. What about the phytoplankton? If Earth is parched, what are you going to do? The being floated closer. We were able to harvest more with Commander Gloria Thompson and Dr. Netta Wilson's help. We have what we need for now. Does that mean you'll return to another Earth timeline? She asked, wondering why they'd chosen the year 2026 in the first place. Why not a cleaner Earth during an earlier year? We can't, said the being. The nuclear warheads dissolved all the timelines, and we can no longer access planet Earth. We warned many since the 1940s to stop the testing, stop nuclear proliferation. But it's done. The parasitic entities that came before us put their fingers on the plate, knowing what we needed, and destroyed everything the year we brought you here. We rescued all we could, including the animals that would thrive here. Dr. Choudhury's heart sank. Everything on her planet was gone, including the mother and father she'd never said goodbye to. Feeling dizzy, she tried taking another sip of the sweetest, freshest air she could recall, and then Sheba ran towards the water. Commander Gloria Thompson and Dr. Netta Wilson kneeled at the water's edge, playing with their children. They looked happy. Dr. Choudhury moved in that direction, her legs wobbly. She staggered along the path Sheba had bolted until she stood at the water's edge. The cat-sized phytoplankton floated through the water as though it had wings. The sun radiated clear white, and at the edge of the turquoise water were trees, thin and wispy, but she didn't hear birds or the sounds of insects. "So, you're replicating our planet," she said, as the being moved beside her. "That is not our intention. You were not our intention. Saving humans was not our intention. But seeing as it became necessary, we had to. We leave no one behind if the situation is as dire as the one on Earth. We tried to deactivate the silos holding the bombs and had been successful. But with the continued threats of war from various directions, it became impossible, even for us. Did this mean she'd have to live here? She didn't think she'd like it very much. It was too unfamiliar and odd, exaggerated and surreal, the colors brighter than the eyes could tolerate. And she wrapped her arms around her torso, her heart ratcheting up. "You're saying I can't go home?" Commander Green and Commander Dimony had joined their partners and children in the water, bobbing up and down, eating from the sea that smelled of the ocean, she remembered. "They enjoy themselves," said the being, "and get along with the others that come here for respite. They're fed and have activity, much like the pets of your planet." "Pets? We're treated as pets." The being made a gruff sound without the need the translator and said, "Indeed, not all pets are created equal, but we're not cruel, as humans. Just in a different way." She strolled closer to the water's edge, squatted down, and scooped water into her hand. She took a sniff. The smell was titillating. She tasted the water. It was salty and as clear as the sea could be. 2027. Once Major Green and Major Dimony were deposited back on the ISS, they hastily collected all the information they needed from the station. It was set to blow. The warheads were aimed in their direction. Commander Gloria Thompson and Dr. Netta Wilson scrambled, taking all the files they could carry. The electronic versions would soon disappear, and there'd be little trace of their tests or humans at all. It wasn't what the visitors asked for, but they felt the need to preserve what they had learned. The visitors' ship waited while the astronauts begged for family members to be included in the rescue. But only so many were allowed, those with merit whose rescue would benefit others. No singular thinking humans were allowed to board. It wasn't efficient. They needed whole thinkers, group thinkers, beings who'd help with their regeneration plans. Commander Gloria Thompson cried during the video conference with her sisters, and Dr. Netta Wilson begged for her parents, but the visitors said no to each and every request the astronauts made for civilians. They took people with skills and compassion, a tall order during these times, everyone out for themselves, social media breeding grounds for nurturing narcissists, gun-toting angry men, and politicians paid to destroy the water and air humans breathed. They couldn't allow any of them to infiltrate their carefully constructed paradise. The world they'd create would be different this time, better than before. They'd carefully weed out the malevolent genes, the disease that causes humans to kill their own. What a ruthless bunch, destroying the paradise they were given, destroying the animals, the plant life, and the sea. Never again, the beings had gained more knowledge of the humans they didn't have before their experiment, and this round would be better. Within the confines of the spacecraft, once all had boarded, the orange sphere floated over to the grey being. "Do you think round 5 will be any better?" "If not, then we repeat it all over," replied the being, a descendant of those who began the project, creating a life force that would be beneficial to the entire universe, those who'd help harvest the phytoplankton and create a layered timeline their vessels could enter and escape, gathering information as the human civilization grew, and they'd have to have a heart for animals, dogs in particular, which were their ears and eyes. After sniffing out the boarding prospects, Sheba joined the orange sphere and the grey being at the command center. "Your human is unconscious, but will need you upon waking. She'll be in a state of shock," the being said to the dog. "For some time." The doors of the platform unsealed, and Major Green and Major Dimony entered, their colleagues Wilson and Thompson beside them, their faces aging as they travelled 4.5 billion kilometres, which would take humans over 18 years to reach. But their vessel was heading into the future, a jump of 1 billion years, and once they touched down, the regeneration would begin. The humans would be renewed by the sea, the phytoplankton harvested from Earth's past. Neptune was now ready to accept those who'd escaped from inhabitability. They'd have to learn to live in peace with life forces from beyond their galaxy, or they'd start all over again. The end. Karen L. Hallam lives in New York City while longing for the great outdoors, and has been writing for many years. Her first book, a contemporary thriller, The Unmoving Sky, was published in 2016, and her serialized fiction, The Western Music Department Murder, a historical murder mystery that dabbles in the paranormal, is available on Kindle Vella. She's currently writing a young adult science fantasy novel. Story 15, Voice Zones, by Neil A. Hogan. Part 1. Captain Jonathan Hogarth flashed into a girded corridor inside the kilometre-long multi-section space station X-1, a orbiting Saturn, and immediately ducked as a flying gas ball alien spun and floated over him, its sputtering translator burbling a sorry. Hogarth blinked in embarrassment. He had checked for solid life forms before flashing in, forgetting the more gaseous, translucent variety that also occupied the station. And he hadn't eaten anything recently that could have given him the ability to reply with a quick trumpet of wind. "Sorry, my fault," he called back. "Get a methane flask from Hero's Bar for yourself for free. Captain Hogarth's tab." The gas ball spun, releasing gas from its 3 orifices. For a moment it paused, almost as though it recognized him. Then its translator replied, "Thank you," and it turned and headed on its way. Hogarth turned back to his destination, but hadn't noticed the door to Admiral Victoria Hartness's office had already opened. Her long purple hair and youthful elfin features belied her over 50 status, but the hands-on-hip stance immediately told him that flirting was not on the menu for today. Besides, his girlfriend didn't even want him to meet her. Not that they'd had any kind of relationship. Well, in this universe at least. "Take a seat, Captain," said Hartness, going back into her office. "This is not standing news." Hogarth dutifully sat in the chair in front of the desk. "I'm not really the meetings type." Hartness frowned at him. 6 months you've been away. My team and I have conducted 27 missions in that time, wondering when you'd be back. A lot has happened since, John. Hogarth frowned. He'd read some of the declassified reports, but nothing beyond standard. Congratulations? Hartness swiped through her holoscreen, and an image of a strange diamond-shaped structure containing a seat appeared. "Looks familiar," said Hogarth. "It should be. That's the chair Skrsprthsess, delegate of the Orion arm of the Interdimensional Alliance, was seated in when they first gave permission for humans to travel the arm in 2035, then the galaxy in 2050. I remember watching it. Everyone was pretty annoyed we needed permission." She wiped it away. "The chair has reappeared on the moon, which can only mean one thing. We've got another debate to attend." Hogarth covered his face and moaned. "I hate these so much. I was hoping there wouldn't be another one in my lifetime." Alien Shift was in 2033, but after many first contact meetings, we finally had an agreement in 2035. Seeing it is almost 2135, I guess this is for that anniversary. Then Hogarth put his hands down and stared at Hartness in realization. "Again, this was supposed to be casual visit. And again, you have a mission for me. This has got to stop. This is a short mission, and a very easy one." Hartness slid her finger across the holoscreen and flicked a holographic note with alien symbols in the air. "Besides, Skrsprthsess requested you personally." Hogarth stared at his name in English embedded among the alien language. "They what?" "Hero will explain." Then just for a moment the room blurred and refocused, and there was a ringing in his ears, though that dissipated quickly. Hogarth blinked. Had he missed something? Hartness had even softened a little, as her hand was already on Hogarth's arm. "You're the only one qualified in all of humanity." Then she sat back and grinned. "So, don't cock it up." Hogarth was waiting patiently next to a newly grown single-person triangular ship when the hangar 16 door opened and grey-haired Professor Hiro Watanabe came inside. Watanabe was carrying some kind of headband in one hand. "Hiro!" said Hogarth, happy to see the old man. "I thought you'd retired and gone to raise begonias or something." "Normally I would quip back, young man, about raising things, but we must be serious at a time like this." Hogarth raised an eyebrow. "You too? We've never been this serious. Even when the robot uprising happened 6 months ago, we were still making jokes." "We can defeat things like that, but the interdimensional coalition? If we fail to defend ourselves, we'll be thrown back to the Dark Ages. No travel outside the Oort cloud. That's what we're risking." Hogarth stared at the ground. "I'm not a diplomat." "And your years of spying taught you nothing?" "That was in my 20s. I'm almost 50. I've forgotten most of it." "Here." Watanabe held out the headband. A yellow ring with a few lights around it, and tiny little magnetic pads along the inner surface. "A neat ring?" said Hogarth. "Oh, I wanted one as a teenager. My grandfather used to have one of—" He took it as Watanabe raised an eyebrow. "Ah, of course, Professor. I remember you're a little older." This was quite useful. Turn-of-the-century stuff. The 2100s even wore it to bed. Lasted a couple of decades, before Mindview and before we went back to holoscreens. You can use it to navigate the ship without needing to merge with its consciousness, amongst many other things. Hogarth put it on his head and momentarily felt like he had Mindview again. Instant access to the sum total of human knowledge and... Wait, is that 2 men? Watanabe took it off him and held down a button on the side. Don't know how that got there. Deleting the, cache. He handed it back, and Hogarth put it on again. That's why the general public banned it, isn't it? Said Hogarth, as the system began feeding relevant information to his short-term memory. People using it for pleasure when they should have been working. Well, that's what the media said Watanabe. But like any tech, people just got bored with having to put a headband on their head, take it off while showering, charge it, try to focus on something important while it fed too much information to them, fight with their partners about time spent using it and not with them. It fell out of favor by 2110, even generated new words for the dictionary, pringing and ringsplaining. Hogarth laughed. So, Mindview was the evolution, and now my generation have removed that and gone old school. Hero nodded, then went over and touched the ship. She's fully grown now. Remember that her skin is outside of space-time, so the ship itself is impervious to most knocks, but not indestructible. Anything that can cross the dimensions of space and time can kill you. And anything with a field of exotic particles. Oh yes, I'd forgotten about that development. True. I'm pretty sure this is not an adventurous mission. I think it'll end up being just a discussion story I tell a few people at the bar. Hogarth peered closely at the triangular surface, his reflection barely warped by it, the ring bright around his forehead. So, I take this to the moon and wait there? Wait there? Oh, no, my dear boy. Tskptsas is already there. Great, muttered Hogarth. But why the ship? I could just put on a spacesuit and go, or I could take a shuttle. Tskptsas says that we're beginning to shift to a new reality. If you need it, the ship might be useful navigating timelines, if it comes to that. Maybe not this time, but best to be prepared. Again, Hogarth? With you having travelled in time more than anyone, you're probably going to start seeing the first signs, so they need to know we'll be ready. What kind of signs? Time compression? Our linear time stretches things relative to the universe. Seeing beyond it might mean hearing things as the universe does, rather than via our standard temporal senses. You might see colours in unexpected places, or it might be as simple as the length of an alien word or name shortening. An alien name, like Tskptsas? Tskptsas, yes. Hogarth's ship flashed to the coordinates that Tarpos had included in the message, next to Clovius Crater's water refinery. He activated his micro-robot spacesuit, which built around him in seconds. Then he popped the lid, climbed out, and slid down the side of the triangular ship. He adjusted for the lighter gravity of the moon, and dropped to his feet with a slight bounce, moon sand puffing in clouds from their soles. He looked about and could see the diamond chair, indistinct in the bright sunlight. Must be last quarter on Earth, he muttered. He bounced towards it, and suddenly the moonscape changed, accompanied by a few seconds of ringing in his ears. No longer dirt, craters, and long shadows. Now a room with various seating, standing and tethering furniture. To his surprise, the floating gas ball from the station was there. I thought I recognized you, said the ball, but it has been so long. Waioi, at your service. Hogarth felt a headache coming on. I can feel my neurons tying themselves in knots. The gas ball chuckled. Time is not linear. If it helps, imagine I am there and here at the same time, as all times exist simultaneously. So I recognize you at the station from my future, and I recognize you here from my past. Hogarth grimaced. As I said. He rubbed his head. So, is Paus here? Awaioi reached out an air-filled tentacle and hit a smiley face on his translator. The translator laughed. Amazing. You used to call them Tskptsas, because you couldn't yet perceive that the phonetic sounds existed across space and time. Now you can. Hogarth started, then realized. Compression. Linear time stretched things from other realities. With less time, things became as they are. Our pronunciation of his name was just our linear time stretching past into various other sounds. There is only one S sound, muttered a voice through Hogarth's suit helmet. Hello, Pass, said Hogarth. He saw that the mantis-like being was now seated in the chair with his 4 huge arms crossed. You haven't changed a bit since I watched it in the Times archives at school. Pass lifted one spiky arm up and pointed across the room at a young girl holding a camera. I have yet to leave your Alien First Contact issue. The reporter is still here. Hogarth gaped. Impossible. He looked about, recognizing the older clothes, phone watches he'd mistaken for flashbands, and the fact that all the aliens were on the other side of the table. "We're in 2035 now." Pass waved to Tarsus. "Your governments didn't want you to know, and still don't. The alien first contact meeting happened in 2027, but details were not released until 2033, when various wars were over. The world had begun to recover from the worst of the El Niño effect, as you call it, and new policies had been adopted by the United Nations that dealt with climate change. Thanks to our help, of course." Hogarth closed his mouth. 2027. He hoped he wouldn't get stuck here. The fashions were terrible. Pears rose from his chair and indicated a seat that looked disturbingly the center of attention. Hogarth grimaced. Pears sat again. "So, will this be recorded in 2027 too?" asked Hogarth. "Sir," called the reporter, "are you really from the future? One of our descendants?" Hogarth nodded. "I am from 2134. Then he looked over at Wayoi. "Your name is really Oo, isn't it? And our time speed changes anything you aliens do, not just your names." Oo let out a burst of gas in surprise, then turned to Pass. "You did pick the right one." He floated over to Hogarth. "As your advisor in this situation, don't jump ahead too much. I want what is best for the Interdimensional Coalition and the Local Star Alliance, as well as humanity. But if you show that you're too advanced for your brethren, they may not accept your testimony as entirely representing all of humanity across space and time." Hogarth blanched. "What I say can affect history as well." Oo expelled more gas. Then his translator said, "Infinite pasts and infinite futures. Other Hogarths in other universes will get it right. Others will get it wrong. In the grand scheme, it doesn't really matter, as it's all about the experience that the individuated self has that informs the multiverse of itself. I have some understanding of that. I don't particularly want to be the piece that gives the universe a laugh, though." Pass indicated with his Tarsus again, and Hogarth carefully took his seat. With the previous meeting having been held on the moon, there was no change to the lower gravity, though Hogarth decided that taking his helmet off when he didn't know when he'd return to his own time was probably a bad idea. "Let's begin," said Pass. "Humanity already has membership in the Local Star Alliance. It's different to IC membership, which is granted to entire star systems and their conscious stars from their birth onwards. LSA membership was granted to many tribes. You might measure this as 500,000 orbits ago. However, Earth humans go through cycles. Lemuria, Atlantis, and that is in your future, civilizations that ended up destroying themselves." Hogarth frowned. "Go on." "While access to the Orion arm has been granted, and access to—" Hogarth felt the room shift slightly around him, again with some high-pitched ringing. More people, more aliens, and this time there were some behind. The galaxy was granted not long after. The room shifted again, and this time it disappeared, revealing the water refinery on the moon again. The ringing sound in his ears wasn't as bad this time. "What?" "These were simply to prepare you for your eventual evolution." "Time sensitives," said Hogarth, understanding. "You're preparing humanity for when everyone becomes sensitive to shifts in space-time, shifts between realities, shifts across the parallel universes." Moved forward. "There have been many time sensitives in your civilization, but they were special cases. Soon it will become the default." "How soon is soon, considering how you measure time?" 900 years from now, said Pass, approximately. "I still don't understand," said Hogarth. "I thought this meeting was about our access to the universe and multiverse." "In a sense," said Pass. "The problem is that you still don't seem to have grown up." "Now, hang on." Pass held up a Tarsus to indicate that he understands, and Hogarth doesn't need to explain, showing his knowledge of human body language better than Hogarth could have hoped. One less thing to worry about. "All right, perhaps a few aren't there yet," sighed Hogarth, "but most of us have been highly educated. Today, Captain Jonathan Hogarth, you need to prove to me that when humans start shifting to other realities en masse, that the universe will remain safe. Otherwise, as Professor Hiro Watanabe said to you, humanity will need to be locked within this solar system until they grow up." "We don't mind humans exploring their own alternate timelines," said Oo. "After all, there's an infinite number of them to keep them busy. But we can't abide humans blatantly shifting to parallel reality alien worlds and taking what they want, or having to deal with dead humans who didn't plan for a lack of oxygen or suitable gravity." Hogarth sighed. "We're not a collective. We're all individuals. You're asking me to defend every past and future individual human who might suddenly slip to an alien world without a spacesuit." "Are you saying you can't defend them?" asked Pass. I will speak with our government representative about this issue, train people on being prepared for time slippages or sudden unexpected teleportations into alternate realities. I'm sure we can organize lessons, have contingency plans to rescue. No, said Pass. Your next shift in about 6 centuries after your time will begin the process of the entire population of Earth becoming time sensitives. Unless they all have shared telepathy and can communicate with each other across space and time without the use of technology, the universe will be flooded with dead humans. The moon shifted again, and they were now next to a huge metal factory and beneath an energy dome. Hogarth shook his head to clear the ringing again. When you think about a time, we're suddenly there, Hogarth said in wonder. Puss indicated the ground with a tarsus, and Hogarth jumped when he saw the body. A boy of about 15, covered in ice, his mouth open in shock, his clawed hands frozen in his fatal fight against the vacuum. This is the start, said Pass. Just dreaming about it, and they end up somewhere else. The world spun, and they were on an alien planet. Hogarth closed his eyes at the carnage. Of course, suddenly appearing where animals needed food was one thing, but in the middle of a ground war where the residents ate their victims? No more, please, said Hogarth. I think I've seen enough. We will give you a moment to think about it, said Puss. Hogarth found himself sitting in his ship, ready to get out. Up and down my own timeline as well, it seems, he muttered. He felt his head. The band was still there. Surely there were answers. If I've become time-sensitive? He closed his eyes and imagined himself back in Harkness's office. Explain, said Harkness. Victoria, I don't have much time, said Hogarth. I've shifted to this point along my timeline. I'm currently in the meeting on the moon. Harkness covered her mouth, then adapted quickly. All right, how can I help? It's about humanity starting to become time-sensitive in about 600 years' time. We need to prove we can make sure all humans are ready to deal with that by then. But that's impossible. I know, so I've decided we need to make an agreement where the Earth is in a kind of quarantine again until we're ready. I don't want to do that, but I have no choice. Millions of humans might die. What about the time-sensitives that we've had before? Hogarth frowned. Many have died, flitting to other locations in their sleep. Harkness closed her eyes for a second, then opened them with resolve. And they won't help us. We need to help ourselves. That's why they wanted you, said Harkness, surprised. The only time sensitive in a position to represent humanity. I'm going to tell them that we can't do it in 6 centuries, and that they'll have to arrange some kind of force field. Harkness snapped her fingers. That's it. If we could understand what causes time-sensitives to slip, we could use technology to stop them. They said no tech. I guess because tech can fail. Collective telepathy is their solution. We're going to be able to slip between realities before we're all telepathic? Well, that sucks. Hogarth nodded. Harkness reached across the table and put her hand on his arm. There must be an easy solution. This is the IC. They like to challenge us with things they know will eventually work out. How do you slip through time? How are you doing it now? Hogarth felt the ringing in the ears start again. A high-pitched sound in my ears. It's happening now. Wish me luck. I'll be gone in... Hogarth found himself back in his triangular ship, the headband answering his questions for solutions. What had Harkness said? The ringing, could it be a sound, a vibration? Could he replicate it? He was back in the conference seat again in 2027. The ringing in my ears. It indicates a time slip is imminent, is that right? No, said Pass. It is the sound of the location. Much like your flashband repositions the universe around you, the sound you generate does that too. Hogarth thought for a moment about that. If it was simply a sound, like music, could he hum a location? What about just thinking it? If he ended up somewhere without oxygen, it would have to be a tune of some kind, less than 30 seconds long, and he could do it in his mind, much like the ringing. That's why they wanted a telepathic connection. The sound could be thought. I've got it, said Hogarth. We can teach a short song, much like nursery rhymes were used to teach history and behavior. If we teach all children a song that contains indications of protective sounds? Go on, said Pass. If any become time-sensitive, they'll remember the song and the sounds to prevent them from leaving without training. As soon as they hear the ringing, they'll make a sound to stop it. Even in their sleep, their subconscious will bring up the song to save them. And if they do end up somewhere even with that, they can use the song to bring them back. Genius, said U. Excellent, said Pass. Accepted. The AIs can help you craft the perfect song that will resonate through the generations. Thank you, said Hogarth. So, can I go now? Pass rubbed his foretarsi together. Oh no, Captain Jonathan Hogarth, we've only just begun. Hogarth winced. Part 2. Now that he knew he would remain in 2027 for longer, he took his suit off and got some water and used the temporary alien moon base's facilities. While standing at the urinal, he had time to think about what Pass had just said. If he could just focus with all the information the ring kept sending him. Ring off until the next meeting. With relief, the ring-splaining stopped. He washed his hands and headed out into the corridor, and immediately began pacing back and forth. Pass had told him that a new agreement for the future was needed, now that individual humans would be jumping randomly across the galaxy, rather than just following the set addresses in the flashbands that the Interdimensional Coalition had given them. The problem was that the IC did not recognize time sensitives once they separated from their timeline. It was the entirety of the solar system that was a member. Individuals representing themselves weren't considered important. Then again, that was pretty much governments anyway. That's why there were local, state, and federal governments in some countries. Perhaps the IC's bureaucracy had influenced the development of governments on Earth. Hogarth shook his head. What could he do? What if the time sensitives could have their own voice as a collective? Officially state that time sensitives were a new race of humanity and as a group needed to be considered separate to the other humans due to their unique needs and to be able to access benefits that other humans simply didn't need. If the IC could accept them as a separate body, they could hear their needs. Just then the reporter bounced past him. "Enjoying the moon?" he asked. She tapped a symbol on her shirt. "Military journalist. I've been to the moon many times." "Not in the records. What did you used to call those projects? Black Ops?" She grinned. "Something like that." Next to the symbol was her name. "Well, Cheryl, where are you from?" "Australia, part of the space program. Pretty chuffed to finally meet some aliens." Of course, with all the shows and books about alien first contact suddenly appearing, we knew the governments were preparing us. Hogarth nodded. "Can I run something by you?" "Sure. I'm going to suggest that as the time sensitives are unique, they should be given a voice in our membership agreement across space and time so that if they end up in the far past or far future or somewhere where they need help, they can get it from the IC. Cheryl frowned. "We discussed that in Australia a few years ago for our Indigenous group, the First Nations people. It didn't work well." "What happened?" "The Indigenous people requested a voice to Parliament. They wanted to make sure their communities could relay problems directly to the federal government. Also, by making it permanent, they could avoid the problem of funding being cut by future governments. That way, they could advise on any federal decisions directly in case it impacted them, rather than it be ignored at the local and state level." "Sounds great. I assume it didn't work?" "Voted down. The problem was the population of Australia was suffering a cost of living crisis. Millions of people homeless, people freezing to death in homes that didn't meet the international standard of 18 degrees inside, ramping at hospitals and people dying in ambulances waiting, climate change, and whole suburbs flooding, and no one finding those people accommodation. Not to mention the crime waves, rising rents, and increased bushfires. A new system would have meant more taxpayer money going to other areas that didn't concern the majority of the population. I would have thought that poorly supported Indigenous communities, neglected for centuries, would have been priority." "Oh, it is. It's just that plan didn't work. We had to come up with another one." "And did you?" "Well, we're still working on that. I will have a First Nations friend in Melbourne in the 2020s. We worked on a business together. Best engineer, programmer, and marketer I've ever met. He never mentioned this. Then again, we had completely different governmental systems around the world by 2100. Cheryl shrugged. "Long forgotten by your time, I guess." "Even so, it might be what I'm looking for in this case. Thank you." Hogarth indicated the ring. "Sorry." "Oh, of course. Have fun." Cheryl headed off. "Ring on. Tell me everything you know about the voice to Parliament in Australia." Pass indicated for Hogarth to sit again. He explained his idea of a time-sensitive group that had a voice, and Pass quickly put up his hand to stop him. "It's best we do this in the 2735, according to the dates on your Earth." Hogarth quickly reactivated his suit nanites, and the structure grew around him in seconds as the ringing briefly sounded, and he shifted to a future moonbase. This time, it was a massive structure filling the entire crater with skyscrapers and communities. The space around Hogarth was now an amphitheater full of thousands of people from across the galaxy. "No pressure," muttered Hogarth. "You're about to co-represent the time-sensitives that are here," said Pass. "I believe we need a debate." "I was afraid of that," sighed Hogarth. "Please choose a time-sensitive to accompany you. You will guide them, and they will speak on their behalf. Hogarth turned and faced the thousands of people in the crowd. I need one time sensitive from this period as a representative. His voice echoed around the stadium. Who is with me? A tall, bluish woman with light blue hair rose out of the crowd and floated down next to Hogarth. I would be happy to help. Her translator translated her 28th century English into 22nd century English for Hogarth. Cool. Do you know who I am? I'm afraid not. Another time sensitive, I assume, judging by your suit from the past? Well, we've been slowly assembling records over the past few hundred years. We lost a lot in what our records suggest was a kind of massive solar flare, though it's too dangerous to visit that time to find out. I've been deleted from history, muttered Hogarth. Nice to know. What do you need me to do? Hogarth turned to pass. I wish to consult with, Sully Harker. Sully, in private, please. Immediately Hogarth and Harker were surrounded by a dark energy field. You have 5 minutes, said Pass's voice. 5 minutes later, the veil was lifted, and a stoic Harker faced Pass. I'm ready. Begin, said Pass. Time sensitives have existed on Earth for hundreds of thousands of years. Humanity has now reached a point where all of us will become time sensitives in the future. But for those across time, and those in the future that will travel in the past, we need to be able to access the IC or the LSA for help. Time sensitives have shorter lifespans due to sounding to another space-time accidentally. We need someone to represent us in the past so that we can make it back if we ever get stuck. The Interdimensional Coalition is made up of a single representative for each race, began Pass, not individual groups from the same race. It would damage our system of government. There are enough conflicts between races. How much worse will our decision-making be if we allow factions within a race a voice as well? The IC works due to its unity. The LSA follows the same pattern and serves as a critical contact point with the IC. But a time-sensitive would better understand the unique differences between time-sensitives and other humans, continued Harker. They would be able to discuss issues affecting TSS and convey this to the LSA separate to the other human colonies collective. They could argue for the unique rights of time-sensitives. The LSA recognizes that human governments can do that just as well, said Wu. Time-sensitives don't need an additional voice in either the IC or the LSA. But our governments can't tell if someone is time-sensitive until they sound, pleaded Harker. If the LSA could help locate TSS, we can better protect them, take care of them, help them to hone their sounding abilities and visit safe places with oxygen rather than incorrectly sounding to an oxygen star, for example. Like the white dwarf star Dox, added Hogarth. Dox's gravity would crush instantly. If we could find them first and help them. You have hundreds of groups across yours and other planets ready to help time sensitives, said Pass. That is enough. Let your own authorities worry about this, and then the single representative of your world can come to us. Having someone who represents the time sensitives will still mean unity, said Harker. Both representatives can work together, understand the differing groups, those in the past and those in the future. As we read the energy now, began Pass, all of humanity will be time-sensitive by your year of 3033. Your representative would only be useful for 300 years. What about the rest of the time your race will exist? I think this puts your group into a position of power earlier than it should be. The time-sensitives will have more influence over things that matter to the rest of humanity before it is time for them to be in that position. Time-sensitives were speared as demons, hung or drowned in witch trials, arrested as suspects when curious of a crime scene, stated Harker, getting more emotive. Our community has endured enough. We need an organization that can help us beyond the now. The IC can do that. The LSA can do that. Our government is not in a position to rescue time sensitives stuck in the past. Pa sat back in his chair and stroked a mandible. There is no past, really. An era, or even a moment, is merely in an alternate reality that is operating at the same time as this one. Every billionth of a second is a parallel reality. Even if you were to go back in time to rescue the missing time sensitive, the one you bring back won't be the one that left. Of course you can choose to believe it is, but ultimately, everyone is different every billionth of a second as you measure time. We are not semi-corporeal like you, said Harker. We have physical needs, love, grief, and other emotions. It doesn't matter if we rescue a time sensitive stuck in the past that turns out to not be the one we want by several cells or a slightly different timeline experience. The important thing is that a time sensitive is saved. And due to the multiple time streams, I expect other versions of us would rescue other versions of them. Pass pondered this piece of information. Then he reached into the air and pulled out a hologram of 3 humans chaining themselves to a tractor near some trees. One more concern I have is that giving the time-sensitive's voice now may mean an increase in activism. This disruption to the timeline would delay the development of humanity. Any kind of resistance that is emotional simply delays evolution. It's the reason your time-sensitive abilities developed before your cognitive ones. Harker raised an eyebrow. Really, Pass? An old controversial picture to test my emotional quotient? Humanity has passed that point. We haven't been illogically active about issues on both sides since the Great Reset of 2463. Pass flicked the image back into nothingness. I still prefer the telepathic option. Get rid of your individuality and become a merged species like many others, then you'll automatically be protected by everyone's thoughts. Harker sighed and turned back to Hogarth. Well, it was a nice try. I mean, we have the 1400 Hertz song to fall back on. Then she looked at Hogarth in recognition. You were in the First Contact recordings. You suggested finding the music. Hogarth shrugged. There was an uproar in the crowd as they also recognized him. He could hear a hum from them too. A very high-pitched sound, almost like the ringing in his ears. The protection song. The voice of the time-sensitives. Maybe that was what he was missing. They didn't need a representative. They just needed a way to be heard. The IC wants us to find a solution, otherwise they wouldn't be here, he said to Harker. Part of their rule of non-interference. Only guidance. They want to give us something. But we have to figure out what we want and what it is that they want to give us. Go on, said Harker. What about this? Rather than ask the IC or the LSA to accept a new representative for a unique group of humans, what if we do it another way with a zone? A what? Asked Harker. We set up a space-time zone. A voice zone, if you will, that enables any time-sensitive to get help by stepping into that zone. Simply being able to speak with the LSA or even the IC from that position. That might work, said Harker, and it also fits in with their systems in that there wouldn't be a second representative for humans. She turned to Pass. Will you recognize a zone? A voice zone where time-sensitives can get help from the LSA and perhaps later the IC? It's not a person, more of a place in space-time where meetings happen, and we can just get help. No calling or sending requests or trying to contact other representatives directly. Only that area would be the contact point. Pass stood and clapped his tarsus together. Then he indicated the amphitheatre and moonbase around them. We approve, and as you can see, have already approved, and will approve, across space-time, this voice zone or voice zones if you prefer. He stepped away from where he had been seated to show the blue triangular chair unchanged in centuries. IC and LSA meeting adjourned until 3033. Hogarth reeled. Wait, what? He looked about in realization. The voice zone was here. He was experiencing the timeline before he'd helped create it. Pass turned to Hogarth. You have chosen wisely, Captain Jonathan Hogarth. Farewell. A ringing in his ears, and he was back in 2134, standing near the water refinery in the crater near where the chair had been. Now it was indistinct, split across so many timelines, but permanently there to give a voice to anyone who needed it. Hogarth went to it and made to sit in it as Oo floated over to him. You have something to say? Asked Oo. A request on behalf of my time-sensitive group. The chair solidified and Hogarth sat. Across space and time, make an air bubble around this chair for the length of human history and future that time-sensitives have existed, do exist and will exist. Immediately, a dome base appeared and filled with oxygen. It only exists if you are here to see it, said Oo. You'll probably see a build-up of water ice underneath, ideal for rocket fuel and supporting a base. And the boy in 100 years' time? What you saw is now an alternate future. In your timeline, he gets the oxygen and survives, requesting help to return. Hogarth smiled. Well, I'm glad we were able to give him a voice. Oo danced a little in the air near him, then said, What's your plan now? I'll return the ship and Nettering to Hero. Then I think it's time I went back to being a captain of a flash ship again. Muldecker waits, said Oo. Need a companion? But your LSA? So was Taurus, replied Oo, mentioning Hogarth's previous energy companion. Hogarth laughed. Multiple tests. You were deciding whether you'd like to have me as a captain. Of course, and the jury is still out on that one. Hogarth grinned. Oo, I'd love to have you. I'll just have to pass it by Admiral Harkness. No doubt she'll make up an English name for me. No doubt. As long as it's not Bally the Ball or Bob the Blob. Hogarth chuckled. I'll do my best to convince her. So how about that drink? Oo floated a bit. Then his translator said, You'll need to make my acquaintance again. This self is still from 20 to 27. I'll pass a message to myself in this era to be ready. You're time-sensitive too, said Hogarth. Well, Captain, I'm sorry to tell you this, but all non-humans in the galaxy are time-sensitive. Of course they are, sighed Hogarth. We're just sorry your race is, how shall I put it, a bit behind the times? Hogarth grinned again, then stood up. Well then, let's make up for lost time. He got into his ship and waved to Oo. See you in 107 years. The flash drive activated, enveloping Hogarth and the ship in a bright ball of white, and instantly reappearing them in Hangar 16 at Space Station X-1A. Hogarth had a long story to tell Harkness and Watanabe. He wasn't sure they'd be interested in hearing it over a canister of methane with Oo, though. The end. Predominantly a space fiction writer, Neil A. Hogan occasionally dabbles in space opera, YA, children's and speculative fiction. He edits the anthology Alien Dimensions and self-publishes the Stellar Flash, the Harkness Chronicles and the Joe Kroger sci-fi thriller series. His story Air Cows in Stanisław Lem and His Aliens was published by Guardbridge Books in 2022. He is currently engaged in research as a PhD student for ANU. This is the end of this audiobook. This has been Alien Dimensions number 25, edited by Neil A. Hogan, narrated by Neil's digital voice. Copyright 2023 Space Fiction Books Production. Copyright 2025 by Neil A. Hogan. Stories by Humphrey Price, Tyree Campbell, Jason Larimore, Alan Ashley, James Ward, James F. McGrath, Gail Brown, Oliazo Tapp, Louise Butler, Vincent De Diego Mezzo, Maud McGee, Philip Good, J. L. Royce, K. L. Hallam, and Neil A. Hogan.